From ancient times to the present, everyone has been pursuing longevity, not realizing that the method to obtain longevity is really simple. Detected that the host is watching this video. Whether to sign in to obtain the system of immortality, priced at 3 dog heads. At first, I thought it was just a joke in a short video, until I discovered that I really became immortal and had to believe it. In the 10,000th year of longevity, the current human civilization is about to face extinction. In order to escape the loneliness in my heart, I personally buried myself in an extremely cold place, but I didn't expect to be dug out by archaeologists of the new human civilization. What's even more absurd is that in order to explore my origins, they actually used advanced technology to live broadcast some of my memories and learned my name, Xiu Li. At this moment, in the global live broadcast, the world on the screen is plunged into boundless panic and chaos. People are fleeing in all directions like startled birds. Only Xiu Li continues to move forward slowly in the blood rain. His calm and unhurried demeanor seems as if all the disasters in the world have nothing to do with him. Dilapidated buildings are on the verge of collapse under the scouring blood rain, and the zombies roam in groups, constantly searching for their next prey. However, for some unknown reason, the zombies passing by Xiu Li seem to ignore him, one after another, bypassing him. Help! Several women screamed in terror as they rushed over, with a large group of zombies closely chasing them. Xiu Li silently stared at all this, even when a woman was mercilessly caught up by zombies, followed by the gruesome scene of feasting on blood. His expression remained unchanged. The barrage in the live broadcast room. Is this man's heart made of iron? He just stands aside and watches the show. This man is simply inhumane. He doesn't even try to save lives. Xiu Li should have known the time of the end of the world a long time ago. Could he be a reincarnator? Suddenly, a woman passed by Xiu Li and saw him standing there foolishly. She couldn't help but scold. What are you doing standing here? Can't you see the zombies chasing after us? Hurry up and run. But Xiu Li ignored her and continued to watch the show by himself. It seems like you're scared silly. Meeting me is your lucky day. The woman rolled her eyes. Then without saying a word, she pulled him to run together. Xiu Li's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Without resistance, he followed her to escape the scene together. Finally home. The woman was sweating profusely, leading Xiu Li into a villa. Feel free to sit. This is my home. The apocalypse came unexpectedly, but luckily I have the habit of hoarding supplies. It should be enough to last for a while. My name is Jiang Leyu, a happy little fish by the river. What's your name? Xiu Li looked around and casually said. You may not have realized it yet, but it's already the apocalypse. You are really optimistic, but people like you usually don't survive long in the apocalypse. Jiang Leyu pondered. I understand what you mean. I have also seen some novels and movies about the loss of humanity and morality after the apocalypse. I have heard a saying, in the apocalypse, they kill the saints first. According to the survival rules of the apocalypse, I shouldn't have saved you, but now that I have, you're not a bad person, right? Xiu Li glanced disdainfully at her chest and said, don't worry, you're safe. But the next moment, Jiang Leyu felt dizzy. She gritted her teeth. What did you do to me? Xiu Li narrowed his eyes. Actually, you're quite lucky. Do you remember the crimson blood rain during the day? That blood rain is the catalyst of the apocalypse, containing a terrible virus that can turn living beings into zombies. Even many electronic devices will be corroded and malfunction, rendering them unusable. So that's how it is. Jiang Leyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came back to his senses. Wait, I've also been drenched in blood rain. Why am I fine? The reason is simple. You just have a stronger resistance from exercising regularly. Xiu Li smiled lightly. I understand. Jiang Leyu looked relieved. But why do I feel even more dizzy? As if I have a slight fever? The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Although your body's resistance is good, the blood rain virus is not to be underestimated. Now is the most critical moment. Your immune system is in a life and death struggle with the blood rain virus. If you win, everything will naturally be fine. Not only will you survive, but there will also be an unexpected turn of events. But if you lose, you will still turn into a zombie. I feel my body getting hotter and hotter. It's so uncomfortable. Am I really going to turn into a zombie? Feeling tired. Want to sleep. What's your name? Little brother? Xiu Li sat on the sofa, holding his head in his hands, and said leisurely, at this point, you're still wondering what my name is. It's really interesting. Well, I'll fulfill your wish. My name is Xiu Li. Repair and leave. Jiang Leyu's voice was quite weak. Such a niche name. I feel like even breathing is difficult. Am I really going to die? The moment the words fell, she fainted directly. Xiu Li chuckled and also lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. The barrage in the live broadcast room, as always, was crazy. Could it be that his heart is really made of stone? Without a trace of compassion. Perhaps he has long been accustomed to turning a blind eye to the pain of others. immersing himself in his own world, indifferent to everything around him. I increasingly feel that he is a reincarnated person. In his past life, he wasted decades in the end of the world, accustomed to the sight of swords and shadows, deceit and treachery. His originally passionate soul has long died. The next day, as the sky was getting brighter, Jiang Leyu woke up in a daze, muttering to himself, "Grandma, brother Xiu Li, I just dreamed of my grandma." Xiu Li couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that your great mother still can't bear to take you away." Jiang Leyu pursed her lips. "It looks like the immune system in my body overcame the blood rain virus. It's really powerful. Don't get too happy yet," Xiu Li said without slowing down. "There's a process coming up, and it's going to hurt." "Ha?" Jiang Leyu's face stared slightly, but immediately after, an unspeakably sharp pain surged violently from the depths of her body, like countless worms gnawing at the bone marrow, and as if there was a blazing fire burning her meridians. "Ah!" She instantly collapsed to the ground in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably like a spasm, cold sweat falling wildly like a torrential downpour, and heart-rending screams emanating from her throat. Xiu Li, little brother," Jiang Leyu cried out with difficulty. It's not where it hurts. I'm going to die." Xiu Li clasped his hands on his chest and stood watching the show with interest, with a few moments of anticipation and probing in his eyes. "How does it compare to menstrual cramps?" "No, I don't know. Never had any menstrual pain." Jiang Leyu clenched her teeth, trying not to faint, and kept cheering herself up in her mind. "Make sure you get through it. You're the best. Jiang Leyu, come on." Xiu Li, little brother, when will this pain end?" Jiang Leyu's voice trembled. Xiu Li responded faintly. "You'll see when you get through it." Time passes by. Jiang Leyu's agony continued, and the entire room was filled with her gripping aura of pain. Finally, after what seemed like a century of long torture, the trembling of Jiang Leyu's body gradually subsided, and the sweat stopped flowing. She opened her eyes slowly, a strange light flashing underneath them. At this moment, she only felt that her body was incredibly light, as if it was filled with endless power, and her face, which was originally distorted by pain, now glowed with a newborn luster. Xiu Li stepped forward and nodded in satisfaction. "It's a full evolution in the direction of the body. Not bad at all. There are very few among the first stage evolvers who are stronger than you." Jiang Leyu stood up, feeling the strong power surging within his body with excitement. "This feeling, it's marvelous." She moved her arms and legs briefly, and the air around her seemed to tremble slightly. "It's just that my body became too firm. I was originally a soft and beautiful girl." After Jiang Leyu had successfully completed her evolution, she was like a hidden picture of a female Valkyrie. The original natural beauty of the face has become more charming, with delicate features and bright eyes, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, revealing spirituality and intelligence. The skin was taut and elastic, a healthy wheat color, and faintly exuded a metallic luster, as if it possessed an impenetrable defense. "Why do I feel like I'm more than a man now?" Jiang Leyu sighed softly. Her body was now tall and athletic. Every muscle was well defined. Her arms were tight and strong. Her legs were long and straight, and her steps were steady and light between walks, as if she could instantly burst out with amazing speed. "No need to be too pessimistic." Xiu Li gave her a sidelong glance. "In truth, you still look quite aesthetically pleasing with your current body." "Really?" Jiang Leyu was looking forward to it. A head of black shiny long hair bunched up high, along with her movements in the back of the head swaying, valiant, forehead slightly out of the fine beads of sweat. In the sunlight outside the window shines with a charming light. "Baby fish has successfully evolved? It's gotten prettier. Mommy, I love it so much. I have a baby fish to protect me. What more do I need a man for?" Fish stickers. Are there so many of them? Please take in the flavor. Seeing this now, I can summarize the following. 1. Xiu Li currently gives me the feeling of being one of those, all-knowing, all-powerful behind-the-scenes bigwigs. Perhaps he's not simply a reborn person. 2. Blood rain is the direct cause of the end of the world, which can make living things mutate into zombies. But if the human body can resist the virus attack, you can seize the opportunity, a leap of the dragon gate, to become an evolved person. 3. From all points of view, don't you all think that the world in Xiu Li's memory is very similar to the world in our reality? Language, writing, clothes, food, buildings. It just feels like a parallel world. But experts add that Xiu Li came from billions of years ago. This is really a question to ponder. I say a few brothers. When the brainless cool text reading does not smell good, why do you want to consume your brain cells? Look, 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 out comes the new dragonet. Happy fish, it's Yaya, are you still home? There was a sudden, urgent cry from outside the villa. When Jiang Leyu heard the voice, a hint of delight flashed under her eyes. It was indeed Yaya's voice. It's great that nothing happened to her. Xiu Li's expression remained as calm as water, and he only gently raised his eyes. The only one who can be trusted in the midst of the end of the world has never been himself. His words were just like a pot of bone-piercing ice water that poured head-on Jiang Leyu's heart, causing her just-arisen elation to suddenly cool down, and she turned to become cautious and careful. Yaya is my high school classmate and college roommate. We've known each other for years and have always been great friends, Jiang Leyu said carefully. You don't have to explain anything to me, Huey said absently. This is your home. If you think she's trustworthy, that's fine. I'm just trying to give you a heads up that in the middle of this post-apocalyptic world, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Jiang Leyu nodded. I'll go ahead and see what's going on. She opened the door and walked out into the courtyard, and sure enough, she saw that Fang Yaya had not come alone. She was followed by two tall, unfamiliar men. Yeah, asked River Leaffish in a low voice. Are these two friends of yours? Fanya let out a soft These two big brothers are the ones I met on the road, Guangyang and Li Hao. Thanks to their help, I was able to find you. Leaffish, open the door and we'll talk when we come in. Yeah, take it easy for now, Jiang Leyu said with a wary face. In the midst of the end times, people's hearts are treacherous, so I naturally trust you, but not the two behind you. But they are my saviors, Fang Yaya said eagerly, her face full of incomprehension and anxiety. Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. Yeah, I know you have a good heart, but this world is a dangerous place and we have to be on our guard. Fang Yaya bit her lip. Leaffish, they really are good people. If it wasn't for their help along the way, I'm afraid I would have met an untimely end. Jiang Leyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his face somewhat tangled. Chapter 6, The Reborn. Ha ha. Guangyang laughed as he walked up. Xiaoya, you don't have to say much. In fact, behavior like Miss Liyu's is only appropriate. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, no amount of careful vigilance is too much. His eyes quietly looked at Jiang Leyu, a touch of blazing heat hidden in the bottom of his eyes that ordinary people couldn't detect. Jiang Leyu, a legendary figure in the late post-apocalyptic period, has participated in many key battles against the zombie tide, always leading the way and defeating powerful enemies time and again with fearless courage and extraordinary combat skills. Such a strange woman. If you can befriend her, in the end of the world may be able to add a touch of light of survival. Guangyang clenched his fists tightly. His insides were dumbfounded. Jiang Leyu seemed to be aware of this and swept his gaze sternly towards Guangyang and asked coldly, "What are you staring at me like that for?" "Sorry." Guangyang smiled awkwardly. "Ms. Leaffish, you are so beautiful. I can't help myself a little." Jiang Leyu lightly grunted. "Slick talker? Don't think I'll trust you just because of that." Guangyang paused for a moment. "Then what exactly does Miss Leaffish have to do to trust me? First of all, I have absolutely no ill will towards you. And secondly, I saved Xiaoya." "Leaffish." Fang Yaya couldn't help but interject. Big brother Guangyang really has no malicious intent. He is superb in martial arts and was able to defeat more than 10 zombies with his bare hands. If he really has his heart set on you, how can this iron door in front of him stop him? Yes? Jiang Leyu's eyes flickered. "Looks like you managed to evolve as well." The words fell. She gripped the bars of the iron gate tightly and wrenched them so hard that the sturdy bars actually bent slightly under her strength. The corners of Guangyang's mouth twitched as a visibly moved look appeared on his face. So Miss Leaffish has also completed the first stage of evolution, truly worthy of being a woman of honor. A resounding rose. "Come in," said River Leaffish, opening the iron door, and then giving a stern warning. "However, I can say this in advance. I advise you to be honest and peaceful. Don't have any crooked thoughts, otherwise I guarantee that you will definitely die an extremely miserable death." When she finished speaking, she led Yaya inside. Only Guangyang and Li Hao were left to stare at each other in place. "What the heck?" Li Hao said with a huffy face as he skimmed his lips. "We at least saved Xiaoya, and even escorted her all the way here without fear of hardship so that they could be reunited. And she actually didn't even give us the slightest bit of good face. Yanko, it's the first time I've ever seen you so condescending in front of a woman." Guangyang sighed somewhat helplessly. "If it was another woman who dared to fling her face at me like this, I wouldn't be polite to her. But she's Jiang Leyu, and in the future you'll understand the gold content of these 3 words. Li Hao frowned and retorted. "Even so, we shouldn't be subjected to this nonsense." Guangyang patted his shoulder. "Don't be so impulsive. This is a unique situation. More is better than less." "Okay," Li Hao gritted his teeth. "But I don't see her as a good person. And if it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother to take the heat here." Guangyang was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Let's wait and see. Maybe in time she'll change her mind about us." Li Hao kicked the stones under his feet impatiently. "Okay, just listen to you. If she keeps this up, I don't care that much." The duo walked in as they chatted. This one called Guangyang doesn't seem to be a good person either. Perhaps an important supporting role? As for Li Hao, at first glance, he's an insignificant little dragonet. Do you guys think it's possible for Fang Yeye to enter the harem? She's both a saint and a vase, and she still wants to be in the harem? She's lucky to be alive for a few more days. That's right, if a woman like Fang Yeye were to really enter the harem, it would definitely be a major poisonous point. That's not so bad. She has a good figure and looks charming. It's still good to collect her as a vase arrangement. Please, don't see anything that's not a charm. I see you've got a lot of style too. Good for you, little fish. Fang Yeye covered her mouth, her eyes blazing as she stared at Xiu Li. You've got such a handsome guy hiding in your house. Aha! He's so handsome. Jiang Leyu gave her a blank look. Haven't seen a handsome man? Look at your unproductive appearance. Fang Yeye put her hands together in front of her chest with an enraptured look on her face. Handsome man indeed, seen a lot. But long so handsome, but also really the first time to see. Feel what star fresh meat are weak. Little fish, tell me quickly. Such a handsome little brother. How did you meet him? Jiang Leyu coughed lightly. Just stumbled across it. Don't make a fuss. Fang Yeye came to her ear and whispered. Little fish, are you interested in him? Jiang Leyu's face instantly reddened. Don't be ridiculous. It's just normal friends. Fang Yeye blinked. Ordinary friend? I don't believe it. The way I see you looking at him, you don't look like an ordinary friend. Jiang Leyu pushed her. Don't you dare guess. I'm going to get angry if you keep talking nonsense. Fang Yeye spat out her tongue. Fine. I won't say it. Only such a handsome little brother. If you and him are really just ordinary friends, then I'll be rude. What do you want? Jiang Leyu's face was startled. But don't mess around. I mean it. I've only been with him for less than a day and I'm getting the impression that he's something else. So what? Fang Yeye bit her lip. At such a time, what else is there to be afraid of? Life must be happy. Do not make the golden bottle empty to the moon. There are flowers that can be folded straight, must be folded. Do not wait for no flowers to fold empty branches. Yeye, you've changed quite a bit. Jiang Leyu sighed softly. You used to have very little guts. Fang Yeye pinched her fingertips. The main thing is that in this desperate post-apocalyptic world, no one knows how much longer they can live. Since this is the case, what is there to worry about? Indulge yourself more or you won't have a chance. With that, she bounced away. But he happened to bump into Guangyang Li Hao and his duo who walked in. Yeah, your face is so red. Guangyang couldn't help but tease. Just for a while. It seems like a lot has happened. This one is. Again. His gaze turned to Xiu Li, but inside he couldn't help but tremble. He is Xiu Li, a friend of mine. Jiang Leyu introduced. Xiu Li? Guangyang's brows tightened. Why does it feel like I've heard that name somewhere? You are somewhat interesting? Xiu Li's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze fixed on Guangyang for a moment, and that icy cold look straight away made him feel like falling into an ice cave. It was just such a moment. Guangyang then felt that all the secrets in his body were gone. What the hell are you? His voice trembled. There's no need for you to know what I am. Xiu Li's voice carried no hint of warmth. Smart people know what to ask and what not to ask. Guangyang's lips trembled as he stammered. I am just curious and will leave you alone. With those words, he turned his head and walked away. Xiu Li stared at his back. The corners of his lips unconsciously raised, not expecting to meet a reborn person this time. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 7 Blood Torrent Crisis. Guangyang paced to the door, originally intending to go out and blow in the fresh air, but he didn't expect a loud boom, but it made him sway and almost fall. He subconsciously looked up to the sky. Lightning and thunder came one after another, followed by heavy rain. The raindrops were just like blood, frightening to the eyes. The wind was howling uncontrollably, as if it wanted to tear everything in the world apart. Guangyang stared at the treacherous scene in front of him, his face looking quite grave. This is the omen that the blood torrent is going to erupt? What's going on? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, the blood torrent had only erupted a week after the end of the world, but now that only a day had passed, it was actually showing signs of stupidity. Could this be the butterfly effect at work? As a result of certain actions after he came back from his rebirth that changed the original trajectory of things? If this is the case, how many unpredictable changes will follow? Think about it. Guangyang's heart couldn't help but tighten. Living a new life was originally his greatest advantage, by virtue of which he could lay out his plans in advance, seize the opportunity step by step, quickly accumulate enough resources, and establish his own strong fortress to resist the onslaught of the end of the world. Butterfly effect at work. But it was this great advantage of his that was significantly weakened. Alas! Guangyang let out a long sigh. After all, God is not what he wants. It's starting to rain blood again. Jiang Leyu muttered. Yesterday it rained for an hour or two before it stopped. I wonder how long it will rain again today. Guangyang sniffed. It should be known that in the previous life, This blood-colored storm had lasted for a month, so that the blood flood was rampant and raging, and a large number of areas with low terrain had been flooded. Lots of people hiding in the house, either drowned alive, or infected under the attack of the blood torrents to become zombies. Only a very small number of lucky people, in desperate circumstances to complete the metamorphosis, successfully evolved in the blood torrents of the ability to breathe, to be able to barely survive. Wait a minute. Chuanza District's terrain is the lowest within Ningxing City. Guangyang looked around. The world outside the villa had been dyed scarlet, and the rainwater was rapidly converging into a turbulent stream, wrapped in a terrifying and unsettling aura of surging flow. This is not a place to stay for long. He hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to speak. Mr. Xiu Li, Miss Le Fish, I think it's necessary for us to get out of here in a hurry. Jiang Leyu's face was puzzled. What do you mean by that? We're staying here fine. Why should we leave? Guangyang has long thought of a good excuse, and now has no qualms about saying. The key lies in the Chuanza district is the most low-lying area in Ningxing City, and this bloody storm is extremely ferocious. You see, only under less than half an hour, and there is already a lot of stagnant water outside. If the blood-colored rain keeps falling, I'm afraid there's a crisis of flooding here. We can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. We have to move to a safer place as soon as possible. Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. Is it that bad? Maybe in a few minutes this bloody storm will stop. The land here is sparsely populated and the zombie population is relatively low. It's not that easy to find a safe area in the middle of the end times. Guangyang insisted. What if the rain doesn't stop? What then? Jiang Leyu glanced outside the villa. The blood-colored raindrops were pounding on the windows with a heart-stopping sound. The world outside seemed like chaos, with lightning like huge silver snakes weaving through the clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder, and tree branches shaking in the gusty winds, as if they were going to break and fall in the next second. Jiang Leyu's face was hesitant, and it was difficult to make a decision for a moment. Guangyang's words were not unreasonable, but if they really wanted to leave Chuanza district, where else could they go? There is no way around it. She could only set her eyes on Xiu Li, wanting to hear what he had to say. What do you think, little brother Xiu Li? Xiu Li was silent for a long time before he finally chose to speak. This bloodstorm should last for over a month. Jiang Leyu's face was no longer at a loss when he heard this. Prepare to move then. Except that there are quite a few supplies in the villa that need to be taken away, and we'll need to find a large van to do that. Le Fish, Fang Yeye said in a rush. You don't have to worry about that at all. Big brother Guangyang has a giant caravan that can hold a lot of supplies. He himself has also awakened spatial powers. A huge space that can hold unlimited supplies. What? Jiang Leyu's face was astonished. You've also awakened spatial powers? That's for sure. Lei Hao walked forward with his head held high and a proud face. My buddy's got a lot going for him. He was a couple weeks back. How's he? Guangyang interrupted in a hurry. Don't talk nonsense. In fact, I'm just an ordinary person, only with better luck. Jiang Leyu paused for a moment. Luck doesn't always favor one person, and it seems you are far from simple. Do you really have infinite space? Guangyang shook his head. Let Ms. Le Fish be amused. I have indeed awakened my spatial ability, but it's not as exaggerated as Xiaoya made it out to be. The space isn't really very big. It's probably equivalent to the size of a soccer field. Jiang Leyu's face was somewhat speechless. You're quite the Versailles. How many supplies can you put in a soccer field? It feels like it can't be put away at all. Ms. Le Fish. Guangyang coughed lightly. Please forgive me. A soccer field may seem wide, but it is ultimately limited. And as the end times come and the crisis gradually spreads and expands, the living space for human beings will continue to shrink, and a lot of materials will become non-renewable and scarce resources. Thus, let's try to still prepare more survival supplies. As for other non-essential supplies like cosmetics, fine jewelry and other such things, don't hold on to them too much. Just discard them if you can. At the moment, securing survival is the top priority. Jiang Leyu's brows furrowed slightly, and then she involuntarily looked at Xiu Li again, with a few words in her gaze. Xiu Li just laid down on the sofa, not bothering with her. This woman, she really thinks he's an omnipotent savior? Granted, it did, but he just wanted to watch the show. Xiu Li simply has no intention of meddling in the flurry of disturbances in this post-apocalyptic world. He only wants to be a bystander, coldly watching the sorrows and joys of the world. Ha. He likes to walk around in it, admiring the countless people struggling for survival, watching them seeking hope in despair, groping for light in the darkness, and showing all the aspects of human nature in front of the cruel reality. Have to say, it is a kind of bad taste, a kind of indifferent spectator to the suffering of others, a kind of merciless teasing of the struggles of life. According to Xiu Li's own words, he's so bored, He always has to come up with something fun to do in a different way. Chapter 8 Departure. This Guangyang is really not a simple character. It feels like he's the one who's been reborn and has awakened his spatial powers. Come on, look at the way he looked when he was confronted by Mr. Xiu Li. Is he a reborn person? This guy is indeed quite a wimp. Not to mention facing the big brother Xiu Li. Even facing the baby fish, he is cautious. It's finally time to leave the villa and unlock the new map. Where will they go? If it were me, I would definitely head to the headquarters of several major war zones. And in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, the military is the only one that can establish a survivor base city. I drop Mom. From the heart brother, where to find such atmospheric caravan? Too handsome. This is a giant off-road RV. Looking at the shape, it should be a mobile fortress specially built for the end times. The tires are taller than a human being. In the dimness of the blood-colored storm that was raging, the huge caravan looked like a fortress of hope. Its body was washed by the rain and flowing with eerie red streams, as if it were a blood-soaked beast. The huge wheels are steadily supported in the mud, showing great strength and reliability. The metal guards on the side of the car shimmer in the dim light, giving an endless sense of security. Surely several people entered the car. A warm and pleasant atmosphere immediately came to the face. Warm and soft light just right to illuminate all corners of the car, to create a family-like atmosphere of coziness. The plush leather seats are soft and comfortable, and the instrument indicators on the front console flash in an orderly fashion. Li Hao sat on his butt in the driver's seat, stroked the steering wheel with both hands joyfully, and started the RV with an excited cheer. Guangyang, on the other hand, led a few people to visit the scenery inside the caravan. The soft queen-size bed in the bedroom is neat and cozy, and the white bedding exudes freshness, as if it carries the flavor of the morning sunshine, intoxicating people. Next to the closet is spacious and tall, and the cabinet door is closed. Fang Yaya gently approached and placed her hand on the handle of the closet, slowly opening it. The first thing that caught her eye was the rows and rows of neatly arranged clothes, ranging from thick cotton clothes to light summer clothes. She couldn't help but take out a soft sweater and stick it to her face, feeling the delicate touch, a satisfied smile on her face. Jiang Leyu, on the other hand, walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, sinking her body deep into the soft mattress. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of comfort as she looked out the window at the blood-colored storm that was still raging, but inside she was filled with stability. Several people continued onward to the kitchen area. The shiny stove and polished sink were complete. The cupboards were filled with all kinds of cooking utensils and cutlery, and a large-capacity refrigerator stood quietly in the corner, storing a wealth of ingredients inside, giving one a sense of affluence that was rare in these post-apocalyptic times. Further instead, there is a beautifully appointed bathroom with a white toilet, clean sink and spacious shower, every detail showcasing comfort and convenience. The entire interior of the caravan is like a cozy little world, providing a safe haven for the people in this crisis-filled post-apocalyptic world. Not bad, Xiu Li commented with a flat face. Guangyang smiled gently. It is indeed an honor to receive your praise. Next I plan to head to Qingyun City in the Western Province, where the Western Theater of Operations is headquartered. As I understand it, Qingyun City is uniquely situated on a plateau, surrounded by mountains that cascade down to form a natural barrier, with relatively high ground, an advantage that is especially important in today's post-apocalyptic environment, effectively avoiding blood torrents from wreaking havoc and greatly reducing the threat we face. Plus, as the headquarters of the Western Theater, Qingyun City is bound to have relatively well-developed defenses and ample reserves of supplies, and the strength of the military will be able to keep us safe. Of course, the most important point remains. I think the prospect of that place is very good, and in the later stages of the end times, Qingyun City might become a central gathering place for all kinds of outstanding talents and powerful evolvers. So it seems to me, the City of Green Luck is a perfect place to go to, and going there is also very conducive to our subsequent development and survival. Don't you all think so? I don't have a problem with that. Fang Yaya raised her hands in approval. Aha! Jiang Leyu was silent for a moment. Then she couldn't help but look at Xiu Li, and after seeing him reticent, she could only nod her head. Alright then, it's off to Green Run City. It's just that we're thousands of kilometers away from Qingyun City, and it's not too much to say that we're separated by thousands of mountains. Now that it's the end times again, I'm afraid the transportation situation is a bit worrisome. Can we really get there without any problems? Guangyang sighed softly. Le fish, let me answer your question in one sentence. No one has the certainty of victory in a battle, but I'm willing to trade my life for the chance of victory. It's now or never. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, it would not have been easy to successfully survive. The corners of Jiang Leyu's mouth rose slightly. It seems that I was overly concerned. You must have made full preparations with this confident look. Guangyang scratched his head. I just planned the route in advance and try to avoid those dangerous areas and possible blocked roads, right? I'm sure I'll still encounter a lot of problems on the road, so we still have to work together to figure out how to solve them. I'll be honest, if it was just me, the probability of being able to successfully reach Qingyun City would be less than 10%, but with everyone, especially with Miss Fish and Mr. Xiu Li, the probability of success has increased to 80% or 90%. Individual power is limited, collective power is infinite. As long as we are united, we will surely be able to overcome all the difficulties and finally arrive at Qingyun City without any problems. Brother Guangyang said it so well. Fanyaya clapped vigorously on the side, acting like a little fangirl. Jiang Leyu said no more. The RV was traveling down the road at 40 or 50 yards, but it had only traveled forward a few miles when it had to stop. Ahead was a road where a large car accident had occurred, with broken down vehicles stacked haphazardly, some even billowing black smoke. The scene was filled with the pungent smell of char and motor oil, a chaotic and unsettling sight that made one's head spin. Guangyang frowned tightly and after observing for a moment, he made a snap decision to use blasting means to open the road. He quickly took out the pre-prepared explosives from the caravan and skillfully arranged them. When everything is ready, he signaled everyone to retreat to a safe distance, and with a loud bang, the fire shot into the sky, and the stacked vehicles were instantly blown through a gaping hole, and the powerful impact kicked up dust and debris from the sky, and the air around them seemed to be trembling. Wait for the dust to settle a bit. Li Hao restarted the RV and carefully passed through the road that had just been blown open, the wheels crunching over the broken metal and debris. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, having thought that they could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. But I did not expect the caravan just drove a few kilometers. The road ahead was completely blocked by collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles, forming an insurmountable obstacle. Ugh! Guangyang sighed with a helpless face. He wanted to repeat the same trick and continue to use blasting means to blow up the road ahead, but abruptly felt that something was not quite right. The obstacle in front of him seemed to have been deliberately created by human beings. Chapter 9, Fighting. Brother Guangyang, are we going to take a detour? Fanyaya inquired when she saw him hesitantly standing still. Can't go around. Guangyang shook his head. This route is a must. Jiang Leyu said softly, then we'll have to repeat the same trick of using blasting. Are you thinking of how to do it? Guangyang lightly coughed a few times. I was wondering if someone out there could be aiming a gun at the RV right now, and as soon as we get out of the car, they're going to slam the door. What? Fanyaya covered her mouth and said with a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Leyu's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean the obstacle ahead is most likely a man-made trap? That's right. Guangyang grimaced. In the end times, cannibalism is a common phenomenon. Then what should we do now? Jiang Leyu looked a little anxious. The enemy is bright and we are dark. Some of them are not too good to handle. Guangyang pursed his lips tightly. His gaze was filled with contemplation and worry. My idea is to stay put for now. Try to stay inside the caravan and wait until we have a good look at them. Jiang Leyu paused and said, that seems to be the only way to go now. But we can't keep spending our time like this. Wait until dark. Guangyang gritted his teeth. We'll act at that time. I'd like to see what kind of person dares to move on the Taiyao. Not far away on the building, 3 or 4 men looked intently at the RV, one of them with a large sniper. The man at the head had a face full of horizontal meat. His eyes were filled with ferocity and greed. All of you keep a close eye on me. Don't let go of any movement. And as soon as they come out, do it immediately. The man with the large sniper licked his lips in response. Don't worry, boss. They can't run away. Another tall, thin man rubbed his hands together a little nervously. Boss, this RV doesn't look like it's going to be easy to deal with. Just in case if. Humph. The man in charge glared at him fiercely. There's no such thing as a what if. We've got guns in our hands and we're all evolved. So we're still afraid we can't handle them? The shorter, more compact-looking man grinned. Boss, the people in the caravan didn't come down to check the situation for so long. It seems that they have found out the end of the story. This time what we have stumbled upon may be a tough opponent. Oh, so what? The man in the lead was fearless. The enemy is in the light and I'm in the dark. They're the only ones getting beat up. But once it gets dark, that's a different story. The shrewd man's eyes flickered. At this point, the bloody rain was still dripping down. The sky was gradually darkening, and the tense atmosphere was becoming more and more condensed. The man in the lead couldn't help but curse. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I'm small, and I don't know when it will stop. The tall, thin man's face was sad. Boss, there are only 4 of us brothers left now. Otherwise let's just forget about it. Don't play with our lives. It's fine for us to continue to collect supplies at the supermarket. You goon. The man at the head of the group chided with a menacing look on his face. Forget it? It's so hard to stumble upon such a big fish. And you're telling me to forget it? This damn end times. Even the military stationed in the Kawasawa district has fallen and fled, leaving us to fend for ourselves. It's already a brutal game of survival. With limited supplies, it's either you or me. Boss is right. The man with the big sniper face agreed. Such a large caravan is not common. There must be a lot of supplies inside. If we can snatch it up, then we won't have to worry about supplies for a long time to come. The shrewd man paused. I have a hunch that the people in the RV should make their move after dark. We'll have to see who's tougher. Inside the RV, several people were also anxiously waiting for the right moment. Jiang Leyu kept pacing, his hands twisted together. Guangyang sat on the side, gripping the short knife in his hand with icy eyes, and Li Hao was observing the movements outside through the gap in the car window. Finally, night falls, all around it dark. No stars, no moon, only endless darkness shrouded the earth. The silence occasionally came a few strange sounds from nowhere. Let a person's bones creep. Guangyang took a deep breath. You may prepare for action. Only Yaya among us has not yet completed her evolution. She will stay within the caravan. Jiang Leyu gave a soft Then the three of us will do it. What about him? Li Hao frowned slightly, and his gaze glanced at Xiu Li next to him with a disinterested expression. We're all going down to fight for our lives and he's going to stay in the RV and sleep? Hao Zi, don't talk nonsense. Guangyang quickly rounded up. We can handle a small scene like this. We don't need Mr. Xiu to make a move yet. Oh, Xiu Li said with a leisurely face. He's right about that too. It's really not a good idea for you all to go down and fight for your lives and leave me alone in the car to sleep. That's it then. I'll provide you with some information. There are a total of 4 people on the opposite side of the street. Before the end of the world, they should all be some of the road's poor and vicious people. They've all successfully completed their evolution now, and they also have guns and weapons in their hands. So with the strength of the 3 of you, it's still a bit difficult to deal with these guys. You, Li Hao stammered and asked, why do you know so much about it? There's no need for you to worry about that. Xiu Li's face was as calm as water. In order to minimize your casualties, I will take care of the most threatening characters across the street for you at the critical moment and try to bring you all back alive. Li Hao frowned. Are you going to move with us? No need. Xiu Li shook his head slowly. I'll just lie on the couch. You're teasing us. Li Hao looked indignant. Could it be that even if you sit here, you'll be able to take care of the other side's most threatening figure for us? Do you really think you are a god? Xiu Li's eyes narrowed slightly and gave him a sidelong glance. Don't take my kindness as capital for your recklessness. I won't bother with you this time. But it won't happen again. Li Hao gritted his teeth, and his face seemed to still be somewhat unconvinced. Hao Zi, don't say it. Guangyang hurriedly came forward and pulled him back. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiu Li. This brother of mine doesn't know much about the world, so please forgive me. There will be no next time, Xiu Li said in a cloudy voice. Don't worry. Guangyang breathed deeply, and Li Hao didn't say anything else. Brother Xiu Li. Jiang Leyu walked up to Xiu Li and pulled his arm and pouted. You must protect me. I'll try. Xiu Li covered his mouth and yawned. Jiang Leyu hummed lightly, feeling rather helpless at his careless demeanor. Let's get moving. The trio carefully opened the car door, trying not to make a sound. Guangyang took the lead and stepped off the car, walking ahead with a cat's back, feeling his way towards the building where the enemy was located, with Jiang Leyu and Li Hao following closely behind, not daring to utter a single breath. Just as they were about to approach the building, a bright light flashed. Not good. Take cover, Guangyang shouted. And instantly gunshots were fired. Bullets traced a trail of fire in the night sky. How are you guys doing? It's okay. Not much of a problem. Jiang Leyu bristled. Originally, it was still the enemy's darkness, but now it's better. They took the initiative to expose their whereabouts. Li Hao's face was quite heavy. These people have firearms in their hands and are already taking the absolute initiative. We can only look for opportunities to get closer and engage them in close combat. That's right. Jiang Leyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Close combat is the only way to bring out my strengths. There's no hurry first. Guangyang's face was calm and steady, his gaze as calm and firm as a deep pool. We can't just swoop in. We have to wait for them to show their heads. Let's wait. Then, Jiang Leyu's heart thumped, and her hands clenched involuntarily. The group on the other side is also quite patient. It seems that they are determined to fight us to the death. It is already extremely difficult to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, so why kill each other so much? Guangyang said in a deep voice. The most frightening thing in the end times is never the zombies and mutated monsters. It's the sinister hearts and minds that are the most chilling existence. In a world where resources are desperately scarce and order has all but collapsed, humans will often do anything to survive. And the farther back in the end times you go, the more acutely you will feel this. Jiang Leyu's face stared slightly. A gentleman does what he wants, even if it's for survival. One should still have his own bottom line of principles. Li Hao interjected softly. That's a fair point. Anyway, the bottom line for Yangzi and I is that we don't kill innocents indiscriminately. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. And if people offend me, we'll return the favor tenfold. We can't be gentlemen, but we don't want to be that kind of treacherous villain either. Aha! Jiang Leyu nodded gently, adding a few points to her eyes. The minutes ticked by. Tension filled the air like a thick haze, as if it had already condensed into substance. Boss, the opposite side is playing hide and seek with us again. What should we do? The tall, thin man inquired cautiously. Tramp. The man in charge gritted his teeth. Just rush over and with them. It's not like there's a gun on the other side anyway. We've got guns in our hands. There's nothing to be afraid of. The shrewd man offered. Boss, Xiao Wu is a better shot. Why don't we let him stay back in cover, while the three of us go forward with our guns and look for an opportunity to finish them off? The man at the head of the group gave a heavy hmm. Then it's decided. Takashi, it's up to you again this time. Don't worry, boss. Xiao Wu raised his sniper rifle and said with a cold face, I'll give the opposite side a taste of what I'm capable of. Good. The man at the head of the group led the way, with the remaining two following closely behind. I heard subtle footsteps. They're coming. Jiang Leyu's voice was pressed extremely low, permeated with uncontrollable nervousness, and his breathing became rapid. They have firearms in their hands. Guangyang looked grave, his eyes full of seriousness and alertness. We must fight quickly and kill in one blow, without the slightest mistake. Jiang Leyu bit her lip and nodded vigorously, a flash of determination in her eyes. Li Hao gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Guangyang took a deep breath and said quietly, Ms. Le Fish, you're very fast. I'd also like to ask you to detour from the left side to attract their attention, while Li Hao and I will follow me to look for an opportunity to sneak attack from the right side. Remember, act fast, precise and hard. Humph. The three of them quickly moved according to the plan, the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Jiang Leyu quickly moved towards the left side, her heart beating like a drum. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when a few people on the opposite side became aware of it, and the bullets came whistling in a hurry. Luckily she was fast enough to narrowly avoid the bullet. Taking advantage of the three people's attention being attracted by Jiang Leyu, Li Hao leapt up, the dagger in his hand stabbing straight to one person's throat, while Guangyang took advantage of the chaos to seize the other person's firearm, turning around and strafing the rest of the enemies. The sounds of struggle and gunfire were intertwined for a while. RV. Xiu Li's fingers held a card and tossed it with a casual look on his face. Chapter 10, The Blood Rain Stops. Just in time. Xiao Wu was aiming with his big sniper, but the card was like a swift stream of light, carrying the momentum of the breaking wind and speeding towards him at a jaw-dropping speed. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the card slashed across his throat with precision and accuracy, and at this moment time seemed to freeze. Xiao Wu's movements abruptly froze, his eyes rounded and filled with disbelief. His hand loosened sheepishly, and the sniper rifle fell heavily to the ground with a splash. This sudden change of heart. The others who were in the middle of the fierce battle were all stunned on the spot, and their brains went blank for a moment. What's going on here? Li Hao's eyes widened with incredulity. Don't get distracted. Keep fighting. Guangyang roared loudly, his eyes growing more and more determined, and the long knife gripped tightly in his hand was unforgiving and deadly. Jiang Leyu also took the opportunity to launch a powerful surprise attack from the left side. She was athletic and agile, rushing towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. Die! She bellowed angrily, her fists swinging, forming a closed circle with Guangyang and Li Hao. The already scarred enemy was thrown into extreme panic and confusion. Seeing that the situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse, the man in charge tried to escape, but he was stabbed in the leg by Guangyang and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! He hissed a terrified plea for mercy, his voice quivering beyond recognition. Guangyang walked up. The man was ruthless and directly sealed his throat with a knife. When Jiang Leyu and Li Hao saw this, they both froze for a moment, but they did not say much. The faces of all three were a mixture of exhaustion and relief. Thanks to Mr. Xiu this time, Li Hao said under his breath. Yeah, agreed Riverleaf. If it weren't for brother Xiu Li, I don't know what would have happened. Li Hao said slowly with a sigh on his face. Yangzi, now I finally know why you are acting so cautiously in front of Mr. Xiu. Could it be that you have long seen something? Or is it that you have long discovered the extraordinary things hidden in Mr. Xiu? Guangyang paused, his gaze deep and distant, as if he was reminiscing about the past. To tell you the truth, when I first met Mr. Xiu Li, he gave me a very dangerous feeling, as if he was a fierce beast lurking in the darkness, and although he appeared to be calm, he vaguely exuded a chilling pressure. That's when I knew. This person is by no means simple. Must have unfathomable strength. Later contact. He inadvertently revealed the calmness and wisdom, as well as the face of the crisis that calm and collected, are more and more let me firmly believe that he is the existence of us should not be underestimated. That's why I'm treating him with such caution. After all, it's both a blessing and a potential challenge for us to have such a mysterious and powerful figure by our side in this crisis-ridden world. We must give enough respect and reverence to be able to walk alongside him and make our way in these last days. I see. Li Hao nodded deeply. Howsy? Guangyang patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, your nature is very impulsive. But in front of what people can be impulsive? In front of what people should be restrained? You have to weigh. Mr. Xiu is considered to be a better temper. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Li Hao sighed with a heavy face. I know what I have to do. A few people returned to the RV. He immediately knelt down towards Xiu Li, his face filled with shame and remorse. Mr. Xiu Li, earlier it was me who had the eyes to not recognize and Tai, and I have offended you much. It is really my short-sightedness and stupidity. I did never expect that. You only need to move your fingers and you can strategize in a tent and win 1,000 miles. You really are a god. Li Hao, swear that from now on, I will be obedient to you and never show any disrespect. Xiu Li did not say anything, but only smiled in a cloudy manner. The obstacle blocking the road was cleared and the caravan continued on its way. Jiang Leyu and Guangyang went to the kitchen to prepare the meal while Xiu Li continued to lie down on the sofa. Li Hao, the little dragonet, is quite funny. What is bowing down compared to your own life? Now it seems that this kid Li Hao won't go offline for the time being. Li Hao has been honest. Big brother begs to be spared. Xiu Li, oh, now know my awesomeness. Against the sky still have a way to live. Against my corpse bones no survival. Hurry up and let Guangyang die. What's the point of keeping such a saintly mother? A hen can still lay eggs, but she can't even lay eggs. Ahem. Xiu Li said that if the viewers want to watch her lay eggs, they can do so, but they need to open a VIP before they can do so. Wow. I'm going to recharge my batteries right now. A lot of yellows. Can you restrain yourself? Let's talk about something serious. The end times are really too dangerous. That's right. I just watched my palms get all sweaty from the battle of the baby fishes. To be honest, if it wasn't for Big Brother Xiu Li's hand, it's really not certain who would have lost or won this battle. Crisis at every step. I don't know if baby fish will be able to walk to Qingyan City alive. I'm really sweating for her. With Big Brother Xiu Li around, it shouldn't be a problem. Can you stop talking about him? Xiu Li is an unapologetically cold-blooded big straight man. I doubt that even if the baby fish died in front of him, his face wouldn't change much. There's no doubt at all about that. He's just like that. Heartbroken my fish baby. Oh, time flies. Half a month soon passed. These days, Xiu Li several people's trip is not ideal. The whole 15 days. But the caravan is forward a few hundred kilometers. At that speed, you might as well be walking on foot. It's really the car accident obstacles that are everywhere in the post-apocalyptic world that delay the trip too much. Jiang Leyu said with a speechless face. At this rate, it will be months before we can reach Qingyan City, but it doesn't matter. We still have a lot of supplies anyway. Guangyang sighed softly. Our luck is actually quite good. All the way. Although the obstacles were constant, we did not encounter any real roadblocks. Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. What's a real roadblock according to you? Guangyang replied back without thinking. The kind of large zombie hordes that gave birth to a zombie king or the unusually ferocious mutated monsters are not something we can deal with now. That's true. Jiang Leyu's face was thoughtful, and his gaze couldn't help but look out the window. But it was just in time to see a sliver of sunlight through the heavy clouds, piercing through the dim sky like a sharp sword and pouring over the barren earth. That golden glow. It was as if it carried endless warmth and hope, making the hearts of those who had been struggling for a long time in the post-apocalyptic world surge with an inexplicable throbbing. And the originally dead ruins seemed to have a trace of more vitality under the illumination of the sunlight. Dust fluttered merrily in the beams of light, as if celebrating this rare moment of brightness. The blood rain actually stopped? Jiang Leyu's face was a bit incredulous. Brother Xiu Li, I remember you said that this blood rain would last for more than a month, but now only half a month has passed and the blood rain has stopped. Xiu Li's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze subconsciously looked towards Guangyang. It was from Guangyang's memories that he learned that the blood rain would fall continuously for more than a month. I didn't realize it was actually incorrect. This guy, Guangyang, is a real born-again. What is this principle? The butterfly effect? Xiu Li's face was pensive. The mysteries of the universe were infinite, and even though he was an eternal time traveler, he was ultimately too small compared to the universe. Chapter 11, Out of the Way. The RV suddenly stopped again. Li Hao's voice came from the cab. Yanko, some survivors have appeared up ahead, blocking our path. Jiang Yang looked around and realized that it was 5 or 6 women standing in the middle of the road. And 2 of them actually had big bellies. How can this be? Fang Yeye covered her mouth, her face somewhat at a loss for words. These days, they did come across similar situations, where on that deserted road or beside a dilapidated building, every now and then, a group of survivors would run out, blocking the way of the caravan, and bitterly pleading with Jiang Yang to be able to take them in. But in the end, they were all ruthlessly rejected. This also led to some clashes and fights, with some of the survivors being quite reluctant and emotional as they tried to forcefully follow, and there were even some who badmouthed, pushed and pulled Jiang Yang. The good thing is that in the end it all worked out. Jiang Yang acted decisively, in the face of those who were not convinced and presumed to continue to pester. He did not flinch. Some people do not serve, then beat until served. In the past, most of the survivors of roadblocks have been men, but now the situation at hand is different again. Among the 5 or 6 weak women, there were also 2 pregnant women. If these women insisted on blocking the road and refused to leave, they couldn't be forced away by punching and kicking them. This is too inhumane. Seeing that Jiang Yang was about to get out of the car to deal with the situation, Fang Yeye said in a hurry, "Brother Jiang Yang, just let them leave and try not to make a move." "Don't worry," Jiang Yang said softly, "I'm measured in my actions. I'm not a great evil." The words fell, and he walked straight out of the car without the slightest hesitation. These days, Jiang Yang's strength had increased again, and he was already a third-order revolver, which was definitely enough to stand proudly in the current post-apocalyptic world. After all, even Jiang Leyu, the female martial god who had saved the day in the late end times, had only just become a second-order revolver now. As a third-order revolver, even if someone was firing cold shots in the dark, Jiang Yang would be able to react in time to dodge them. After he got out of the car, the 5 or 6 women saw Jiang Yang with a hopeful look on their faces, and one of them plucked up the courage to say, "Please, take us with you. We really don't have anywhere else to go. These end times are really desperate." Jiang Yang frowned with scrutiny in his gaze and said in a deep voice, "With a few of you weak women, it's obvious that you can't survive on your own for more than 10 days in this crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world. Who on earth made you come to block the road? Stop hiding. Let them come out." The women muttered. Only his eyes began to flicker a little, as if he was struggling fiercely within himself. Jiang Yang snorted coldly with obvious displeasure in his voice. "If you don't tell me, I'm going to leave. If you guys continue to get in the way, don't blame me for being impolite." Just then, from a corner not far away came out a few men with a bit of helplessness on their faces, and one of them was the first to speak. Brother, I'm really sorry. I was the one who let them come to block the road. Our team is also struggling to protect themselves right now, and we can no longer afford to take care of their living needs. That's why we implore you to be able to take in these several women. I know it's abrupt, but there's really nothing else we can do." "Yes?" Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. "But I see that you guys are living quite nourishing lives. All of you are oily. It seems that after you get tired of playing with people's girls, you don't want to care about them, and there is still a trace of humanity left, so you can't bear to abandon them directly. So it was a matter of trying to find the next home for them, and I guess I was right." The man on the opposite side of the table froze slightly as he sniffed. "Brother, since you have already said it so bluntly, then we will not hide it. Yes, it is like this. You can see that a few of them are not bad looking, and the key is that there are still pregnant women experiencing a different kind of excitement." Jiang Yang's gaze was icy cold. "I'm not a good person, but I'm embarrassed to do something as beastly as this." "Don't pretend, brother," the man said with a playful look on his face. "What a time it is now. Most of the regions have fallen to the officials. No one cares. What you didn't dare to do before, you can do to your heart's content now. These few women, if you all like them, then take them all. Or if you have your eye on any one of them, just take that one as well. If none of them like it, then they will have to be left to their own devices. Bye." After saying that, several men turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait," Jiang Yang called out to them. "Are you guys really planning on just abandoning them when you're done playing?" "Yeah," the man at the head of the group said, spreading his hands. "Is it possible that our intentions are not obvious? I'll say it again. If you like these women, pack them up and take them with you. If you don't like them, just pretend you didn't see them. Got it?" Jiang Yang's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, "I wasn't the type to meddle in other people's business, but now this matter has coincidentally crashed in front of me. I have to say, you really shouldn't have let these women come and block our car." "Oh," the man in charge showed disdain. "I let them do it." "What?" Jiang Yang laughed without saying anything and just fiercely bullied his way forward and slapped him directly on the face. "Master rewarded you for this slap. What's the matter? You seek death." The men were furious and roared as they pounced towards Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang only smiled contemptuously at this, his figure weaving between them like a ghost. A man took the lead and rushed to Guangyang, swinging his fist and smashing it over. Guangyang slightly sidestepped and easily dodged the punch. Then in the process, he grabbed his arm and gently twisted it. Then the man screamed in pain and collapsed on the ground. The other man saw this and raised his foot and kicked. Guangyang remained unperturbed and raised his arm to block while raising his leg to kick him in the abdomen. The man flew backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground. The rest of the men attacked in quick succession. However, Guangyang was still able to cope with the situation, either dodging or blocking. Each strike was just right, with a perfect combination of power and speed. In just a few moments, several of the men were sprawled out on the ground, groaning in pain. Guangyang patted the non-existent dust on his body and coldly looked at the few people on the ground with disdain. With this skill of yours, you dare to act wildly in front of me? The matter of you guys pulling out the hanged and ruthless had nothing to do with me in the first place, and I'm too lazy to mind my own business. But you guys just want these women to get in the way. I still have humanity. I can't do that kind of kicking a pregnant woman, but it's still easy to step on you. Having said that, Guangyang walked straight up and stomped the head of the man in the lead in the dirt with a single kick. Big brother, spare your life. Several men knelt down and begged for mercy, their faces full of shock and remorse. Chapter 12, but to have a clear conscience. Good job. I'm so cool. Don't call Guangyang submissive brother anymore. He's only submissive in front of Xiu Li's big brother, but in front of everyone else, he can be very domineering. These ing scumbags, they're worse than animals. They deserve to be taught a lesson. That's right. I can't believe there are such scum in the world. It's really disgusting. The evil of human nature is unimaginable, especially in the last days. Losing the constraints of the law, the once moral code collapsed, and the darkness in many people's hearts was magnified indefinitely, and the negative emotions of selfishness, greed, and cruelty swept over them like a flooding beast. In this case, what raping and pillaging and killing and burning doesn't count for much. The end times are truly terrifying, and it's hard to imagine what it would be like if we were in them. It's nothing more than a reenactment of the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, elimination of the unfit, and strength is honored. Then again, how is Guangyang going to deal with these women? Namely, there are 2 pregnant women. I'm afraid it's a little difficult to get. It depends on whether his heart is hard enough. Apparently, his heart wasn't hard enough. Guangyang is considered to be a bit kinder. If it were me, I would probably follow the example of that old brother who was stepped in the dirt and have a bit of fun before leaving. Is that human? What if your family was treated like this? I think these women are really pitiful. Why don't Guangyang take them in? Are you kidding me? This is the end of the world. I'll be honest. It's quite good enough not to fall on your sword. And you actually want Guangyang to take them in? It's really out of this world. I reckon that these women are similar to Fangya, all ing procrastinators and sanctimonious es. If Guangyang really took them in, he would definitely cause a lot more trouble out of nowhere, which is obviously unwise. It's actually quite simple. Sentimentally, one should play the humanitarian spirit and help out, but rationally, one really can't help a bit. That's right, there are too many poor people in the post-apocalyptic world to help. What do you guess Guangyang will do? Will he take it in or not? If I really want to take it in, I can't watch it. It's just a big poisonous point. It'll just poison me to death. Not buddy, you really think this is reading a novel? I don't know what you guys are reading, but I'm reading it as a cool article anyway. I'm dropping my mom. Guangyang's handling of the situation is really great. Will you dare to stop our car from now on? Guangyang stomped on his face viciously, ravaging it repeatedly. Duh, master, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. The man had tears in his eyes and snot in his nose. I'm sure I'll be truly repentant from now on. Guangyang laughed. How do you want to repent? The man gritted his teeth and said, I'm not abandoning them anymore, and I'm not going to play the plucking and hanging without mercy thing. Guangyang stepped harder after hearing this. Do you believe yourself when you say this? Dare to bare your teeth in front of me. I think you really don't want to live. I know what's going on inside of you right now, which is nothing more than what I can't fix you. But I can't fix those pussies? As soon as I'm gone, you're sure to take your anger out on them, which will in turn become my sin. In that case, Guangyang hemmed and hawed, followed by pulling out a few pills from his pocket and stuffing them hard into the mouths of several men. Well, how's the flavor? Does it melt in your mouth? What did you feed us? Several men returned warily. It's nothing. Guangyang covered his mouth and yawned. It's just a poison that can make your life worse than death. The faces of those men instantly turned white as they heard this, and their eyes were filled with horror. Soon, they then began to feel a strange dry heat coming from their bodies, as if a flame was burning inside them. It's so hard. It's really hard. One of the men began to moan in agony. his hands gripping his chest as if trying to claw out the uncomfortable feeling. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead and rolled down his cheeks, and his mouth gasped for air. Ah! Help! Help me! The other man rolled up on the ground, his body convulsing, foaming at the mouth, his face turning from white to red and then from red to purple, his features twisted together from the pain, and his mouth uttering slurred cries. The tendon-fleshed man tried to stand up and escape, but just after a few steps his legs gave out and he fell to his knees, his eyes filled with pain and despair. Please, give us the antidote. We can't take it anymore. The appearance of several people were all incomparably miserable, and under this torture that was worse than death, they had completely lost their previous arrogance. Looking at the several men struggling in pain on the ground, the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly teasing smile. Slowly he pulled another small bottle out of his pocket and shook it gently as several of the men gazed eagerly at him. Humph, seeing as you guys are so pitiful, I'll be merciful and give you a bottle of temporary antidote. But you should listen carefully. This antidote will only last for a few months. In a few months, if you still want the antidote, you'll have to come and find me within the city of Qingyun. But of course when it really comes to that time, whether or not I'll give the antidote will depend on your performance during this period, Zhang Yang said, pouring a few pills from the bottle into his hand before throwing them. The men were as if they had grabbed a lifesaver, picking up the pills with their hands and feet, and couldn't wait to swallow them. A few minutes passed. The feeling in their bodies that life was worse than death began to slowly subside, and their bodies gradually regained their composure. A few people sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, with both fear of the painful experience they had just had and worry about the future in their eyes. The man at the head of the group said with a trembling voice, "You must keep your promise and give us the real antidote in a few months." Zhang Yang sneered, "That depends on your next behavior. If you dare to cause trouble again, you won't be able to get the antidote again." And the 5 women. I also hope that I can meet them in Green Run City. It's mother and child. Oh. Having said that, Zhang Yang turned around and left, leaving the men frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Not to mention, Zhang Yang's way of dealing with this is really quite brilliant. This is how it ended. And it's kind of how those men got what was coming to them. Ha ha ha. Comfortable. From the heart brother is still quite tactful. Zhang Yang is really good. Can't be as good as he wants to be, but he wants to be worthy of it. Chapter 13, The Future of Humanity. Brother Zhang Yang, you have handled this matter so wonderfully. Fang Yaya's face was full of excitement. Her eyes shone with admiration and her cheeks were tinted with a faint blush due to her excitement. Not only did they punish those hateful guys, but they also skillfully solved the safety problem of those women. This is really a brilliant hand. Zhang Yang faintly revealed a light smile and waved his hand, saying, "It's not much. It's just something I came up with that was kinda workable under the circumstances. It's not that impressive." Fang Yaya, however, shook her head and said with a serious face, "Excessive modesty is pride. Brother Zhang Yang, if it wasn't for you, I really don't know how bad things would have turned out." Zhang Yang smiled and gently patted Fang Yaya's shoulder. "Alright, stop praising me. We still have to stay vigilant. After all, the dangers of this end times could come again at any time. We have to be ready at all times." Having said that, his gaze became deep and determined. Wicked people still need to be warned by wicked people. Jiang Leyu subconsciously interjected, "Honestly, if I were to kill those men at most, I'd never think of something as damaging as you did." "Le fish," Fanya said, skimming her lips. "Brother Zhang Yang is not an evil person. Don't be so prejudiced against him, okay? It was just a joke." Jiang Leyu muttered and whispered as he looked out the window. It's been almost 20 days since the end of the world, but there's still no official announcement, and the whole world has fallen into a strange silence. Zhang Yang paused and said, "It's actually not hard to understand that in the face of such a sudden and large-scale post-apocalyptic disaster, the officials might also be left to fend for themselves. Think about it, after the end times came, the entire social order instantly collapsed, the infrastructure was severely damaged, and the communication network became fragmented. On the one hand, the officials have to deal with the dangerous mutated creatures that are roaming around and protect the important facilities and resources from being destroyed. On the other hand, they also have to organize forces to rescue the survivors and coordinate the distribution and transportation of supplies. I figure it's going to take some time for the officials to slow down. At that point, humanity might be able to enter a period of calm." Fang Yaha nodded with a seeming understanding. "And what will the future end times be like?" Zhang Yang was silent at his words. Is there really a future for the end times? He remembered that in his previous life, once the officials had slowed down, they quickly established a survivor-based city everywhere. These initiatives are like beacons of light, bringing some glimmers of hope to humanity in despair. In the major base cities, the humans reorganized their lives and tried to restore some basic social order. with defenses being continually reinforced and patrols standing firm day and night against the dangers that could strike at any time from the outside world. But as time passes, the situation of the human race is still getting more and more worrying. Despite having these base cities as a haven, the shortage of resources is like a sharp dagger hanging over the human race's head at all times. Food stocks are dwindling, pollution of the land is making it incredibly difficult to grow crops, and water sources are becoming more and more scarce due to pollution and competition. The living space of human beings is even more compressed and reduced. Outside the base city, the number and strength of the mutated creatures were increasing by the day, and they continued to expand their territories, pushing back the human range of activities step by step. The once vast land has become crisis-ridden. Everywhere is a no-go zone filled with mutant creatures that people have trouble stepping foot in. Externally, the conflict from zombies and mutated creatures is precarious. And inside the base city, the conflict between humans is also coming to the fore. In order to compete for limited resources, many people fight within themselves by any means necessary, with fathers and sons turning against each other and hand-to-hand combat occurring from time to time. Human nature faces a great test in the midst of a desperate situation, and negative emotions such as selfishness and greed begin to grow wildly like weeds in the hearts of human beings. Guangyang died of infighting in his previous life. He had endured countless hardships and dangers in the chaotic post-apocalyptic world, time and time again escaping from the jaws of zombies and mutated creatures. But in the end, it was not at the hands of those hideous monsters that he died, but instead, he perished in the infighting with his own people. Have to say, it is a great irony. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, people should be united to fight against outside threats, but internal strife is tearing everything apart. Can there really be a future for such a human race? Guangyang suddenly felt a little confused. His mind was like a thick layer of fog, unable to see the road ahead. After a few moments of agonizing, he subconsciously looked at Xiu Li, his gaze carrying eagerness and expectation. What does Mr. Xiu Li think the future of humanity looks like? Xiu Li stood there quietly, his eyes deep and calm, as if he could see into the world. There is no future. For simple words, but like a sharp ice pick, straight to the bottom of Guangyang's heart, so that his heart surged bursts of bone-chilling coolness. He stared blankly at Xiu Li, his thoughts churning in his mind like a raging tide. How come? Guangyang pursued with a heart full of reluctance. Is there really not even a shred of hope for mankind? Xiu Li raised his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly crossing over Guangyang and casting it towards the barren, dilapidated and lifeless faraway place as he slowly opened his mouth. If you're looking for comfort in me, I can give you a good lie too. The future of mankind is not doomed. Although there is a dark side to human nature, there is also light, and in the midst of this desperate situation, as long as there are still people who hold on to goodness and justice, there is hope to turn it all around. Well, is that what you want to hear? Guangyang was speechless, and why should Mr. Xiu amuse me? In fact, I have always been curious as to what kind of person you are. I shouldn't have asked this question, but I couldn't resist my curiosity after all. So if Mr. Xiu doesn't want to answer it, just pretend I didn't ask. Xiu Li grinned. You can think of me as a dispassionate bystander, I prefer to watch the show. His smile carried a hint of playfulness if nothing else, as if all the strife in this world was just an absurd drama in his eyes. Young man, he gently patted Guangyang's shoulder. The momentum is unstoppable. Respecting human destiny and abandoning the saving sentiment. Guangyang was instantly in the dark. He held his forehead and was just about to speak, but the caravan was braking steeply and sharply, and with it came Li Hao's terrified screams. It's no good, Yanko. We seem to have run into big trouble. Guangyang froze for a moment at his words, followed by his gaze subconsciously looking forward. Chapter 14, Mutant Ant Colony. Only to see that on the road ahead, a large, black-packed area was rapidly approaching like a tidal wave. That turned out to be a swarm of huge-sized mutant ants. Each one was the size of an adult's fist. Its shell glistened with a metallic luster, and its incomparably sharp mouthparts kept opening and closing, emitting gut-wrenching clicking noises. What bad luck! We ran into a mutant ant colony. Guangyang cursed in a low voice. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It looks like the scale is not small. It is estimated that it should be tens of thousands. These sinful animals can still be limited with guns in the early stage of the end of the world. In the later stage it is really a god blocking the god and Buddha blocking the Buddha. Hauzi, turn around quickly. We have to find a way to rush out or we're done for. Li Hao also realized the seriousness of the matter and started to operate the steering wheel with his hands busy. The RV let out a roar, its tires scraping sharply on the ground as it struggled to turn around. However, those mutant ant swarms were as if they were aroused to anger, emitting chilling hissing sounds, closely following the caravan, chasing after it, just like a black raging torrent, with a surprisingly fast speed. The rear bumper of the RV had been deformed by the gnawing of several of the mutant ants that had rushed ahead. Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes staring deathly at the raging ant colony in the rearview mirror, constantly urging Li Hao. Faster. We must get rid of the mutant ant swarm before we can do so. Li Hao gritted his teeth and pressed the gas pedal, increasing the speed of the caravan to the extreme. As they watched the distance between the caravan and the mutant ant swarm continue to be pulled away, everyone slowly sighed in relief. Fang Yaya gently stroked her chest. The mutant ant swarm is still in hot pursuit. It would be bad if the road ahead becomes obstructed. The words just fell. A pile of collapsed building debris actually did appear in the road ahead. Huge stones and broken steel beams piled up horizontally, forming an almost insurmountable obstacle. Seeing this, Li Hao had to slam on the brakes, and the RV came to a stop with a sharp scraping sound. Can you shut your little mouth? Jiang Leyu's face showed helplessness. Now that's a good one. Really? You're a crow. What can we do now? Zhang Yang frowned tightly, his eyes fixed on the mountain-like pile of obstacles in front of him, as well as the mutant ant swarms that were still chasing after him like a tidal wave. And a wave of annoyance surged in his heart. Fang Yaya's eyes rounded and she covered her mouth tightly, feeling 1,000 times remorseful for her spiritual words. Xiaoga doesn't need to blame herself. This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Yang's face showed a helpless look and his voice carried a bit of bitterness. There's nothing to do but abandon the caravan. But so many supplies. Jiang Leyu's face is extremely reluctant. His eyes are full of reluctance, and his voice is also a little trembling. It's just a matter of saving the Green Mountains. The crowd gritted their teeth and began to move quickly. They grabbed their weapons and a few essential items and were about to jump out of the RV. But just in time, a loud roar suddenly came from the distance. It was quite shocking to see several tanks approaching majestically like steel giants, the roar of their engines like low war drums. The tanks' guns slowly turned, aiming precisely at the mutant ant swarm that was raging like a tidal wave. With the commander's order, dazzling fire erupted from the cannon's chamber, and the deafening sound of the cannon was like the roar of a heavenly god, erupting into a terrifying destructive force the moment it came into contact with the ant colony. A blazing ball of fire rose into the air, and the shockwave spread in all directions like a storm. Thousands of mutant ants were blown limb from limb under this powerful impact. Their hard shells shattered in the explosion, and some were even blown directly into powder. Boom boom boom. The shells continued to fire. The fire and smoke filled the air. The mutant ant swarms were completely thrown into chaos. The original neat attack formation was completely disrupted, and they could only be like ants on a hot pan that were in disarray. The tank's tracks mercilessly ran over the ground, continuing to approach the ant colony. The vehicle-mounted machine gun also began to spit out its tongue of fire, and the dense bullets were shot at the ant colony like rain, splashing a string of sparks. Under the terrifying intimidation of the steel tanks, the mutant ant colony finally couldn't carry the pressure and began to flee in all directions. The people on the caravan witnessed the whole thrilling process. All of them could not help but show their size. The power of hot weapons. It's pretty scary. Jiang Leyu took a deep breath. Logically speaking, an official with such a great killing weapon shouldn't easily fall and scatter in all directions. Zhang Yang paused for a moment and spoke slowly. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. Jiang Leyu frowned slightly, but most of the soldiers' bodies have always been strong and robust, so by all rights, they should be able to carry the blood rain virus and thus successfully complete their evolution. It's not as simple as you think, Zhang Yang said in a deep voice. It's true that the middle of the army is the easiest place to give birth to evolvers, but it's also the easiest place to give birth to inhumans. Inhuman? Jiang Leyu's face was puzzled. What's this again? It's the first time I've heard of it. Zhang Yang patiently explained. Evolution is actually a very dangerous process. If it is completed successfully, then naturally, like you and I, we will successfully break the cocoon into a butterfly and become evolved. But if the process is not completed too well, then it is likely to lead to the birth of something otherworldly, which is the inhuman. Everyone should have heard of biology. There is a word called mutation. There are good and bad mutations, and there are strong and weak inhumans. Weak inhumans are naturally needless to say. What's scary is those powerful inhumans. Not only are they stronger than normal evolvers, they also possess a higher IQ. This point often gives people a big headache. The faces of the crowd were thoughtful as they heard the words. Jiang Leyu paused and said, if you put it this way, part of the official fall is most likely due to these inhumans? Zhang Yang nodded. When several soldiers came down from a few tanks, dressed in neat and somewhat worn camouflage uniforms, their stature as straight as a pine, their faces with a resolute look, and their deep eyes glittering with calmness and determination. Are the people in the RV okay? A middle-aged officer asked with concern. Very well then. Zhang Yang stepped out of the caravan and greeted them with a warm face, shaking the hand of one of the soldiers tightly with gratitude and respect in his eyes. Thank you so much indeed. If you hadn't shown up in time at this critical moment, It would have been difficult for us to escape from the crazy siege of the mutant ant swarm today. I really don't know how to express our gratitude. We will definitely keep this favor in our hearts. And if we have the opportunity in the future, we will definitely do our best to return the favor. Several people from Jiang Leyu also stepped out of the caravan and gathered over. Everyone was vocal in expressing their gratitude and admiration to the soldiers. Chapter 15 Guangyang Base. The middle-aged officer slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a simple smile, and gently waved his hand and said, "It's all we should do. It's our job to protect the people. It looks like you guys are doing well, all freshly dressed and glowing. Wherever." Guangyang scratched his head. "We're also just trying to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. There's no need to be modest," said the middle-aged officer, his face heavy. "We've seen so many harrowing situations along the way, and many of the populace are ragged and skinny, with hollow and desperate eyes, only able to huddle in corners and struggle to find food to eat, gnawing on bark and eating roots. The tragic situation of the affected people in ancient times in the history books has finally shown into reality. Then there are the wounded, whose bodies are covered with wounds, but who are left to groan in agony due to the lack of medication and treatment, and whose wounds begin to inflame and fester under the harsh conditions. Many of the children clung to the adults, their faces full of fear and unease, their supposedly innocent eyes full of fear of this end time. What was once a bustling neighborhood is now reduced to a barren wasteland of debris. I'm sure you've seen a lot of these situations." Guangyang nodded. "It's true that we've seen a lot, but I'm ashamed to say that there's nothing we can do about it." "Yeah," the middle-aged officer sighed somberly. "We have an important mission in mind for this trip, and we are also unable to give them much help. In fact, in this end of the world, a person's power is ultimately limited. The power of unity is the vastness of the end of the world. Just like a drop of water in the sea, small and weak, can be converged into a raging sea waves, but there is enough to fight against the power of the army of thousands of horses. I see that you're party, but it's not very simple, especially you young man. I wonder what your next plan is." Guangyang did not hide anything and said bluntly, "We plan to head to Green Run City." The middle-aged officer looked puzzled. "This is a few thousand miles away from Green Luck City. Why do you guys want to go there?" Guangyang pondered for a moment. "Mostly, I'm looking for a place of refuge. Only in that case, why bother to go farther than you have to?" the middle-aged officer said with a solemn expression. "Currently, we, the Anping City military, have established a survivor base in the area of Guangyang district, where there are relatively perfect defense facilities as well as sufficient living resources. If you just want to seek refuge, we sincerely invite you to join the Guangyang district base, where we can work hand in hand to fight against all the crises of this post-apocalyptic world, so that everyone can find hope and warmth in a difficult environment." Guangyang's face was slightly stagnant, and he was already greatly shocked inwardly. Anping City, Guangyang district. In the late post-apocalyptic period, this place also had a dreadful title that scandalized countless people. That is, the home base of the Inhumans. No one knew what had happened in that mysterious and bizarre area. Guangyang had only heard about it in his previous life. It is said that the momentum of the development of Guangyang base in the early stage is extremely rapid. Only a few years, just like the Phoenix Nirvana successfully completed the metamorphosis, transformed into a remarkable super survivor base city. And because of that, the Guangyang base had attracted many outstanding evolvers into it. At that time, almost everyone thought that the Guangyang base would become one of the strongest fortresses in Xia. But what one would never expect is this. Overnight, the eerie blood-colored mist was like a demon's breath rising from hell, quietly enveloping the entire Guangyang base, silkily penetrating into every corner. The people in the Guangyang base, including the many evolved people, were all eroded by the mist without any defense. Their eyes gradually became hollow and confused. Their souls were withdrawn, their minds were lost, and their sanity was replaced by a kind of unknown madness. Even their bodies were undergoing bizarre changes. Strange lines grew on his skin. His power became unusually strong yet full of rage, and he gradually lost his human consciousness and became an inhuman with a passion for destruction and killing. Sure, these are really just rumors. Few people really knew what was going on at the Guangyang base. In his previous life, Guangyang was very curious about this matter and was eager to find out the truth of it. Unfortunately, it was out of reach. The mutated Guangyang base was so terrifying that no one dared to approach that area at all. By now, such a chance to figure out the truth behind the curtain was right in front of Guangyang, faced with an invitation from the Guangyang military. If one agrees to do so, then one is entering the game with one's body, using one's life as a chess piece. And whether the result will be to win half a son of heaven or to throw oneself into the net will depend on one's own destiny. Guangyang was silent for a moment. Your Excellency, we still need time to discuss about whether or not to travel to the Guangyang base. After all, this concerns the future of our team. The middle-aged officer nodded in understanding. Of course, it's a big decision, so you can think about it, and you're always welcome to join us. Guangyang turned around and faced the crowd. What's wrong? Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. I feel like you're preoccupied. Guangyang coughed lightly. What do you all think about traveling to the Guangyang base? I think it's quite good. Jiang Leyu shrugged his shoulders, a relaxed expression that he had no opinion. Qingyun City is really too far away from us, especially in this post-apocalyptic world where transportation is paralyzed. It's simply difficult and arduous to reach there. In cases like today, who's to say it won't happen again in the future? It's not always the military that comes to the rescue. Aha! Fang Yeye nodded repeatedly. I think Le Fish has a point. The Guangyang district of Anping City isn't far from us. We can get there in a few days. Just now that officer also said that the Guangyang base has relatively perfect facilities as well as sufficient resources, so there's really no need for us to seek farther away from home. Lei Hao laughed lightly a few times. If you all agree, then I have even less to say. But I'm still in agreement with you, Yangzi. If you want to go, I'll go. If you don't, then I won't go either. Thank you, Guangyang said with a sincere face. I do want to go, but I'm afraid of slowing everyone down. What's the drag here? Jiang Leyu frowned tightly. I think something's not quite right with you anymore. Are you hiding something from us? Guangyang took a deep breath. Indeed, but this matter is not clear for a while. But I can tell you clearly that once we decide to go to the Guangyang base, it is very likely that it will be 9 deaths. Chapter 16 Decisions. What? Everyone was shocked, and their faces were somewhat uncertain. 9 deaths? Jiang Leyu raised an eyebrow. What you're saying is too serious. Could it be that the Guangyang base is some kind of dragon's den? Guangyang nodded with a grave face. It's not too much to say that it's a dragon's den, and it's even more dangerous. Jiang Leyu looked skeptical. Are you suspecting that those officers have bad intentions towards us? That shouldn't be the case. With the strength of their thermal weapons, they can completely take us down with ease. The source of the problem is not them, Guangyang said in a deep voice. In truth, even these soldiers are victims. Not only them, but the entire population and evolved people of Guangyang base will be plunged into an unpredictable disaster. I'm sorry I can't explain this matter very clearly. Anyway, the Guangyang base is full of danger and crisis. It's definitely not a good place to go. Now do you guys still want to go to the Kuyo base? Zhang, brother Guangyang. Fang Yeye patted her chest, her heart palpitating. You've already made the situation so serious. Then we definitely don't want to go knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain. We're going to go to the Tiger Mountain. Only people as stupid as pigs would do that. Jiang Leyu frowned slightly and said after a moment's pause, Yeah is right. But Guangyang, from between your words just now, it seems that I can detect that you are hesitating about something. You don't want to go to the Guangyang base, do you? Guangyang took a deep breath. I am indeed in deep entanglement. The Guangyang base is in crisis and full of unknown perils. But if we have the courage and ability to find out the truth behind it, we may also be able to benefit greatly, or even prevent a terrible disaster from occurring. But the risks inherent in it are just too great. Just like facing a raging undercurrent. If you're not careful, you'll be caught up in it, and you'll never be able to get out of it. I'm not sure I can really cope with it, but I don't want to miss out on an opportunity that could change the situation. So it's a difficult choice. The crowd was in deep thought after hearing Guangyang's words. They understand that this is a difficult choice that requires careful consideration. This matter, said Jiang Leyu solemnly, I think I need brother Xiu Li to make the decision. Guangyang let out a bitter smile. I would like to go over and ask Mr. Xiu Li for advice, but with his nature, I'm afraid he won't bother to pay attention to me. I'll go. Jiang Leyu resolutely walked up to the caravan, and although she was a little nervous inwardly, she firmly walked up to Xiu Li's side and opened her mouth to inquire. Brother Xiu Li, do you think we should go to Guangyang base? Xiu Li said without thinking. Where you guys want to go, that's your freedom. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Leyu's face was a bit reluctant. Is it really as treacherous as Guangyang said within that Guangyang base? Xiu Li said in a light tone. To you, it is indeed a place of 9 deaths. But to me, it is nothing. There's no place in this world I can't go. Jiang Leyu beamed and said in a slightly petulant manner. Brother Xiu Li, although you seem cold on the surface, as if you are indifferent to everything, I know clearly in my heart that you are not really a heartless person. For example, last time, if you hadn't come to our aid in time, we would have really been in a desperate and dangerous situation. Xiu Li remained calm and collected. I am a reasonable person and have always acted as I please, following my feelings. You have provided me with great facilities, then I naturally have to provide you with some facilities as well. This is mutual help and has nothing to do with love. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice as cold as a chilly spring. To me, emotions are nothing more than false bonds. I will not be swayed by any so-called emotions. My actions are only based on the weighing of interests and rational judgment. And I stepped in to help not out of pity or emotion. I just felt that it was the logical choice under the circumstances. I can give you help at some point. But don't mistake this for the slightest fluctuation of emotion within me. I am as a wandering observer, unencumbered by any emotion and focused only on my own goals in interesting ways. Jiang Leyu stared at him in a daze, seeming to have some difficulty in accepting Xiu Li's so blunt and merciless remarks. But then she had to admit it. Xiu Li is such a transcendent, as if standing in the clouds overlooking the living beings, not moved by love existence. Jiang Leyu bit her lip, suddenly feeling a bit bewildered and helpless inside. You have to learn to become strong on your own. Xiu Li appeared suddenly behind her like a ghost, those hands with a hint of coolness gently resting on her shoulders, his cold voice echoing in the slightly cramped caravan. In life, you are the only one who is most reliable. Relying on others is to hand over your destiny to someone else to control. Relying on yourself is to hold your destiny tightly in your hands in order to create your own splendor. Especially in this end of the world, the power of others is like a misty cloud, may dissipate at any time. Only their own ability is the indestructible cornerstone. As in this endless darkness, if you cannot be the light of the fire, how can you expect others for you to light up the whole world? You must understand that only by relying on your own strength to keep growing and sharpening will you be able to stand firm in this cruel post-apocalyptic world and break into your own. Don't get lucky and don't put too much hope in others, because when the crisis really hits, you'll realize that the only person who can save you from it is you. Jiang Leyu trembled slightly, seemingly touched by Xiu Li's words. After a few moments of contemplation, she slowly straightened her spine, a glint of determination gradually igniting in her eyes. Xiu Li watched her change. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say anything else. He just quietly withdrew his hands and quietly stood aside. Then what exactly am I equivalent to for you? Jiang Liyu's gaze was like a torch, gazing straight at him. Ha! Xiu Li's mouth rose slightly and he laughed leisurely. A toy. A toy that would give me the slightest bit of pleasure in this boring post-apocalyptic life. You will show different reactions to different situations, or shock, or anger, or joy, like a doll endowed with a variety of emotional modes. And for me, you can give me just that little bit of amusement in these boring post-apocalyptic times. I don't believe it. Jiang Leyu clenched her lips, her face full of defiance. Xiu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, the smirk that appeared to be there at the corner of his mouth becoming more and more obvious. You see, at this moment you are so eager to get a different answer from my mouth appearance. Really interesting, just like a struggle to prove that they are not a toy doll. Do not know that you are struggling in my eyes, but also added a few points of unique interest. Chapter 17, Departure. Jiang Leyu didn't say anything anymore, only that an angry light was flashing in her eyes. Angry? Xiu Li's voice was full of playfulness. The toy angry is also a different flavor, but even if you how to struggle, it is difficult to change this established fact. As far as I'm concerned, you or can let me relieve boredom of existence. Perhaps one day, when I feel tired of playing with this toy, you will be discarded aside. But at least for the moment, you can still make me watch and tease with interest. The words are gone. Xiu Li laughed indulgently, and the laughter echoed lazily in the caravan, with a kind of reckless openness, and a full of care for everything in the world. Jiang Leyu's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his eyes burning with rage. I'll show you that I am never a toy to be played with at your whim. I'll go all out and make myself stronger than ever. And one day, I'll make you look at me with proper eyes. Having said that, Jiang Leyu resolutely turned around and walked out of the caravan. It's too much. What does Xiu Li think of Fishpa? Didn't you hear him? Jiang Leyu is a toy in Big Brother Xiu Li's eyes. A toy that can bring her the slightest bit of fun in this boring post-apocalyptic life. My mom, Xiu Li is really too good at this. Fun and games. Xiu Li, what I dislike most in my life is wasting things. Often every grain of rice in the bowl. I have to eat it clean. I will follow Xiu Li to the death. What? You want to get in line too? Big Brother Xiu Li, can you let me go first? Don't be too rebellious. You yellow kids. The pop-up area is full of perverts. And Xiu Li is an even bigger pervert. Cool. My fish baby is really pitiful. She has obviously tried so hard, but it's still hard to get rid of her fate of being wantonly toyed with by Xiu Li. It's been good. Fishy Bao at least has the qualifications to be a toy in Xiu Li's eyes. Look at Fong Yaya. Xiu Li has never bothered with her from start to finish. There is one more detail. I don't know if you noticed. Big Brother Xiu Li seems to have only ever smiled at Fishy Bao. He is basically unfriendly and cold to everyone else, and only in front of Fishy Bao will he try to tease her. So how is that not love? Oh, is this the love brain? It's horrible. Xiu Li, this is love too? How come I didn't know that? Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, ugh, I'd love to know where Xiu Li Daigo and Fishbot end up. Aren't they all dead? Xiu Li is buried deep in the North Pole, and Jiang Leyu should have been turned into ashes. Oh, oh. Oh, asked Guangyang with a confused look on his face as he opened his mouth. Did you and Mr. Xiu have a fight? No, Jiang Leyu said through clenched teeth. Guangyang, let me ask you, just how can I make myself stronger than ever? Ha? Guangyang scratched his head, a bit puzzled for a moment. A few moments later, only then did he slowly open his mouth and say, if you want to become powerful, it is inevitable that you have to continuously sharpen yourself, put yourself in a variety of perilous environments, go through the baptism of blood and fire, and refine the combat power in real battles, and only in this way can you realize true growth. When Jiang Leyu heard this, a flash of determination swept through his eyes. I've made up my mind. I'm going to head to the Guangyang base, which, despite the dangers, also happens to be an excellent place to sharpen myself. I'm going to make a transformational shift there, become truly powerful, and make everyone look at me differently. Fish. Fang Ye frowned lightly. Are you irritated by something? Could it be that Mr. Xiu bullied you? Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Leyu grunted softly. Anyway, I've decided to head to the Kuyo base. What about you guys? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. Since that's the case, then I've also decided to head to the Guangyang base. If you want to go, Li Hao spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. Then I'll just have to give up my life. Fang Yaha puffed out her cheeks. Then do I still have a choice? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. In that case, then we will live and die together from now on. The words fell. He turned and walked over to a few of the officers. Your Excellency, we have decided to head to the Guangyang base after discussion. That's great. The middle-aged officer's face burst into a wide smile. Welcome to you all. The Guangyang base is in need of young and talented people like you. I believe your arrival will bring new vigor and hope to the base. Said. He pulled out a well-made pass from his jacket pocket and solemnly handed it to Zhang Yang. This is a special pass for the Guangyang base, and after you show it to the base's guards, they will quickly arrange for specialized personnel to enthusiastically and meticulously introduce you to the base's rules and precautions. These rules and do's and don'ts cover everything from day-to-day behavioral norms to emergency response, and are critical to your life and operations on base. Apart from that, said the middle-aged officer with a mysterious smile on his face, you can also enjoy some privileges with this document. I won't go into details on this point. Wait until you arrive at the Guangyang base and feel it for yourselves. Thank you so much. Zhang Yang shook his hand tightly. We will definitely work hard to fulfill our roles at the Guangyang base and live up to your expectations and trust. The middle-aged officer laughed. There's no need to be polite. We still have an important mission ahead of us, so we won't be able to accompany you all to the Guangyang base. Farewell. Zhang Yang looked at their distant backs, and a wave of complicated thoughts welled up in his heart. What's the point of freezing here? Jiang Leyu shouted without any good humor. Get in the car. Here we go. Zhang Yang said as he walked up to the RV. With this, the crowd also formally embarked on their journey to Guangyang base. But it's only just begun. They then ran into a large truck traveling head-on. Li Hao could only step on the brakes tightly. The narrow road in front of him obviously couldn't allow a big truck and a giant caravan to pass through at the same time. Big brother. A few men came down from the big van, all of them saying with excited faces, truly, it's life, we meet again. It's actually you guys? Zhang Yang's face was a bit depressed. That's right. These were the very same scumbags he had brutally beaten up only a short while ago. It's a bit of fate to meet twice in one day. Big brother, said several men with attentive faces. Aren't you guys planning to go forward to Qingyun City? We're just about to set off as well. Zhang Yang laughed. I don't want to go to Qingyun City again now. I'm going to go to Guangyang base, so you guys hurry up and back up and get out of the way. Aha! Several of the men were dumbfounded. This. Luckily it was just on the way or else. Chapter 18 Blood Sun. Big brother, can we follow you to the Guangyang base? A few men asked cautiously. Whatever you guys want. Zhang Yang responded casually, with a bit of carelessness in his tone. If you're not afraid to die, you can come along. The words fell. The big truck slowly backed up to make way for the caravan to set off on its journey again, the roar of the engine sounding like a horn to move forward. Brother Yuan. Several men stared blankly at the gradually disappearing caravan, their gazes darting between each other, their faces all somewhat hesitant. Do we still have to follow through? They don't seem too happy about it. Damn it! Lin Yuan clenched his teeth, a flash of determination on his face. Do we have any other choice? It's not one death or the other. So follow me. The RV sped ahead, and Lin Yuan and the others moved quickly to follow closely behind. All the way, everyone's hearts were filled with apprehension, not knowing exactly what awaited them ahead. Zhang Yang noticed the big truck following him through the rearview mirror and frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention to it. the RV was slowly traveling down the road. And yet no one noticed. The sun in the sky slowly turned the color of blood, and the eerie red light sprinkled on the barren earth, adding a few points of eeriness and horror for no reason. Brother Guangyang, Fangya suddenly exclaimed, a hint of panic and doubt in her voice. Isn't there something wrong with this sunlight? Why is it getting redder and redder? It's like something terrible is about to happen. Red sun? Jiang Leyu said slowly as his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the sky that was becoming more and more bizarre. It's just that the red color looks a little weird now, not like normal sunlight, but with a disturbing aura. Guangyang said with a grave expression, this is the scarlet blood sun. The bloody rain has just stopped and the bloody sun has descended. This end of the world really doesn't give ordinary people a chance to live. Oh, Jiang Leyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this blood-colored sunlight harmful to people? Guangyang's complexion was slightly stagnant, with a hint of worry in his gaze. The blood sun contains a bizarre radiation energy that will erode the human immune system and cause one's bodily functions to gradually decline, and ordinary people simply cannot survive the blood sun. Not only that, under the influence of the blood sun, those zombies that were already roaming around will become more manic and ferocious, with their speed of movement and attack power dramatically increased, and their threat to the survivors multiplied. And then there's the fact that some animals don't change their nature when they mutate. Therefore, those mutated creatures that are already docile will not attack people at will, but the blood sun will stimulate the ferocity of such creatures. In that case, Riverleaf said after a moment, we evolved people should be affected by the blood sun as well. That's right, Guangyang nodded. Evolutionaries will also gradually fall into a berserk state if they are exposed to the blood sun for a long time. Everyone just stay in the RV for the duration. Fangya said with palpitations, ordinary people cannot survive under the blood sun. Fortunately I have already successfully completed my evolution with the help of brother Guangyang, or else I would have been finished. What? Jiang Leyu was astonished. Yeah, you have become an evolutionary? Guangyang, you actually have such a great ability? And you can help people complete their evolution? This is actually nothing. Guangyang spread his hands and said, after a while, I believe the officials will be able to work out a way for people to become evolved. Jiang Leyu's face was astonished. You know about this method even earlier than the officials. You can't be a reborn. Guangyang laughed. Do you guys really believe that someone can be reborn? Jiang Leyu lightly grunted. I'm not kidding. Given all your previous behavior, you do indeed show signs of being a reborn person. Except that it's just so mind-boggling that I've been a bit disbelieving. I'm really not a reborn person. Guangyang hastened to sophistry. Actually, I just awakened some kind of psychic ability that can predict the future, which enables me to take the lead everywhere. Really? Jiang Leyu's face was a bit disbelieving. Then you're too comprehensive. That's not right. If you can really predict the future, then how come we encountered the mutated ant swarm? We were almost wiped out that time. Guangyang explained helplessly. My psychic ability works and doesn't work, and I can only predict things in the general direction, but I can't control the details. Alright. Jiang Leyu didn't pursue any further. The caravan was still traveling, and as time passed, the scarlet color of blood became even more intense, and the entire world seemed to be immersed in a sea of blood. The scenery on both sides of the road became more and more dilapidated, and all that was left of the abandoned villages were crumbling walls, as if they had been mercilessly gnawed away by age and disaster. And occasionally some wandering mutant creatures could be seen, their figures looking particularly hideous under the reflection of the blood-colored sunlight. Ho ho ho! Suddenly, a chilling roar exploded like thunder, and the huge mutant storm bear stormed out from the forest like a moving mountain, its blood-red eyes flashing with madness, and its sharp claws clawing out a deep trail on the ground. Holy, what a big bear! The crowd in the RV was instantly alert. Guangyang's brow furrowed as he quickly shouted, everyone be careful, prepare to fight. Several people were gripping the weapons in their hands tightly, their gazes tightly staring at the mutant storm bears outside the car, their whole body muscles tensed. Ho ho ho! The mutant storm bear pounded its chest and roared, pouncing towards the caravan with its teeth and claws open. Each step on the ground caused a slight vibration, and it raised its thick paw high, slapping it over with a strong wind. The RV made a toothsome metallic twisting sound at the force of this powerful impact. The car body instantly dented a piece. The metal plate was squeezed out of shape, twisted lines like spreading cracks. The window glass also appeared under the impact of the fine cracks, as if at any time will be broken and splashed. The items inside the car was shocked to the east and west, making a crackling sound of collision. We can't let the storm bears destroy the RV. Guangyang's eyes were as sharp as eagles as he leapt out of the caravan in a single arrow step. The long knife in his hand flashed with a cold aura under the reflection of the bloody sun. The mutant storm bear swung its huge paw at him, bringing up a gust of wind. Guangyang nimbly dodged sideways, The bear's paw almost grazed his body and the strong wind that blew up made his hair fly. Immediately after that, he rolled over and swung out his long knife in a smooth manner, cutting a shallow wound on the storm bear's leg, a move that enraged the storm bear even more. Ho ho ho! The furious bear stormed. Its dull roar was as if it could penetrate one's soul, making one's heart tremble, and its huge body was like a moving hill, carrying an endless sense of oppression. Chapter 19, Special Training. Seeing this, Li Hao also rushed towards the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The long spear in his hand shook. A bit of cold aura arrived first, then the gun came out like a dragon. Ho ho ho! The mutant tyrannical bear sensed the attack and quickly turned around to try to strike back, but Li Hao leaped up and turned around in the air in a dashing manner, avoiding the tyrannical bear's ferocious attack in an extremely skillful manner. Landing moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again stabbed straight with his spear, instantly adding another wound to the storm bear's body. Ho ho ho! The mutant storm bear roared angrily and launched a frantic attack once again. Guangyang didn't panic and took a skidding step to dodge to the side of the stormy bear. The long knife in his hand slashed like lightning, leaving a deep gash in its abdomen. The mutant storm bear ate the pain and twisted its body even more frantically. "Look, fish, hurry up and shoot an arrow," Fan Yaya urged anxiously from the side. "Don't be in a hurry." Jiang Leyu was fully focused on maneuvering the crossbow in his hands. "This thing is not yet very skillful. In case it shoots Guangyang, they will not be good. Damn big dumb bear. Suffer." The words just fell. An arrow shot at the stormy bear like a meteor catching up with the moon. Some arrows hit its fur. Although they did not cause any fatal damage, they managed to attract the attention of the stormy bear, sharing the pressure for Guangyang and Li Hao. Ha! Li Hao leaped up high, and the long spear in his hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, viciously stabbing at the back of the tyrannical bear. The stormy bear struggled frantically, trying to throw him off, but Li Hao held the lance tightly as if it was nailed to its body, and would not let go. Guangyang took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and with the tacit cooperation between the two of them, the storm bear's injuries were getting worse and its movements were getting slower and slower. Finally, Guangyang saw the right moment and used all his strength to stab the long knife deeply into the heart of the stormy bear. The mutant storm bear let out one last unwilling roar and slowly fell down, raising a cloud of dust. Above the RV, Yaya let out a long breath. "Look, fish, it's finally over. It was killing me. You haven't even participated in a battle yet, and you're about to die of fright?" Jiang Leyu waved his hand. "In my opinion, from now on you will be the one to maneuver this crossbow. I'm still better at close combat." "Look, fish, I can't." Fang Yaya faced timid. "Can't say no." Jiang Leyu patted her shoulder with a serious face. "Especially in this post-apocalyptic world, you can't always rely on others. You have to learn to rely on yourself. In life, only you are the most reliable." I'm a little scared," Fang Yaya said timidly. Jiang Leyu slightly skimmed his mouth. "I have to talk to Guangyang. I have to let you have a good experience. Anyway, you're bored with him all day long. It's only right to let him teach you." "No such thing." Fanya blushed. "I'm just talking to him," Jiang Leyu said quietly. "I remember didn't certain people say at first that they were going to take down Mr. Xiu ruthlessly? Why are they wimping out now? Don't you say it." Fang Yaya beamed, her voice like cotton wool. "Mr. Xiu is really too high and cold. It was hard for me to work up the courage to say something to him in the first place, but he took one look at me and almost scared me into cardiac arrest." Jiang Leyu couldn't help but giggle. "Is it that much of a stretch?" Yes. Fang Yaya gently bit her lip and said with a serious face, "All I have to do now is see him and my little heart flutters and my body trembles uncontrollably. Am I that scary?" Xiu Li ventured out coldly, a hint of doubt in his voice. "Oh!" Fang Yaya cried out at once, tears swirling in her eyes and sliding down her cheeks. When Guangyang and Li Hao, who had returned from the bloody battle, saw this, they were both bewildered and somewhat puzzled. "What's going on here? What happened?" Certain people were scared to tears. Jiang Leyu said with a speechless face, "I say Guangyang, I'm counting on you to take care of Yaya in the future, so make sure you start special training for her. Look at the way she looks at the moment. If she were to leave our shelter one day, then in this post-apocalyptic world, I'm afraid that she would instantly be devoured by those demons and monsters to the point that there would be no scraps left." Guangyang sniffed and nodded with deep concern. "In fact, I have long considered this issue. Xiaoya's nature is indeed rather soft and timid. This is very difficult to survive in the end times. There's no time for that now. After we arrive at the Guangyang base, I'll tailor a special training program for her, from the sharpening of her physical abilities to the enhancement of her skills, from the refining of her guts to the sharpening of her mind, all of which will allow her to have a transformative transformation. In the midst of the end times, everywhere there are crises and hidden dangers. I will lead her step by step to become strong, so that she also has enough ability to deal with those zombies, mutated creatures and other threats that may emerge at any time, and grow up to become an evolved person who can take charge of her own life. Ha! Xiu Li suddenly let out a light laugh, with a few bits of playfulness on his face that was not easily detectable by ordinary people. Otherwise, give her to me for special training. This statement was made. Everyone froze like a statue. The surroundings fell into a strange silence. Time also seems to be at a standstill at this moment. Only the light or heavy breathing of the crowd in the air floating vaguely. Guangyang was the first to come back to his senses from the shock, and with a flash of surprise in his eyes, he hurriedly said, "It really wouldn't be better if Mr. Xiu could start special training for you." Xiu Li, brother? Jiang Leyu's face was full of questions. Why would you suddenly think that? Interesting. Xiu Li slowly opened his mouth. His voice was like a breeze brushing across the strings of a zither, carrying an elusive flavor. Don't you think it's fun to toy with a timid kitten? I had found her quite boring, but I didn't realize she was so afraid of me. And now I'm a little curious as to what she can become in my hands. I'll train her special, so don't let me down. You can really. Jiang Leyu was speechless. No, don't. Fear like a tidal wave instantly welled up in Fangya's eyes, and her face turned as white as paper. Her slightly trembling voice said with a sobbing tone, "Mr. Xiu, I know you must mean well, and I'm sure you're capable of training me well, but I'm really too timid. I'm now trembling with fear at the sight of those terrifying mutant creatures, and I'm afraid of dragging my feet during the special training process and causing you unnecessary trouble. I was worried that I would be too stupid to meet your expectations and waste your time and energy then. I really didn't mean to reject your piece of goodwill. It's just that right now, I really don't have enough courage." Talking at the same time, her body involuntarily shrank back, as if there was a vicious beast in front of her. Xiu Li sensed her fear, but the corners of his mouth still hung with that seeming smile. "Little girl, don't be afraid of those vain fears. Imagine when you have great power, and you can travel freely through this post-apocalyptic world, no longer fearful, and only I can lead you on that path of strength. Come with me. Immerse yourself in this journey of transformation and stop being bound by your inner vulnerability." Xiu Li's eyes flashed with a fantastical and inexplicable light, like the light of a mysterious and brilliant star in the night sky, carrying an irresistible magic. Under his extremely penetrating gaze, Fangya's consciousness gradually became trance-like, as if she was in a disorienting fog and could no longer extricate herself. Chapter 20, Meeting on a Narrow Road. I do. Fangya gently raised her eyes. Her gaze seemed to have slight waves rippling in it as she slowly walked to Xiu Li's front, so well behaved that she was like a docile kitten. "Mr. Xiu, from now on, I will place myself completely in your hands. You are the light on the road ahead of me. I will follow your footsteps closely, not missing a step, and I will take every word you say to heart as my most precious guide. No matter what kind of task or challenge you arrange, I will not complain half-heartedly and will only do my best to fulfill it. I will be like the tamest of kittens, guarding the trust you have given me, growing and breaking through in the process to become stronger and more in line with your expectations." Xiu Li nodded slightly, a flash of seeming appreciation quietly flashing through his deep eyes. He gently stretched out his hand, and Fangya actually really looked like an extremely well-behaved kitten, meekly squatting down, quietly allowing him to caress it. That look, that gesture, all of it illustrated her extreme docility and obedience. The few people beside him were stunned when they saw this scene. "Xiao, what happened to her?" Li Hao inquired with a face full of doubts. Xiu Li cast a sidelong glance at him. His powerful aura was like a storm approaching, and his gaze was just like two biting cold lights, instantly making Li Hao fall into an ice cave. "It's not your place to ask." His voice was low and powerful, like the muffled thunder echoing in the deep canyon, and every word seemed like 1,000 pounds hitting Li Hao's heart, causing him to go into cardiac arrest. "I'm wrong." Li Hao's legs trembled, his heart filled with shock and fear. Under the shroud of Xiu Li's powerful aura, he felt like a tiny mole cricket, not worth mentioning at all. "Mr. Xiu." Guangyang also rushed over to express his feelings. "I'm really sorry, Hao Zi. He's always been more straightforward. I can guarantee that this time he definitely didn't mean to disrespect you. Please be generous and forgive him once again." "Hao Zi, don't slap yourself yet." Upon hearing this, without the slightest hesitation or reluctance, Li Hao immediately raised his hand and dryly slapped it to his face. Snap, pop, pop. Crisp slaps rang out continuously, and Li Hao's cheeks quickly reddened, but there was only sincerity and repentance in his eyes. He said aloud as he fanned himself, "Mr. Xiu, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please forgive me for my recklessness and offense this time." Xiu Li looked at him quietly, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You didn't disrespect me, you just asked what you shouldn't have. Go drive your car and pay attention later." Li Hao immediately stopped his movements and respectfully stood aside. his face filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Xiu, for your forgiveness. The RV continued on. The next trip was not smooth. Due to the irradiation of the blood sun, many mutant creatures are becoming unusually violent. The crowd knows that the crisis is everywhere, but also can only be vigilant to the extreme. As if the taut bowstring, do not dare to have the slightest slackness. It's over. My Yarbro is over. It's not over. Didn't you guys always say that Xiu Li and Fangya didn't have a role? Now, isn't the part coming? Who wants such a scene? What does Xiu Li take us Yabo for? What kind of evil trick did he use? And how did Yabo suddenly become so docile and well-behaved? Just like a little kitten. Oh, I'm crying my eyes out. Yabo has actually been very good. She's really cute and kind. Yabo should have lost his mind to Xiu Li. How dare he treat my Yabo like this? I really hate him. Ha ha. Briefly summarize it. Before, when Fangya saw Xiu Li, as if to see what to avoid the flood beasts, but now she is in front of the Xiu Li, directly transformed into a well-behaved kitten. I have to say, Big Brother Xiu Li is really too good at this. Fun. Love fun. Big Brother Xiu Li shouldn't be trying to keep Fangya as a pet cat. Ha? Isn't Fangya already a pet of Big Brother Xiu Li? It's totally an honor for her. A holy mother who couldn't survive more than 3 days in the last days, to have such an end. Brothers, I think there should be more drama behind Fangya. There must be more to the plot. That daily teasing and toning is fun to think about. Don't dream about it. It's a global broadcast right now. Even if there really is a VIP episode happening, it'll be skipped. Positive energy. Right. Guys, I have another question. Do you think Guangyang is a reborn person? Whether he is or not, it doesn't matter much. With Big Brother Xiu Li controlling the whole situation, Guangyang has no room to play at all. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, ugh, talk about a bit of a shame about Guangyang. I was all set to kowtow to his CP with Fangya, but I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye Yabao had become Big Brother Xiu Li's pet. Feeling Guangyang Fangya still a bit of meaning, but he is still more sensible. A see the seed is not right. Immediately scattered. Do not dare to ask a question. Li Hao, I did ask. Look at my face. Li Hao, oh. Why is it always me who gets hurt every time? Janet, honest people do. This is not funny. My mom. I saw Mrs. San. This is the mutated third wife. It's so big. Not far from the RV. Two gut-wrenching mutant creatures meet narrowly. A mutant giant lizard covered with hard steel-like scale armor, flashing bloodthirsty red eyes, as if burning with endless desire to kill. The thick tail every time to beat the ground, raised the sky of sand and dust. The other was a majestic mutated spotted tiger. The athletic figure exuded danger under the bloody sun, with sharp fangs and razor-sharp claws that seemed to be indestructible weapons. Ho ho ho! The mutant tiger tilted its head and roared like a battle horn, shaking the 4 directions, and the surrounding trees rustled in the gusty wind. The battle erupted instantly without warning. The mutant giant lizard violently bowed backward as if it was a fully drawn bowstring, and then shot out as if it was an arrow that had left the string, rushing towards the tiger at an extremely fast speed. With its huge blood basin mouth opened extremely wide, and its sharp teeth flashed with a chilling light under the bloody sunlight as it attempted to bite down on the tiger's neck. Wild winds rose in all directions, blowing the sand and stones on the ground around. The mutant tiger reacted with extreme agility. Its hind legs stomped with force, and its entire body leapt out to the side nimbly, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, skillfully dodging the giant lizard's pounce. Landing moment. It immediately twisted its body and raised its thick and powerful front claws, slapping fiercely towards the giant lizard with the sound of whistling wind. A muffled sound of snapping as the claws fell. Hisses. The giant lizard let out an angry chirp when it was hit, and its thick tail swept violently across like a steel whip, its tail slicing through the air with a whimpering sound. The mutant tiger leaps lightly to avoid it, landing on the ground. He once again made a forward lunge and opened his mouth to bite into the giant lizard's leg. The giant lizard turned around in a hurry and slammed his massive body into it. The tiger was knocked back a few steps, but soon stabilized itself and attacked again, jumping up and scratching the lizard's scale armor with its claws, making crunching sounds. The ground trembled violently under the fierce twisting and collision of the two mutated beasts. The surrounding trees were unable to withstand its force and snapped. Both sides went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and the battle entered a white heat. The giant lizard's tail continuously lashed the manticore, each lash carrying a powerful force that left a trail of blood on its body. The tiger was not to be outdone, and with its agility and strength, it pounced on the giant lizard time and again to tear it apart. Both sides seemed to have forgotten everything around them, with only each other as opponents in their eyes. The glow of the blood sun in the sky became more and more demonic, and the eye holes of the two mutant beasts became more and more blood red. Chapter 21, Fangya's changes. The battle went on for a long time. The wounds on both sides were increasing. The giant lizard's scale armor was scratched in some places, and the tiger was bloodied. Eventually the lizard spews out a mouthful of deadly venom, and the tiger, though poisoned, still bites the lizard's neck in death. The giant lizard struggled for a few moments before ceasing to move, and the tiger slowly collapsed to the ground due to the venom. Both sides died together. When the people on the caravan saw such a situation, they all let out a long breath of relief, and a look of celebration spread across their taut faces. Mutant lizards and tigers. These two were undoubtedly the most powerful mutated creatures they had seen so far. That hideous appearance and fierce power were all chilling a few people. Fortunately, it entangled with each other and exhausted its last ounce of strength in a fierce fight, eventually dying together. If not, the consequences are simply unimaginable. We have to reach the Guangyang base as soon as possible. Jiang Yang's face was quite grave. Under the influence of the blood sun, more and more mutated creatures are falling into a state of berserkness. We've been relatively lucky, or else we'd really be struggling. Jiang Leyu frowned. I find that the weather is also getting hotter. Is this an effect brought about by the blood sun? That's right. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. A blood sun in the sky will encourage the temperature to continue to climb. And while we're inside the RV, which may not be very noticeable due to the air conditioning being on, the temperature outside has actually reached as high as 40 degrees. Ugh, Jiang Leyu sighed softly. Jiang Yang, do we still have enough supplies? You cannot worry about that for now. Jiang Yang returned with a calm face. We are fairly well stocked, and our current supplies of food, water, and other necessities, after careful reckoning, will last us a few months. Thanks to my spatial powers, I also don't have to worry about things like rotting. Only when Jiang Leyu heard this did a few moments of relief flow from the corners of his mouth. We're lucky to be traveling with you. You mustn't say that, Jiang Yang said with a serious face. It would be my third life's fortune to meet you and Mr. Xiu. These little tricks of mine are nothing in front of Mr. Xiu. There's no need for you to be presumptuous. Xiu Li suddenly spoke, his demeanor leisurely. Fang Yaya squatted beside him, her eyes closed tightly, her brows knitted tightly, as if she was immersed in a terrible nightmare, her face full of pain and struggle. What happened to Yaya? Jiang Leyu skimmed his lips. Brother Xiu Li, be gentle. Don't play Yaya badly. Interesting. Xiu Li laughed softly. Do you want to try it too? I don't want it. Jiang Leyu gritted her teeth. I'm going to become strong on my own. I don't want your help. The corners of Xiu Li's lips rose slightly, so he didn't say anything more, only gently stroking Fang Yaya's head, but no one noticed that between the palms of his hands, there was actually a hidden ghostly light flickering quietly. In the meantime, at Fang Yaya's shoulder blade, a dark black kitten mark loomed like a ghost, as if it were a mysterious rune leaping out of the abyss, carrying an elusive power. It was accompanied by the gentle rubbing of Xiu Li's palm. The kitten mark was sometimes clearly visible, exuding an eerie aura as deep as the night, and at other times it was blurred, only faintly flickering with a dark and strange light, seemingly interwoven by countless mysterious threads, gently swaying in the air like a phantom. Xiu Li smiled faintly, and with that, he gently tapped on Fang Yaya's forehead. She snapped out of it, her face rather dazed. What's going on? Fang Yaya whispered to herself in shock, her gaze filled with incredulity as she stared blankly at herself, able to clearly feel a powerful force gurgling within her body. Yeah, inquired River Leaffish in a quiet voice as she gently walked over. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Fanya smiled back. You don't have to worry, Leaffish. I'm fine then. Really? Jiang Leyu's complexion was slightly stagnant, and she suddenly slapped her chest. Fang Yaya subconsciously reached out and steadily grabbed her palm. Jiang Leyu's face showed surprise. Yaha, you've gotten so quick to react and say it's nothing. There must be something odd. Quickly say, just what exactly happened? Or I can use my tickling method to tickle you to death, yo. She revealed a wry smile, and her fingers also gently traced around Fang Yaya's waist. Don't. Lefish, don't you move. Fang Yaya laughed as she twisted her body trying to avoid it. Stop it. Stop scratching. Jiang Leyu, however, had no intention of stopping, still scratching relentlessly. Then you quickly tell me what's going on, otherwise I will not stop. Oh. Fang Yaya couldn't stand the itchy torture and had to beg for mercy. Okay, I'm really convinced. I'll just say it. In fact, just now I had a dream. In dreams, as soon as she mentioned it, her cheeks became as if they were the brilliant evening sunlight in the sky, instantly turning scarlet and crimson, and her eyes began to flutter, as if it was rather difficult to speak. In the dream, it seemed like I was in a wonderful place. There was gorgeous light all around me, and then there was a blurry figure, and he hugged me gently, and OMG. I'm really embarrassed to say more. Fang Yaya lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, her hands unconsciously twisted together. and her voice was even lower than a mosquito fly. That shy look was like it could drip water. Jiang Leyu couldn't help but snicker when he saw her in this state. Yo, so our Yaya had such a romantic dream, then what happened? Fang Yaya gently pushed her and pouted. Look, fish, just stop asking. She quietly and shyly turned her head away, her lips slightly raised, lifting up a touch of playfulness if anything, and her eyes also began to flicker with a dark and deep light, as if it was a mysterious glow hidden in the abyss, emitting a treacherous and mysterious aura. If one looks extremely closely, she was also surprised to find that a dark black kitten imprint was hidden in her eyes. At this moment, Fang Yaya seemed to be still shy and weak, but the light lurking in the depths of her eyes as well as the phantom of the dark night kitten were like unseen silk threads that were quietly weaving a dark web full of mystery and schemes. Jiang Leyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze quietly turned to Xiu Li. What the hell did you do to our Yaya? She looks really changed. Xiu Li's face was non-committal. It seems to be working so far. His gaze lightly landed on Fang Yaya's body, and a touch of undetectable satisfaction passed through his eyes. Fang Yaya also looked over quietly, with both deep respect and a hint of trepidation hidden in her eyes. She did have a dream, but it wasn't some splendid and beautiful dream like what Jiang Leyu had said. Instead, in the endless darkness, all around was drenched in thick ink, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. One illusion after another. Desert in the middle of nowhere, the hot sun mercilessly scorching the earth. The wind whistles and rolls up the dust. At the top of the cold and biting ice mountain, the bitterly cold wind scraped across her cheeks like knives, and the ice under her feet constantly made a heart-pounding cracking sound. Broken city, endless zombie siege. Fang Yaya had experienced a lot of despair and death, but under Xiu Li's playful teasing, she was forced to stand up again, and the slightest resistance would be met with his merciless grunting. Gradually, she lost herself. What was once Fang Yaya is dead. Chapter 22 Arrival at Guangyang Base. 3 days later, after several hardships, the caravan finally managed to arrive at the Guangyang base. At the entrance to the base, a tall, sturdy metal guardrail stood, and a team of heavily armed guards stood there like statues, and as the caravan slowly approached, they immediately raised their weapons in their hands vigilantly and stopped the caravan. A few brothers were here to join the population of the base. Guangyang poked his head out of the car window and unhurriedly pulled out the pass from his pocket and waved it in front of a soldier. At first, the soldier's face was still a bit skeptical, and after carefully checking the pass, his attitude began to change. The original cold face gradually eased down, and the vigilance in his eyes slowly faded away, replaced by friendliness and warmth. So it's one of our own. Welcome to the Light Sun base. Please understand if I have offended you much just now. He signaled to the other soldiers for a few to drop their weapons and open the guardrail to clear the way for the RV. Brothers are not simple. Your passes are issued by Captain Wang himself, but anyone who can be seen by him is basically an elite from all walks of life. At the moment, our Guangyang base is in dire need of all kinds of talents. The soldier's face was filled with admiration and appreciation, and his eyes unreservedly showed his recognition of the several people inside the caravan. That's very kind, Guangyang said with a smile. We're really just ordinary folk. It's Captain Wang who's looking down on us too much. Don't be modest, the soldier said with an enthusiastic face and a voice full of sincerity. Guangyang base is currently in a critical period of development. Whether it's in the field of scientific research, defense construction, or combat, there is an extremely urgent need for capable, experienced, and intelligent people to join in. It's really great that you guys made it here. The RV began to slowly pull into the base, the soldier still behind it waving his hand in a friendly manner, as if welcoming a guest from afar. As the caravan moves forward, the unique environment of the base gradually comes into view. The sky was still shrouded by the eerie blood sun, scarlet light pouring down, casting a mysterious and depressing color over the entire base, like a thick blood-colored veil, causing an inexplicable uneasiness to well up in one's heart. Both sides of the street, some simple houses were built in a patchwork, casting twisted and blurred shadows under the bloody sun, and the leaves of the trees swayed in the breeze, making a slight rustling sound. People in protective suits were in a hurry, their silhouettes hidden in the halo of the bloody sun. Some nooks and corners piled up a lot of discarded debris, adding a few points of barren silence. The situation within the Guangyang base is also not optimistic. Jiang Leyu's face showed emotion, and his slightly furrowed brows appeared to be pouring out his inner worries. By the way, Guangyang, you said before that Guangyang base is like a dragon's den, but now it seems that there is nothing unusual about it. Guangyang paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It's naturally impossible to tell now. Before that disaster had occurred, Guangyang base was no different from an ordinary base city. But we must not be blinded by this superficial calm. We must uncover the black hand hidden behind the curtain. Speaking of which, his eyes became resolute and sharp. like a sharp sword about to be sheathed. Of course, this is bound to be an incomparably arduous process, but there is no turning back. No matter how many hardships and dangers lie ahead of us, we must go forward. The fate of Guangyang base may be in our hands. Brother Zhang Yang, Fang Yaya suddenly interjected. What exactly is the fate of the Light Sun base? It actually doesn't have much to do with us, does it? This statement was made. Several people froze. It wasn't like Fang Yaya to be able to say such words. Yeah. Jiang Leyu's face was shocked. What are you talking about? Fang Yaya, however, did not panic and cleared her throat to continue. Everyone listen to me first. Think about it. If we are really determined to uncover the mastermind behind that, how much energy must we expend? If it's just for the fate of the Guangyang base, then wouldn't the reward we gain be too little? As I see it, we deserve to go for the greater good in the process. Zhang Yang's face stared slightly. So, what do you think? What interests should we go for? Fang Yaya smiled gently, with a bit of certainty and cunning in her eyes. In my opinion, this piece of land in Guangyang base is quite good, and if it is properly developed, it can completely become our territory in the future. The words just fell. The crowd was all wide-eyed, their faces in some disbelief. Yeah, Jiang Leyu said with a shocked look on her face. It's really over. You're no longer the Yaha I know. What the hell did Mr. Xiu do to you? It can't be brainwashing. You've become very bold, eh? Fang Yaya smiled without saying anything. Coincidentally, that's when a small car drove up on the other side of the road, followed by a smiling young man peeking out the window, his face full of enthusiasm. Welcome, everyone, to Guangyang base. I'm your guide Zhao Junran. Just call me Xiao Xiao, and I'll be taking you on a preliminary tour of our base. Having said that, he turned the car around and continued to drive slowly toward the interior of the base. Gentlemen, please look. The environment of the base we are in at the moment is actually quite depressing, with that weird blood sun hanging high in the sky, emitting a mysterious and dangerous aura. Because of this, numerous personnel are forced to wear protective clothing as a way to minimize the effects of radiation from the blood sun. At present, within the base, there have already been too many incidents of deaths due to blood sun radiation, and nowadays, most of the survivors in the base choose to hide inside. After all, the environment outside is filled with terrible risks. Our base is also divided into several different areas. This side is the scientific research area, where all kinds of researchers are engaged in all kinds of research day and night, making every effort to try to explore effective methods and advanced technologies to deal with the current predicament. That's the stockpile area over there. A huge amount of living emergency supplies are stored to ensure the normal operation of the base. And further on is the slum area, where people do live in relatively hard conditions, but the base has always done its best to improve their living conditions. In addition, there are rich neighborhoods. This area is mostly inhabited by elite evolvers, who enjoy relatively favorable living conditions here by virtue of their powerful abilities and abundant resources. The architecture of this place is much more refined and luxurious, and the infrastructure is much better. The residents of the wealthy neighborhoods also play an important role in the base, contributing, for example, to both defending against external threats and promoting the base. But the management of the Guangyang base is also working hard to balance the gaps between the various regions to ensure that the entire base can develop harmoniously and stably. Chapter 23 Rules. We're here, all of you get off, Zhao Junran said with an enthusiastic face, his voice filled with sincerity and friendliness. The crowd slowly got out of the car and looked up. An elegant and delicate villa came into view. Are we living in a rich neighborhood? Jiang Leyu inquired softly. That's natural, Zhao Junran said with a smile. To be able to obtain Captain Wang's recognition, there is no need to mention your strengths. You are definitely qualified to live in a rich area, and this villa is specially prepared for you. Several people walked along the verdant path toward the villa, gently pushing open the carved door. A fresh and elegant atmosphere came out. Walking into the villa, the first thing that caught his eyes was the spacious and bright living room, with gorgeous crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The bright light was like stars spilling down, illuminating the whole space. Soft leather sofas were staggered. The living room was flanked by huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the bloody sun poured in through the glass, unreservedly, leaving an eerie patch of light on the floor. There are several beautiful art paintings hanging on the walls, and every line and color seems to hold a mysterious story. Walking up the rotating staircase, the handrails of the stairs are beautifully carved and warm to the touch. The upstairs bedroom is warmly and comfortably furnished. The soft beds make you feel like you are on top of the clouds, and the clean white sheets exude a fresh scent. Push open the bedroom window. Outside the window was a lush garden with green trees and flowers, and the breeze brought a gust of fragrance. The environment here is really nice. Jiang Leyu couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, frowned as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Zhao Junran also softly inquired, "If you are dissatisfied with the layout within the villa, I can have an architect come over to remodel it." No. Guangyang smiled and shook his head. "Everything's pretty good. I was just wondering what Captain Wang's status is. He casually gave us a pass that allows us to enjoy such extraordinary treatment within the base." Ha ha. Zhao Junran was all smiles. "So that's how it is. Captain Wang Zhangming is the most powerful evolutionary warrior within our Guangyang base, and he's going out this time to carry out a very important mission for the base." "Oh?" Zhang Yang's face showed curiosity. "What mission is Captain Wang going on?" "I'm sorry about that." Zhou Junran smiled helplessly. "I'm not too sure. The mission that Captain Wang is carrying out is absolutely classified, and there are very few people within the Guangyang base who know about this mission. It was me who took the liberty." Zhang Yang stopped asking too much. The next few people visited the kitchen in the villa, which was well equipped with all kinds of modern kitchenware, fully capable of cooking all kinds of delicious food. The bathroom was also spacious, bright and clean, with delicate sanitary ware giving off a light sheen. Overall, the villa is like a dream castle, definitely a peaceful and beautiful place to live. That's all there is to the villa tour, Zhao Junran said eloquently with a smile on his face. "Next, let me tell you about the rules of the Light Sun base. For one thing, safety rules are a top priority at Guangyang base. Any form of private fighting is strictly prohibited. After all, under this crisis-ridden environment, internal stability and harmony is considered the cornerstone of survival. At the same time, without authorization, one should never arbitrarily destroy the base's protective facilities, which are solid barriers guarding the base's security. There are also strict rules regarding the distribution of supplies. Guangyang base strictly applies the principle of distribution according to work. More work gets more, less work gets less, and people are able to obtain corresponding material compensation by participating in various labor tasks within the base, such as material handling, patrolling and guarding, and assisting in scientific research. Private hoarding and looting of supplies is strictly forbidden. All material distribution is carried out under the unified management and deployment of the base to ensure fairness and justice. In terms of behavioral norms, order must be observed in public places on the base, and loud and noisy noise is not allowed, so as not to cause unnecessary panic and confusion. At the same time, everyone is obliged to maintain environmental hygiene in the base. Garbage should be sorted and put into the designated place, and work together to maintain the tidiness of the base. There are also specific rules for different areas. In the research area, unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden, and since important research is being conducted here that concerns the future of the base and the fate of the people, it must be kept strictly confidential, and no one other than the specialized staff may enter at will to prevent confusion and loss of supplies. Speaking of which, Zhou Junran paused for a moment. These are the basic rules of Guangyang base, and there are also some unspoken rules that aren't mentioned publicly, but are unspoken by everyone that exist in the wealthy neighborhoods. The residents of the rich district, most of them are elite evolvers. They enjoy certain privileges in many aspects. This point must be able to be understood by everyone. After all, special times, special regulations, special treatment. It can't be exactly the same as in peacetime. In terms of access to materials, although the distribution is ostensibly based on labor, residents of wealthy districts are often able to obtain priority access to some scarce materials more easily because of their status and influence. In terms of some of the decisions, the opinions of wealthy neighborhood residents are also given more weight. And despite the base's claim that all residents are equal, in practice they have an advantage in some of the subtleties. Of course, these unspoken rules are not put out in the open, and the base still strives to maintain the appearance of fairness and impartiality. Aha! Several people nodded in understanding. In that case, I'll leave first, Zhao Junran said, and waved goodbye and left. The difference is too obvious when you directly divide the poor and rich districts. Indeed, I saw some of the survivors in the poor neighborhoods, even living in those very simple tents, compared to the rich neighborhoods. Will the survivors in the poor neighborhoods not have a problem with such differential treatment? There were definitely divergent opinions in the beginning, but after the ironclad suppression, those poor people were honest. These rules are too unreasonable. That is, such a rule is equivalent to clearly dividing people into 3, 6, 9 classes, and in the long run, those residents of the rich neighborhoods will surely look down on the survivors of the slums. It doesn't have to last long, it already is now. Oh, don't need to say it's the end times, let's just say our modern times. How many rich people really look down on the poor? Don't all those capitalists try to make money from the poor? Others even prefer to pour out their milk rather than give it to the poor. It's really too realistic. Woohoo! Hasn't anyone noticed? Yabo seems to be like a different person. Noticed? Yabo has become a bit bad after the tuneful barking of Big Brother Xiu Li. What's the tune called? It's special training. It's true that whitewashing is 3 times weaker and blackening is 10 times stronger. The current Fong Yaya gives me the feeling that there is some danger. There's a vestigial sense of a crazy batch of beauties that would eat children. What? What are you all talking about? Cut. I still prefer that simple stupid white sweet Yaya. Cute and lovable. Now this blackened Yaya became so bad. I don't like it. I do think bad Yaya is more pleasing to the eye, giving off a valiant feeling. Oh, Sigma? LLL. Hashtag, have you stopped hiding it? Yabo is going to live with Xiu Li? Chapter 24. Yaya, what are you doing? Jiang Leyu pouted her lips with a displeased expression. How can you share a room with brother Xiu Li? Without blushing or jumping. Fong Yaya explained in a serious manner. This is also to facilitate Mr. Xiu's special training for me. Jiang Leyu gritted his teeth in anger. What kind of special training requires a man and a woman to be in the same room? Le fish. Where were you thinking? Fong Yaya said with a look on her face that made her want to laugh a little. Do you think even if I am willing, Mr. Xiu will be willing? Don't think blindly. What's yours will be yours after all. You can't snatch what's not yours. Good blah. Jiang Leyu's face looked rather sullen. The look was like a defeated puppy. After all, it was a mispayment. Stolen from home. Jiang Leyu let out a long sigh with a sullen face, but turned his head to see Guangyang, who was still staring at the flowers and plants outside the window with a serious face. It's true that these plants and trees are quite beautiful, but there's no need to stare at them all the time like that. Guangyang said in a low voice. Miss Leyu, you don't know. By all rights, under the shining of the blood sun, these flowers, plants and trees should slowly wither away, but now it's still flourishing and blooming. Do you think that's normal? Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. The blood sun can still affect the growth of plants? That's for sure. Guangyang said with a solemn face. The blood sun exudes a mysterious and bizarre radiation, the effects of which are all-encompassing, not only generating all kinds of adverse reactions to the human body, but also having an equally great impact on plants and animals. The radiation from the blood sun alters the structure and growth environment of the plant cells, causing them to undergo some unpredictable changes. Some plants may die due to their inability to adapt to this radiation, but others may perhaps mutate and gain new characteristics and abilities stimulated by the radiation. Oh, Jiang Liyu's face was astonished. Then in that case, I'm afraid the sight of flowering branches and green trees outside the window is not a normal phenomenon, is it? And is most likely a precursor to the mutation that is about to occur in these plants? That's right, Guangyang nodded. It's just that since the mutation process of the plant will be slow, nothing unusual can be seen for the time being. But once mutation does occur, no one can predict what kind of terrifying existence these seemingly ordinary plants will turn into. Perhaps it will become aggressive. Perhaps it will release toxic substances. Or perhaps it will affect the ecology and security of the entire base in ways that are totally unexpected to us. Jiang Leyu pondered for a moment. You've just noticed that, haven't you? Why don't you make it clear to that guide? It can't be helped. Guangyang said helplessly. He wouldn't necessarily believe me if I told him. We're new here, so let's try to act as low-key as possible. Being sharp isn't a good thing. That's true. River Leaffish offered out loud. Then how about we eradicate all those flowers and grasses out there right now, completely eliminating the aftermath? Ugh, Guangyang sighed softly. Just shoveling out these plants outside our windows is just a drop in the bucket. There are a large number of plants in Guangyang base. If we don't have the support of the base's senior management, it's almost impossible to eradicate all of them. At the moment we can only maintain a high degree of vigilance, pay close attention to the changes in these plants, and make preparations to deal with them ahead of time in order to prevent a situation that is difficult to control. It seems like that's all that can be done. Jiang Leyu took a deep breath. Guangyang's face was filled with worry. In truth, then again, the plants aren't the biggest concern at the moment. The zombies that have gone into a berserk state, as well as the mutated creatures, are the real priority? What do you mean by that? Jiang Liyu's face was puzzled. Guangyang said in a deep voice, Ms. Le Fish should still remember that during our journey to the Guangyang base, from time to time, we would see some zombie hordes wandering and roaming around the neighborhood, but they did not attack the people in the surrounding area. Jiang Leyu nodded in response. At that time, I still felt strange. According to reason, zombies and mutated creatures should become furious and aggressive under the shroud of the blood sun, but those zombie groups looked dull, as if they had lost their due aggressiveness. It was really mind-boggling. Guangyang frowned slightly. At the time I actually suspected that maybe the group of walkers had received some sort of order to gather so perversely without attacking. Think about it, Ms. Le Fish. Usually zombies act on instinct, with no organization or discipline. But these zombie groups are behaving as if there's an invisible conductor behind them manipulating them. Jiang Leyu was inwardly shocked. You mean, a zombie king was born in this area? I'm not sure. Guangyang let out a long sigh. It's just that with the current situation, this possibility is very high. And there's no doubt that within a few hundred kilometers in a radius, Guangyang Base is the largest survivor gathering place. If a zombie king is really born in this area, it would not be surprising for it to hit its idea on Guangyang Base. After all, Guangyang Base has rich resources and many survivors, which is undoubtedly an attractive piece of fat meat for the zombie king. Zombie kings are mutated creatures with some intelligence. Understanding that the Guangyang Base is not that easy to attack, it summoned a large number of zombies from the surrounding area to rush in and ordered the zombie horde to hold their ground for the time being, waiting for the best time to attack. Jiang Leyu's face was grave as he opened his mouth and asked, if this is really the case, do we need to inform the base's senior management of this speculation? No need. Zhang Yan responded stoically with little expression on his face. If Guangyang Base can't even detect this calamity and can't survive it, it would be too disappointing. Then are we really doing nothing now? Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. Pretty much. Zhang Yang nodded. Just keep it pressed. Our main purpose in coming to Guangyang Base is still to find out who's behind the scenes. It's better to let them worry about themselves when it comes to fending off foreign enemies. If we act rashly, we might even disrupt their deployment and not do any good. Inside the room, Xiu Li leaned back in his chair with a cozy expression. His demeanor relaxed. Fang Yeye, on the other hand, stood next to him respectfully and said carefully, Master, in the late post-apocalyptic period, mutated plants can be much more powerful than those mutated animals. And right now it's the time when the blood sun is in the sky. The time is not to be lost. We can completely take advantage of this advantage, and easily take down the Guangyang Base without bloodshed. Ha! Xiu Li laughed softly a few times with a bit of playfulness on his face. Letting you walk through hell has refined your ambition. Fang Yeye slightly lowered her head, a flash of determination in her eyes. I also ask for Master's fulfillment. I will not let you down. I will definitely take down the Guangyang Base and offer it to Master. A look of disdain surfaced on Xiu Li's face as he said with slight contempt, to be honest, I really don't have much interest in the Guangyang Base, but I'm really curious as to how far your ambition can expand. Said. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he gently spat out two words. Granted. Chapter 25, Zombie Attack. Many thanks to Master for making it happen. Fang Yeye directly knelt down, a flash of fire in her eyes. Still, Xiu Li's face was as cloudy as ever. All things in this world have their own balance. If you want something, you have to pay for it. Are you ready? Fang Yeye returned without any hesitation. I'm willing to accept it, no matter how painful the cost. Xiu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a deep, ghostly light flickering in his gaze. Ambition, like a fire hidden in the depths of the soul, once ignited, will have the momentum of a prairie fire, can make people as crazy, for the sake of the goal of the heart by any means. When ambition grows unchecked in the heart, like a raging tide that can break the dam of reason and make people willing to give everything, driven by ambition, people will fall into a frenzy, with only that seemingly unattainable but desperately desired goal in their eyes. Even if there is a mountain of fire ahead, I will leap into it with determination. The corner of Xiu Li's mouth rose, and his slender fingers gently brushed Fang Yeye's cheeks, just like the breeze slightly sweeping over the petals of a flower. I just love the feeling that things are out of my control, like exploring the hidden starlight in the endless dark night, full of mysterious unknowns, and heart-pounding excitement. Your ambition dictates that I'm able to pour a couple of heartbeats into you. Fang Yeye gently closed her eyes, and her consciousness was like floating in a misty cloud, quietly slipping into the realm of slumber. Thud. At this time, a knock sounded on the door, followed by Jiang Leyu's crisp voice coming in. Brother Xiu Li, what are you and Yeye doing in there? Xiu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, a smirk on his face. You can come in and look around if you're curious. The door to the room pushed open gently with a small creak. Jiang Leyu slowly paced in. His eyes swept around the room before instantly settling on Fang Yeye, who was curled up in the corner and already asleep, and a look of surprise spread across his face. Y'all are sleepy. How can you bear to let her sleep on this cold floor? Or what? Xiu Li said with an expressionless face. Is it hard to make her sleep in the bed? You. Jiang Leyu's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. You're unbelievable and too straight. I had thought you'd be sleeping with Yaya. She doesn't have the qualifications to do so. Xiu Li slightly raised his chin, his demeanor still bland, and slowly spat out these words as if all of this was no more than normal. You really are a bit excessive, eh? Jiang Leyu clenched her teeth, her face filled with anger. What the hell do you think of Yaya? It's just a pet. Xiu Li replied, still concise, his tone as flat as water, as if he were stating an insignificant fact. You. Jiang Leyu momentarily actually do not know what to say. All the words indistinctly choked in the throat, difficult to spit out. But the mind boggles. After hearing Xiu Li's indifferent reply, her heart quietly rose up a trace of secret joy, which was an unnameable subtle emotion, as if she had found a touch of solace in this barren emotional wilderness. Think about it. She was the equivalent of a toy in Xiu Li's eyes. Yaya was the equivalent of a pet in his eyes. From a particular angle to examine, the two are not very different, are under his control and manipulation, like a subsidiary existence. Jiang Leyu let out a soft cry, trying to press down the waves within her heart and bring her mind to a calm state. Are you doing special training on Yaya? Xiu Li nodded slightly and did not say much. Right on cue. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the base. The sharp sound was like a sharp blade that instantly penetrated people's eardrums, causing the atmosphere of the entire base to steeply tense up. Large groups of soldiers rushed to the base's fortifications. Looking from the watchtower, one could only see the blackness outside the base, which was the uncountable zombies as well as mutated creatures swarming towards the base. The zombies shuffled along, low hisses escaping from their mouths, their empty eyes filled with nothing but the desire for blood and flesh. Mutant creatures came in all shapes and sizes. Some were as huge as small mountains, causing a tremor in the ground with every step. Some had sharp fangs and sharp claws that glittered with a chilling light under the bloody sun, while others were capable of spewing out venom or flames that struck fear into the heart. However, the most attention-grabbing, still in the center of the zombie herd, stood a chilling mutant mammoth elephant, really like a moving mountain. Huge body seems to be able to hold up the whole piece of sky. The thick limbs were like giant pillars in the sky, and with every step, the ground trembled violently and raised a gust of dust. The long nose was like a huge python dancing in the air, sometimes curling up the stones on the ground and flinging them in all directions, sometimes letting out an angry roar that shook the sky. The ivory tusks were like two huge scimitar knives, flashing with icy cold light, as if they could easily pierce through all the obstacles. Their eyes were red, and their body exuded a furious aura, as if they were a demon king rushing out from the depths of hell. The hair on the giant elephant's body was messy and hard, standing up like steel needles. Under the reflection of the bloody sun, it was as if a mysterious and terrifying coat had been put on it. As the giant elephant moved, the surrounding zombies surged like a tidal wave, forming a suffocating sense of oppression with it as the center, as if the entire world was trembling under the feet of the giant elephant. Holy! The soldiers who observed the giant elephant from the watchtower were all stunned, their eyes staring round, their eyeballs reflecting the huge to suffocating mutated giant elephant. Their mouths unconsciously opened wide enough to stuff down an egg. Their throats looked like they had something stuck in them, and a hint of a voice sucking in cold air faintly came out. How is this possible? This is too much. A soldier subconsciously rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that the sight he saw in front of him was real. Look, this mutated giant elephant seems to be carrying a house on its back. Really, it is indeed a house, and by the looks of it, it seems to have been artificially built up with the back of an elephant as its foundation. Exactly who can have such a skill, to be able to build a house on the back of a giant elephant? The soldiers looked at each other with confusion and shock in their hearts. On top of the huge body of the giant elephant, steadily carrying a house. At a glance it is clear that it seems to be man-made, carefully covered. The exterior of the house was as luxurious as it could be, with the walls studded with dazzling crystal decorations that still shimmered with a mysterious and dazzling light against the bloody sun and the chaotic scene around them. Gold trim outlines the windows and doors. Exquisite carvings were all over every corner, like works of art from the hands of a master, and the roof was paved with glazed tiles, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The main door of the house was made of heavy mahogany with intricate and exquisite carvings. Looking in through the windows of the house, you can see gorgeous furniture placed inside, exquisite crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, shedding a dreamlike light, and valuable oil paintings hanging on the walls, each of which is lifelike. Soft velvet sofa with an elegant sheen. An elegant middle-aged man held a red wine glass and sat quietly on the sofa. His face was as pale as snow, yet he was handsome. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, like a smile or not, making it difficult for people to grasp his true mind. The black cloak on his body was casually resting on his shoulders, swinging gently as he moved, exuding a gut-wrenching majesty. Beside him, a couple of twisted zombie attendants stood respectfully, waiting for his orders, and an eerie and oppressive atmosphere permeated the entire room. Chapter 26, The Dark Lord. Attention all personnel. A large number of zombies and mutated creatures have assembled outside Guangyang base, and it is suspected that the Corpse King is behind the manipulation. That black and pressurized piece is like a raging tide, and it is pressing the base's defenses step by step. The situation is critical. I declare that from now on, the base is officially on level 1 combat alert. Please gather all evolvers to guard our home and prepare for this battle of life and death. The base's horns blared sharply with a shrill, piercing alarm. Each sound seemed to hit people's hearts like a heavy hammer. and that voice full of urgency echoed continuously over the base. At the sound of the crowd, they picked up their weapons and ran to their respective battle stations. The original calmness in the base was instantly broken, replaced by a tense and orderly atmosphere of pre-war preparation. The soldiers on the watchtower stared wide-eyed at the approaching enemy, and the communication devices in their hands kept sending out all kinds of information and commands. The doors to the base slowly closed with a heavy, muffled thud. The soldiers quickly entered the battle state. The sound of bullets being loaded rose and fell. All kinds of advanced and modern weapons made their appearance. The heavy machine guns were steadily set up on the strong fortifications. The dark barrels of the guns exuded a morose and cold aura. The bazooka was carried on the shoulders of the soldiers, and a rocket was ready to be fired, like a sharp arrow about to leave the string. The anti-aircraft guns were also put on standby, those long barrels raised high and ready to pummel any threat that might appear in the air. And then there are the EMP weapons, quietly placed in key locations, not yet activated, but that potential deterrent should not be underestimated. A large number of soldiers stood at the ready, automatic rifles gripped tightly in their hands, their eyes like torches, gazing intently ahead, their stances as straight as pines, with firm beliefs and fearless courage in their hearts, ready to meet the coming fierce battle. People's heartbeats seemed to be intertwined with the sirens as tension and fear filled the air. Brother Xiu Li, Jiang Leyu was quite anxious inwardly, her voice carrying obvious anxiety and uneasiness. Are we going to help join the fight? The horn that just sounded was telling the entire evolutionary population of the base to assemble and prepare for battle. And that should include us. Only joining the Guangyang base and this kind of thing happens. It's really speechless. There's no need to hurry. Xiu Li just slightly raised his eyelids. His face still had that careless look. He lightly shrugged his shoulders and said without any hesitation, "Let them fight first. We don't need to rush up there in such a hurry. With these zombies and mutated creatures, it's hard to be able to break through the base's defenses." Having said that, he even crossed his legs leisurely, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world. When Jiang Leyu saw this, a trace of helplessness could not help but well up in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Yang's voice sounded outside the door. "Mr. Xiu, Miss Le Fish, that Xiao Zhao guide came over to us just now, and he stated that the scale of the zombie horde this time around is unprecedented, and that there might even be a corpse king behind it. Guangyang base is already at a critical moment of life and death. The base chief has issued a strict order that all evolvers must join the battle, but given that we just joined the base, although we are expected to join the battle as well, it is not made mandatory. After Li Hao and I discussed it, planning on checking out the front lines and deciding whether or not to make a move depending on the situation. What do you guys think?" Jiang Leyu nodded slightly. "Brother Xiu Li, don't you like to play? It's quite boring to stay in the house all the time. Let's even go and join in the fun." Xiu Li looked calm and remained nonchalant as he returned. "You guys go ahead. I have some things to take care of, so maybe I'll come when I'm done." "Fine," the three responded helplessly, and with that, they walked out and ran to the front lines to check on the situation. The door to the room was closed. Xiu Li leisurely stretched out his fingers, gently rubbing Fang Ye's forehead. A mysterious and unpredictable black mist curled up, like a spiritual ribbon dancing lightly, quietly shrouding her in that ink-like mystery. Not a moment too soon, the black fog gradually dissipated. The original Fang Ye had already disappeared, and in its place was a small and delicate dark kitten, with pitch-black fur as drenched in night, which seemed like an independent dark realm even in the daytime, and a figure as elegant and agile as a dark night phantom, with a slightly arched spine and muscles poised for action. The tail looks like a flexible ribbon, tracing a mysterious arc in the air. The ghostly blue eyes were like exotic gems, deep and sharp, with a light that seemed like mysterious currents, and the small mouth was slightly open, with sharp white teeth like carefully carved daggers, emitting a silky cold light. Xiu Li quietly watched all of this, an imperceptible smile flashing under his eyes. The dark night kitten sat crouched there from time to time, like a sculpture cast in darkness, not moving, but emitting a suffocating mysterious pressure. At other times, it leaps out like a black lightning bolt, cutting a graceful arc in the air and instantly disappearing into the dark corners, leaving only a palpitating breeze and endless mysterious reveries. This. Fang Ye snapped out of it, a face full of incredulity as she exclaimed in shock. "Master, is this still me?" "Of course you're still you." Xiu Li looked relaxed and at ease. His voice was like a voice with mysterious and unpredictable magic, flowing out slowly. "Only now you can change freely between man and cat, by day. The man's home, by night. The cat's." "Oh." Fang Ye's face was slightly condensed, and a dreamy hazy white mist suddenly surged up around her body, just like a spiritual light veil, and began to slowly linger and tumble, seemingly weaving a mysterious dream. Gradually, the dark kitten's figure began to become blurred, as if it were a fantastical painting that was being gently haloed by water vapor. When the white mist gradually dispersed like a dream, a woman with a delicate figure suddenly appeared in the same place. Guangyang retransformed back into her human form, her long waterfall-like hair gently falling over her shoulders, her eyes flashing with a strange and charming light, as if she still had the mysterious spirituality that she had when she was a kitten just now. It was marvelous. She gently raised her hand and gazed at her familiar yet unfamiliar body, the corners of her mouth rising slightly in a moving smile of surprise and delight, as if she had just experienced an incomparably fantastical journey. Know what you should do next? Xiu Li reminded softly. The Black Cat, the legend of the Dark Knight. In that endless darkness, the Black Cat is like a mysterious messenger, traveling through the mysterious realm where shadows and moonlight intertwine. Now that you have this unique ability, it is as if you have been given a special mission by the Dark Knight, and when night falls and darkness covers the land, you are the master who controls the Dark Knight. In that ink-like dark night, listen to the whispers of the night wind, feel the pulsations of the shadows, and let the mysterious legend of the Black Cat, perpetuated in your actions, become an awe-inspiring and legendary presence in the darkness of the night. Guangyang's face was filled with a blazing light. Thank you, Master. I understand. Chapter 27, Zombie Attack. Outside the base. Along with the zombies and mutant creatures like a tide approaching, the breath of death is like an invisible net, more and more intense, shrouded down. A thrilling battle has already been on the edge of the curtain. The fate of the Guangyang base hangs in the balance. Twisted figures loomed under the bloody sun, seeming to climb out of the depths of hell as if they were evil ghosts, with a sickening stench and sharp roar, surging towards the base step by step, seemingly to completely devour this sturdy fortress. Fire! With the commander's shout, the guns on the city wall instantly roared in unison, and the firelight burned and flashed, just like a furious meteor swiftly crossing the sky. The bullets poured out as if they were raging winds and rain, with sharp whistling sounds, and directly attacked the zombies and mutated creatures that were raging like a tidal wave. Everyone, stabilize your positions and don't panic. Hit these monsters hard. They must not be allowed to come anywhere near the base. A veteran yelled at the top of his lungs. In a jiffy, the entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of gunfire, shouts and explosions. The heavy machine guns on the city walls were frantically spraying their tongues of fire, and the strings of bullets were like deadly steel whips, coldly and mercilessly lashing at the approaching zombies and mutated creatures. With each shot, the gun shook violently, as if venting its anger and indignation. Why are there so many of these abominations? A young soldier shouted through clenched teeth, but the automatic rifle in his hand did not stop for a moment. The shells whistled across the firmament before exploding in a swarm of corpses and mutated creatures. Where each shell fell, the earth seemed to be violently lifted up by a giant palm, and dirt and debris rose up like brilliant fireworks, and then fell down like a sudden rain. At the heart of the explosion, the zombies and mutant creatures were blown to pieces. The broken limbs and arms were flying in the air, and the powerful shockwave was just like a surging sea wave sweeping in all directions, turning the surrounding zombies and mutant creatures to the ground like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, and some of them were even thrown to the faraway side. But nevertheless, the zombies and mutated creatures were oblivious to fear and continued to come forward. Some of the zombies bared their teeth, carrion falling off their bodies as they ran, and creepy hisses escaped their mouths. The mutant creatures were in different forms. Some were huge and rampaged like small mountains, while some were strangely fast and seemed to weave through the rain of bullets and bullets like lightning. Don't be afraid. We can definitely hold it. Some veterans once again encouraged. For our families and homes. Without flinching, the human warriors kept adjusting their firing angles, changing their magazines, and re-aiming as they continued to vent their fury on these ghastly enemies. The battlefield was full of smoke. The smell of blood and rotting stench were sickeningly intertwined. However, the fighting spirit of the soldiers has not weakened at all. They stood firm on the city walls, using guns and cannons to build an impenetrable defense line. And these monsters from the darkness launched a thrilling life and death struggle. Steadfastness and determination were written on every soldier's face. They knew that behind them were the homes and loved ones they had to protect, and they could never take a half step back no matter what. The battle lasted several hours. Although the zombies and mutated creatures were defiant, like surging waves of evil, they continued to attack the base's defense line. However, the power of modern artillery was incomparably huge, and every blast was just like the wrath of the gods, blowing up an area filled with the smell of death. Under the blockade of this powerful firepower, these nearly crazy monsters never succeeded in attacking the base. The blood sun goes down in the west. The sky slowly darkened, like a heavy black curtain that covered the earth unhurriedly. The corpse king in the house on the back of the giant elephant, seeing that the sky was gradually getting darker, his eyes could not help but flash with a cold and unwilling cold light. After weighing the pros and cons, the corpse king still gave the order to hold off on the attack. As a result, The zombies and mutated creatures that had been attacking frantically like a tidal wave began to slowly retreat. However, the zombie herd is not far away. Just in the base, not far away from the darkness lurking. Just like the evil wolf hidden in the dark, quietly waiting for the best time for the next attack. The soldiers inside the base finally had a moment's respite, but no one dared to let their guard down. The city walls. The commander's face was grave, and his gaze was like a torch as he gazed at the figures looming in the darkness, knowing very well in his heart that this battle was far from over. Increase alert, take turns resting, and be ready for the next wave of attacks. The commander's firm and powerful voice echoed continuously in the night sky, and the soldiers nodded their heads, gripping the weapons in their hands tightly and looking into the darkness with a determined face, always ready to meet the unknown attack that was coming. It's finally over. Jiang Leyu, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines for a long time, slowly let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. It's not over yet, Guangyang said after a moment. It's just that most of the zombies and mutated creatures right now are still only at the first or second level. Not enough to fight against the mighty power of the guns and artillery. That corpse king was too impatient. If he had waited patiently for a few more months, there might have been some hope of being able to capture the base. And coming to attack rashly right now, he was destined to only return with no success. Do you really think a modernized army is a joke? Leha laughed softly, with a hint of flirtation between his words. In any case, this corpse king's platitude is really astonishing. Actually building a house on the back of such a huge mutated giant elephant. One really can't help but speculate that this guy couldn't have been an engineer before he mutated. Zhang Yang's brows knitted tightly as he said slowly, this mutant giant elephant should have already reached the fourth order. The corpse king wants to control the giant elephant. His own strength must be above the fifth order. But now the end of the world is only a month. Its strength growth rate is too appalling. Jiang Leyu said softly, you are thinking that this phenomenon is abnormal? Zhang Yang showed a helpless look. I can only say that it was unexpected but reasonable. This corpse king should be bursting with luck, swallowing the energy crystals that fell from beyond the heavens for his strength to grow so rapidly. Energy crystals? What is this? Jiang Leyu pursued with a face full of doubt. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and slowly explained. Energy crystals are a mysterious substance that appeared after the end times descended, said to have come from beyond the heavens, along with various disasters. These energy crystals contain extremely large amounts of energy, and in the post-apocalyptic world, whether it's zombies, mutated creatures, or us humans, our strength will increase greatly after swallowing the energy crystals. For some of the special energy crystals, one can even gain psychic abilities after swallowing them. So powerful? A blazing light flashed in Jiang Liyu's eyes. Then if we can obtain a few energy crystals, won't we be able to rapidly increase our strength greatly? Zhang Yang shook his head. It's not that easy. Energy crystals are extremely difficult to obtain. On the one hand, their quantity is scarce. On the other hand, they tend to appear in some extremely dangerous places. To be able to acquire a single energy crystal is considered a heavenly chance. Jiang Liyu's face was thoughtful. Coincidentally, that's when, out of the darkness came a sudden meow. The cat's cry was eerie and bizarre, as if it came from the underworld, sharp and long, as if it were the tip of a needle sticking in the ear, making the two of them instantly creeped out and their hair stood up in sweat. Chapter 28, Submission. Catcalls? Zhang Yang's body subconsciously jolted. Where's that catcall coming from? Miss Love Fish, have you seen any sign of a cat in the neighborhood? I was wondering the same thing. Jiang Leyu said softly with confusion written all over her face. The catcalls were really weird and gave me a sense of unsettling horror for no apparent reason. In the darkness, a small and delicate black cat like a dark elf, quietly and silently appeared, as black as ink fur, and the deep darkness perfectly blended into one. Only the pair of eyes that flickered with mysterious ghostly light, like bright stars in the night sky, hidden in the dark night. The black cat took a light and elegant step, like a noble dancer, slowly pacing forward, but no one was able to notice her presence. She leisurely stepped out of the base, skillfully avoiding the hell-like mountain of corpses and blood with amazing dexterity. The zombie hordes, as well as all kinds of ferocious mutant creatures, were oblivious to her. The black cat just like this seemed to be walking leisurely, easily stepping into the center of the zombie group. Her posture was as elegant as poetry, her steps as light as a dance, as if this area filled with death and danger was just an ordinary courtyard to her. The black cat slowly raised its head, its gaze cast towards the huge mutated giant elephant that looked like a looming moving hill. The contrast in size between the two is amazing. The giant elephant is like a majestic mountain towering above the clouds, but the black cat is like a small, unnoticeable stone at the foot of the mountain. But in the black cat's eyes, there was no half fear. There was only an almost extreme condescending indifference. The giant elephant was still immersed in its own world, and hadn't noticed the black cat's presence in the slightest. She jumped deftly, like a black lightning bolt, following the rough and thick skin of the giant elephant, and agilely climbed up its back. The house on the back of the giant elephant exuded a treacherous aura, like a mysterious ancient castle heavily shrouded in darkness. The black cat stepped into it without hesitation. Inside the house, the eerie coolness was overwhelming. The walls shimmer with ghostly light. The arrangement is full of strange contrasts. The carpet flows with dark shadows. The furniture is arranged in a seemingly orderly but twisted way, and the crystal chandelier is not even able to dispel the eeriness with its white light. The black cat took a light step and explored at a leisurely pace. The Corpse King was originally lost in his own thoughts when he suddenly noticed a mysterious aura creeping closer. When he turned his head to look, he only saw the black cat standing there silently, its eyes full of condescension and disdain. The Corpse King's heart was violently shocked. He had never seen such a peculiar mutated creature before. How dare it intrude into his territory in such a dignified manner, when he really didn't know how to die? The black cat raised its head slightly, its face seeming a bit surprised. You can actually find me, but also have a few skills. But unfortunately the brain is too stupid. Like you, such an existence, the hands of empty power, but cannot be used freely, when it is a kind of sad awe. The Corpse King frowned. His eye holes seemed to be burning with anger, and his hoarse and rage-filled voice echoed through the room. Humph! You black cat that doesn't know how to die. How dare you underestimate me like this? I have gone through countless tribulations and evolutions to become as strong as I am today. How can I allow you to recklessly slander me here? The power I control is enough to make even this end world tremble. What do you know? Since you dare to intrude into my territory today, prepare to bear my wrath. Said. The aura on the Corpse King's body became more and more violent, and dark energy began to surge crazily around him, as if a terrifying storm was about to come. That's ridiculous, the black cat said with a look of contempt and words full of mockery. You're just a guy with a little bit of luck. You mistakenly ate a special energy crystal and possessed the supernatural ability to manipulate mutated creatures. And you think you're really something? It's simply foolish. How do you know all this? The Corpse King's pupils suddenly shrunk, disbelief written all over his face. This was his deepest secret, and his greatest strength and dependence. How could the black cat in front of me know this? The black cat laughed, a bit of teasing on his face. Your self-righteous bottom line and secrets are simply as easy for me to obtain as if it were a bag of tricks. Aren't you angry and want to make a move? Come on then. I'd like to see just how capable you are. The Corpse King clenched his teeth, and his body actually involuntarily trembled slightly as he tried to sense the black cat's intentions. But the black cat just silently stared at him, as if its eyes were making a silent declaration. You, too, are nothing more than a mole. The two sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere became more and more condensed, as if the air was about to freeze. What? Don't dare to make a move? The disdain on the black cat's face grew stronger. What kind of monster are you? You? The Corpse King's voice trembled. Originally, the black cat in front of him had given him an extremely dangerous feeling, and now she had even said the biggest secret in the Corpse King's heart. So how could this not make him fearful? Facing the Corpse King's trembling and questioning, the black cat straightened its body slightly, a hint of arrogance flashing in its eyes that emitted a mysterious ghostly light. Humph! Listen carefully, you despicable inferior mutated creature. I am the Darkness Lord. In this endless darkness and the end times, I am the existence that truly controls everything. The black cat's voice seemed to carry a kind of majesty from the distant past, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the Corpse King's mind. The little power you rely on is but a drop in the ocean in front of me. You think you can dominate this post-apocalyptic world because you can manipulate zombie mutated creatures? It's simply ridiculous. The Corpse King's eyes widened as endless shock and struggle welled up in his heart. The black cat continued. I know all the secrets of this world, and I can also see into all the dangers and opportunities. If you submit to me, I may be able to let you go farther and gain more power in these end times. Or else, you'll just have to barge around in this darkness and eventually be consumed by a more powerful being. As the Corpse King heard this, his heart began to shake as he looked at the majestic yet mysterious figure of the black cat and pondered about his future. The black cat's words echoed in his mind like a spell, causing him to re-examine his position and his choices. The Corpse King took a deep breath. If you want this king to submit, you'll have to show some real skill. You can't just rely on your lips. The corners of the black cat's mouth seemed to curl up into a smirk if anything. In the next moment, her figure flickered like a ghost, and instantly disappeared in place. Before the Corpse King could make any reaction, he only felt a slight fluctuation of airflow coming from his back, and the black cat had already appeared behind him. Her sharp claws gently rubbed the necromancer's head as if she were playing with an insignificant toy. Now, feel what I can do? The black cat's voice came out leisurely, carrying an unquestionable majesty. To be honest, with my current strength, it would be a bit troublesome to take you down directly, but it wouldn't be too troublesome. The Corpse King was horrified in his heart. His mind was like a shocking wave. His thoughts were tumbling madly. He didn't even see how the black cat moved. This kind of speed and ability was far beyond his imagination. That mysterious and unpredictable black cat. It was like an impenetrable mystery that sent the Corpse King into a deep state of confusion and uneasiness. The black cat seemed to have sensed his inner struggle. His dark green eyes flickered slightly, and his voice, as if with a hint of magic, said slowly, "In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, you and I are both seeking the path of survival and strength. You are facing endless unknowns and dangers as you venture out alone, but by joining forces with me, you'll have greater strength and a clearer direction." The necromancer's heart began to fight fiercely. On the one hand, his high pride as a Corpse King made him unwilling to easily bow down and submit, and he was not willing to be controlled by a black cat like this. On the other hand, the powerful strength displayed by the black cat again made it clear to him that if he made an enemy of the black cat, he might face a huge crisis. The Corpse King's face kept changing. His eyes were sometimes firm, sometimes hesitant. It was as if time had frozen in this moment. Every second was a long ordeal for the necromancer. The black cat was in no hurry, just standing there quietly, looking at him without a care in the world. And I don't know how long it took. The Corpse King eventually slowly lowered his lofty head and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "I would like to submit." Chapter 29, Talking in the Dark. Good. You know your stuff. Since you've decided to submit, then you should listen to my arrangements. There are many crises in this post-apocalyptic world, but there are also endless opportunities hidden within. You will use your powers to continue to grow your legions of mutated creatures, but only at my command, and together we will establish order in this darkness, and make those struggling for life in the end times understand who is truly in charge. An imperceptible glint flashed in the black cat's mysterious eyes. The moment. Outside the house on the back of the giant elephant, darkness still covered the earth like thick ink, and the night wind blew quietly, carrying a trace of coolness and the unique rotten atmosphere of the end of the world. In the distance, the unconscious low roar of the zombie herd came faintly, as if it was the low accompaniment of the end of the world. "If you please," the necromancer asked in a respectful tone, his head hanging low. "What should I do next? Should I continue to attack the base or—" "Stupid pig." The black cat quivered its ears slightly and angrily reprimanded. "To actually want to continue attacking Guangyang base? You really don't think you've lived long enough? Do you really think that humanity's modern weapons are vegetarians? With your current strength of the 5th rank, can you carry those artillery missiles? It's just that those humans are temporarily scared out of their wits by the end of the world, mistakenly thinking that you, the Corpse King, are some kind of marvelous existence, and don't dare to come down hard so easily. If you really force them to carry out decapitation operations, you'll only be a dead end." The Corpse King was slightly shaken inwardly, and although he was unconvinced in his heart, he still didn't dare to open his mouth to defend himself. "You still seem to be a bit unconvinced." The black cat gently swung its tail, and the gesture carried a careless elegance, yet was vaguely majestic. "But I'm telling you, don't get in my face." Her voice was forceful, as if she were striking on golden stone, each word carrying unquestionable authority. "Think you have 1,000 armies? Sure to be able to deal with human counterattacks? What a foolish fellow. Waste is waste." The black cat shook its head slightly, the mockery in its eyes as cold and sharp as sharp ice. "I can't believe I was under the delusion that you would be able to clear your head and figure things out. Your so-called 1,000 armies are nothing more than a bunch of rabble in front of a truly powerful force, and you're still complacent there, thinking you're in control of everything, not realizing that you're just a clown dancing comically on the stage of this post-apocalyptic world. Think you can run amok with that? Humph, how ridiculously naive. Look at your chaotic thinking and blind confidence. It's simply an absurd joke in the end times. You should really reflect on your own stupidity and stop making those unrealistic fantasies." The Corpse King's face became extremely ugly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles slightly blackened. But when faced with the black cat's powerful sense of oppression, as well as words as sharp as a sword, again, he had no way to refute it, and could only have a wave of complex emotions welling up in his heart. There was anger, there was unwillingness, but more than anything else, it was the helplessness of his own lack of strength, and the deep scorn of the unknown power of the black cat. "Now!" The black cat paced slowly, claws making a soft clatter on the ground. "Immediately lead your horde of zombies and mutated creatures to retreat. Go find a secluded place to recuperate. Continue to subconsciously improve your strength, and patiently wait for the right time. Absolutely no more rash actions until we have full certainty." Even though the Corpse King was still unwilling in his heart, he could only helplessly nod his head in response in the face of the black cat's majesty as well as his rational analysis. "Good. I'll follow your instructions and lead them in retreat this time." The black cat narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and distant. "Remember, be patient. The long road to the end of the world has only just begun." and the opportunity will come sooner or later. Having said that, she walked out at a leisurely pace, with the Corpse King following close behind. Their figures stood on the back of the giant elephant, like the mysterious glow that appeared abruptly in the dark abyss of the last days, about to tear open the night curtain as thick as ink in this chaotic and unbearable land. The night wind whistled more and more violently like a furious beast, blowing their fur like battle flags. It was as if the spirits of the underworld in the darkness were letting out an eerie cheer for the shocking change that was about to take place. The end times, in the end, will be ours. The black cat's deep eyes flickered with a ghostly fire-like light, like a mysterious force lurking in the darkness, quietly gazing into the distance, seemingly able to penetrate the darkness to peer into the future. The Corpse King stood on the sidelines with a rather complicated expression. The wind was like the devil's roar in hell, carrying the darkness of decay and desolation of the last days to spread unchecked. The giant elephant turned around and took heavy steps like a mountain. Each step seemed to hit the drums of the earth, emitting a majestic thud, and the whole earth seemed to tremble slightly under this power. As the giant elephant moves, the zombie horde and the many mutated creatures slowly retreated in a slow, orderly manner like a raging tide. The dense, layered figures, surging silently in the dark night, gradually disappeared into the darkness as deep as thick ink in the distance. The black cat stood quietly on the back of the giant elephant, its gaze cold as frost, like a towering lord, calmly scrutinizing everything. The Corpse King also stood silently to the side, quietly watching his team withdraw in an orderly fashion. Though the slightest bit of resentment still remained in his heart, reason clearly told him, this is indeed the wisest choice at the moment. The night wind is still whistling recklessly, seemingly roaring relentlessly, blowing through this land that has just experienced the clamor and strife, leaving only a palpitating silence and emptiness. In that faraway unknown, the mysterious and unpredictable destiny is quietly waiting for them, just like the hazy mist hidden in the darkness, hidden and hidden, full of endless unknowns and changes. This is an opportunity to change destiny. The black cat retracted his gaze, his deep eyes as inscrutable as an endless abyss. She looked at the necromancer with an expressionless face, her voice steady. In the future, you will realize how correct the decision you made today will be. It's not an ordinary path, but it's the only path to the top. You will be blessed, beyond blessed with your choice. The black cat raised its head slightly, as if it were looking down on the entire post-apocalyptic world. In this post-apocalyptic world full of despair and chaos, only by following me can you find your true direction, and all of those former confusions and struggles will become a thing of the past, and we will create a brand new era together. In the post-apocalyptic chaotic darkness, we will be the existence that dominates everything. All the power will converge in our hands, and neither the resistance of humans nor the challenges of other mutated creatures will be able to stop us from advancing. We will be the kings of the end times, controlling life, death, and destiny. Let this barren land tremble beneath our feet. You may have doubts now, but in time you will see our power, and you will see how we ascend to that supreme throne step by step. The necromancer listened quietly, although there are still waves in his heart, but the black cat's words are like some kind of magic, so that he began to look forward to the unknown future, as if he saw himself in the black cat's leadership, to become a pivotal existence in the end of the world. The black cat laughed, like a black lightning bolt. It disappeared into the endless darkness a split second. The Corpse King stood still, slowly lowering his head and focusing his gaze on the mysterious mark on his palm. It was his unique means of building a communication link with the black cat. Chapter 30, Cheerfulness. I just went to eat and didn't watch the live broadcast. What kind of existence is this black cat? It looks like it's very powerful. You guessed it. Do you guess if I guess? You guess I guess you don't guess? Don't put it here. Don't put it here. No nesting. I'm not a kid. Quickly tell me what the black cat is from. You can really take a guess. I promise you've actually met her before and know her name. It can't be the incarnation of Big Brother Xiu Li. Guessed incorrectly. Oh, but it's close to the correct answer. There's no need to guess. You'd never be able to guess who this black cat is if you hadn't watched that earlier episode. Remember Fong Yaya? Of course I remember. That damned Madonna White Lotus. By the way, is she dead now? I'm not dead yet. Oh, my god. Oh, my god. That black cat was her. It's not a buddy. Don't give me that joke. I'm really not kidding. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Fong Yaya is the black cat. How did she become a black cat? And that kind of personality doesn't fit at all. It was Big Brother Xiu Li who turned her into a cat. And as for the change in personality, that naturally came from Big Brother's call. Holy, oh, convex. I seem to have missed some great episodes. I should have known better than to go to dinner. I can't see how Big Brother Xiu Li, who looks like a serious man, could have such a fetish. It's hard to see how Big Brother Xiu Li, who looks so serious, actually has such a fetish. Big Brother is actually really decent. And Fang Yaya is kinda good looking. He actually jerked her off like a cat straight away. The cat's ear woman? The cat's ears. Isn't this more fun? Wow. Fury control ecstasy. I like Arbor even more. I'm going to open up. You guys continue. Brother, you're really abstract. Against all odds, the black cat quietly returned to the Guangyang base. Curls of white mist rose up like spiritual ribbons, gently draping around her graceful body, in which the black cat stood silently, exuding an inscrutable and unique aura around her, and her figure slowly began to change. At this point, Jiang Leyu was still gushing there. Guangyang, aren't you endowed with predictive powers? Then can you predict the location of the energy crystals? I shouldn't be able to for the time being. Guangyang gently covered his forehead, helplessness written all over his face. To be honest, his heart was really in turmoil at the moment. Originally, amongst Guangyang's carefully planned plans, there did exist a plot regarding energy crystals. However, that was by no means now. Among the memories of his previous life, energy crystals were only surprised to appear in the world 3 months after the end of the world. But today, the end of the world was just over a month old, and there was already the bizarre phenomenon of zombies devouring energy crystals. It was all so much more than he had expected that it was a mess. He gazed at the scene in front of him. His heart couldn't help but well up with endless worries and deep confusion. As if he was in a fog, it was difficult to see the direction of the future. Brother Guangyang, le fish. Fang Yaya looked like she had just come out of the villa, striding lightly, greeting towards the two of them. Her voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. What brings you here? Yeah. Jiang Leyu hurriedly walked forward and took her good girlfriend's hand. Where's brother Xiu Li? Mr. Xiu is a bit tired and should be resting right now, Fang Yaya said softly with a warm smile spreading across her face. I was a little worried seeing as it's so late and you guys haven't returned to the villa yet. Still my Yaya is good. Jiang Leyu tenderly hugged Fang Yaya and came to her ear to whisper softly. You are always this sweet, like the warm sun in winter, sending warmth and peace of mind to others. Fang Yaya's cheeks were colored with a touch of scarlet, gently pushing Jiang Leyu and pouting. Humph, you net will make fun of me. How is the battle situation outside now? If it's not a big problem, let's go back to the villa. The wind is cooler this night, so don't catch a cold. Jiang Leyu bristled. We've all evolved. Our physical qualities aren't that delicate. We can indeed go back to the villa, Guangyang said after a while. Without the blood sun to add to the night, those zombies and mutated creatures shouldn't attack again. The three were about to go back, but just then, not far away from the soldiers there was a steep eruption of cheers. The zombie hordes and mutant creatures are retreating. What? You can't be serious. No kidding. It's true. We beat these monsters back. Those monsters are nothing more than that. I thought they were really fearless, but I didn't realize that they also know fear. We are victorious. This time we really did it. Ha ha. Yeah, we're awesome. In the future, these monsters definitely won't dare to come back and enter easily. That's not necessarily true. Still have to stay alert. But this one really deserves a good celebration. That's right. We need to relax. But you can't relax too much, in case there's a new crisis. Also, we still need to be ready to fight at all times. No matter what, this victory belongs to all of us. We are a team, fighting and winning together. If these monsters still dare to come, we will definitely be able to repel them next time as well. Definitely. We're getting stronger. The cheers became more and more impassioned and surging, just like a raging wave after wave, unceasing. The soldiers were so excited that they hugged each other enthusiastically, their eyes glittering with the bright light of victory. Some of them raised their hands high in bravado and shouted the bold slogans of victory, and their voices echoed in the night sky for a long time, with a lingering sound. Cheer and laugh. The crowd was celebrating the hard-won victory enthusiastically, releasing their inner joy and excitement to the fullest. Sweat and smiles intertwined on their faces. The zombie horde even retreated like this? Jiang Leyu had a surprised look on his face, his eyes full of doubts. Earlier the incoming force was raging, like a surging tide rushing in, the crazy hissing sound still echoing in the ears, the hideous face and the crazy pouncing figure still vivid in my mind. I had thought that the zombie hordes would continue their attacks during daylight hours tomorrow. Who would have expected that these monsters would retreat without warning? It's really fishy. Is this fishy? Fang Yaya blinked with a confused face. That innocent looked like an uninitiated girl. It must be the valor of the warriors in the base that has scared these monsters. These monsters still know fear? Jiang Leyu's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze turned to Guangyang with a searching look. Perhaps it's that corpse king who has figured it out. Guangyang murmured slightly, his gaze deep and distant, as if he was in deep thought. After all, it's not a solution to keep forcing the attack. The corpse king may have realized the tenacious resistance power of the Guangyang base, or perhaps it has other calculations and schemes. This retreat may just be a temporary hibernation. And it's not certain that the necromancer is preparing for a more violent attack next time. Aha! Jiang Leyu nodded thoughtfully. The three returned to the villa together after. Fang Yaya walked into Xiu Li's room. Chapter 31 Hailstorms. Master. Fang Yaya's face was respectful, like a devout believer, as she carefully came to Xiu Li's side and said softly, "You gave me homework and I finished it." "I know." Xiu Li's face was as ancient as a quiet deep pool, his voice calm and steady. "Your current strength is still not comparable to that dumbass corpse king, yet you were able to successfully deter him and force him to submit with your verbal compulsion and aura oppression. I have to say, you did a good job on this assignment. Many thanks for the compliment, Master." Fang Yaya's face was filled with a smile as bright as the sun, elated as a spiritual bird fluttering its wings in its heart. She felt her heart floating in the clouds, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment flowing throughout her body like a warm current. In her mind, to be recognized by Xiu Li was an unparalleled honor, an honor that resembled a bright star, illuminating the pride in her soul. Fang Yaya took a deep breath and her gaze became more determined. In this moment, it was as if she had seen her future self, growing and surpassing under Xiu Li's guidance, becoming an existence that everyone would pay attention to. Xiu Li saw that her face was flushed and her demeanor was fluttering. What's going on? Wasn't it just a compliment? Why does it just act like the High Dynasty? This woman is really interesting too. Early the next morning, the wind is like an angry dragon, roaring with its teeth and claws, emitting sharp and mournful hissing sounds, as if it wants to involve the whole world in the frenzy. The sky seems to be engulfed by endless darkness and gloom, like a huge ink-colored curtain heavily covering the earth. The depressing atmosphere as an invisible hand, tightly strangling people's throats. In a jiffy, a loud crackling noise came like a million horses galloping, and hailstones fell from the sky, striking people's eardrums frantically. No doubt about it, Xiu Li was disturbed by the cacophony of voices. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and got up and continued to wash himself methodically as usual. The cold stream of water slid over his face, lifting his spirits. The world outside the window drifted into chaos as hail poured down like a rain of bullets, leaping and tumbling across the ground, smashing small craters and splattering sheets of ice. Huey left the window open. A chilly wind laced with ice ballast hit his face. Just in time, Fang Yaya brought him breakfast. She was wearing a thick cotton coat and a furry scarf. Her cheeks were slightly reddened by the cold. Her hands, however, were still steadily holding the dinner plate with the carefully prepared breakfast on it. Hot porridge bubbled in the bowl, while the bread gave off a warm aroma and the side dishes were brightly colored. "Mr. Xiu," Fang Yaya said with a gentle face, her voice full of concern and anticipation. "Breakfast is ready, so eat it while it's hot." Yo-Yo Jiang Leyu ventured out at an inopportune moment, her tone a bit sour. "Yaha can be so sweet. Did I come at a bad time?" "No." Xiu Li shook his head slightly. "You've come at the right time. River leaf fish, Yaha Fang, oh, Guangyang and Li Hao, who were eating next to them. Xiu Li didn't care that they looked different, and took his own seat at the table and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast. He gently pinched a piece of bread baked to a golden brown, attractive aroma into his mouth, slowly chewing, and then picked up the hot porridge, gently stirring, until the heat dissipated a little bit, scooped up a spoonful of mouth, sweet and overflowing, and then picked up the brightly colored small vegetables, crisp texture and unique flavor jumping on the tip of the tongue. Xiu Li elegantly and calmly ate while not forgetting to comment, "Yaya's a good cook." When Jiang Leyu saw this, his face became a bit unconvinced. "Can't I be the one to make breakfast? You know how to make breakfast?" Xiu Li asked rhetorically, and straight away she was mortified. "Le fish." Fang Yaya's face was a bit helpless. "Will you stop being naughty?" "Oh," Jiang Leyu pouted. "I feel like I'm the one who feels like the third party between you two." "What the hell?" Fanya sighed softly. "Mr. Xiu treats everyone equally, and in this vast and boundless world, there is simply no one he can afford to look down on. So he is like a bright and dazzling lone star, hanging high in the sky, emitting a mysterious and dazzling light. His transcendent aura, as if he were a deity descending from another world, eclipsed everything around him. To him, all the people of this mortal world are as small and insignificant as ants." The more Fang Yaya spoke, the more energized she became, her eyes glittering with pilgrimage. "Mr. Xiu is like a deity in the clouds, overlooking the world's noise and chaos without being moved. His wisdom is like the bright stars in the night sky, shining brightly, and his decisions and ideas all hide endless deep meaning, so that we can only look up to him. His power is like a mysterious abyss, unfathomable. Any challenge is like child's play in front of him. He is such a transcendent and worldly existence that we are ashamed of ourselves and admire him. Mr. Su is the eternal faith in our hearts that leads us forward." When Jiang Leyu heard this, His face showed a capitalized shock, as if he had been struck by a sudden thunderbolt, and he froze on the spot. Next to the melon, Guangyang and Li Hao is also in this moment completely frozen, like two statues were cast to stasis. Xiu Li himself coughed lightly. Seeing this, Fangya hurriedly handed over another cup of hot milk and softly said, Mr. Xiu, eat slowly, don't choke, it's a little chilly, have a cup of hot milk to warm you up. Xiu Li frowned slightly and reached for her milk. Honestly, even he himself hadn't expected that Fangya would turn out to be like this today. Obviously, when Xiu Li was giving her special training, he was making her go through hellish trials and tribulations in the dream world. She could neither refuse, nor could she refuse, only because every time she was reluctant, Xiu Li would quietly appear, like a merciless master, and throw her back into the endless grind again, starting a new round of cruelty. If a normal person was treated like that, definitely hates Xiu Li. Obviously, Fanya is not normal. Could it be the innate masochistic holy body? Xiu Li had seen this type of person, but like Fangya, who was already fanatical to the point of not being like this, it was really rare to the extreme. Interesting. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and he stopped trying to think about it. Everything is a plaything to him anyway. Outside the window, the hail was still falling wildly, as if playing a violent symphony. The room was silent. Li Hao was a bit unable to stand this atmosphere, so he nibbled on the bread while sighing uncontrollably. It's so strange how the weather changes. All yesterday it was still bloody sunny and hot, and then today it turned out to be hailstones falling and cold. Yeah, Guangyang took over. This weather is like a temperamental madman, as if God is deliberately playing tricks on us. This damn weather, who knows what else it's going to get up to. Don't let another hurricane suddenly blow up again in a few days, or a roiling mist emerge, or else a dust storm that covers the sky. That would be a real mess. Chapter 32, Licking the Cat. Jiang Leyu didn't pay attention to these two people who tried to change the topic, still looking at Fangya with an incredulous face, her gaze full of surprise and incomprehension. Yeah, you know what? By behaving like this, you have already become the type of person you yourself once hated the most. Lick the dog. Le fish, you're talking too hard. Fangya frowned slightly and glared at her fiercely, retorting with dissatisfaction. How am I Mr. Xiu's licking dog? Don't you dare say that. You're still not. Jiang Leyu said with a righteous face, his expression serious and earnest. Look at you now. You're so close to having the word dog licker written plainly on your face. I admit that brother Xiu Li is indeed very good, but he's also a human, not a god, and it's not right for you to overblow it like that. I didn't brag. I was sincere. Fangya hurriedly defended, her eyes full of determination. Then you're a licking dog. Jiang Leyu was unforgiving. I'm really not. Fanya sounded a little anxious. I'm a licking cat at best. Meow. This statement was made. The entire seat was shocked, and several people were wearing a look of shock, as if they couldn't believe the words they were hearing. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen at this moment as well, leaving only a few people's different looks and the somewhat unbearable words echoing in the air. The crowd froze for a few seconds. Jiang Leyu let out a giggle and pointed at Fangya. Ha ha, licking a cat? That's a really fresh way of putting it. Yeah, then you licking cat must be a bit more relaxed. Don't lick Mr. Xiu to the point where he doesn't know what to do. Fangya red-faced, stomped her foot and said, Humph, you know how to laugh at me. No matter what you say, I'm just willing to be this licking cat. Jiang Leyu covered her stomach and couldn't stop laughing. Okay, since you're so insistent, I'll reluctantly recognize your unique licking cat. Just don't lick too much then. Yo. Fangya crossed her arms and said with a hum. I don't care. I'll lick it all I want. I can't. I really can't. Jiang Leyu laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes and covered her stomach. You are really trying to kill me with laughter. Brother Xiu Li, yeah is so good at licking. I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it when the time comes. Oh. Xiu Li sat quietly, his brows slightly furrowed, his deep eyes flickering thoughtfully. Fangya, on the other hand, puffed out her cheeks and pursed her lips gamely, not saying a word. Jiang Leyu, however, did not notice her change in mood in the slightest, and continued to make reckless fools of herself like a mischievous child. With a bad smile on her face and a playful glint in her eyes, she flirted loudly. Yeah, you might as well prepare a cat's paw. Imagine that you are like a playful and agile little elf, using that cute cat's paw to gently scratch brother Xiu Li inadvertently. Maybe in that moment, he'll be attracted to your childishly adorable antics, and in turn, he'll dote on you even more. Yo, and yeah, you can put on a cat tail and wag your tail in front of brother Xiu Li. That scene must be wonderful. Enough, Xiu Li said, giving her a slight sidelong glance. The gaze seems to be plain, but it seems to carry endless pressure. instantly let Jiang Leyu smile lost. The whole person seems to be cast a fixation spell. As if silent, the atmosphere do not dare to make a sound. He. Fang Yaya couldn't help but laugh when she saw her defeated look. It just so happens that this is the time. There was a knock on the door from outside the villa, accompanied by several shouts. Brother Guangyang, this is Xiao Zhao. Please open the door. Someone has come to visit you. Guangyang was slightly stunned, followed by a quick step over to open the door. Only Zhao Junran was seen standing outside the door with a warm smile on his face. Behind him, there was a tall man, bronze-colored face with clear contours, sword eyebrow oblique fly into the temples, eyes deep, gaze firm and sharp can penetrate the heart, high nose, pursed lips through a wave of perseverance, dressed in a straight military uniform, more majestic and dignified. This person was none other than Wang Zhengming, the officer who had come to their rescue outside the base and introduced Zhang Yang and the others to the Guangyang base. Captain Wang. Zhang Yang had a flash of surprise on his face, the smile as bright as the spring sunshine. I can't believe it's you. That's great. Wang Zhengming nodded slightly as a greeting to Zhang Yang and said in a loud voice, Little brother Zhang Yang, it's been a few days since I've seen you. The main purpose of coming here today is to pay you a visit. How is it? Are you still accustomed to it after coming to Guangyang base? Zhang Yang said with a grateful face, It's simply too comfortable, and I'm so sorry to have to trouble you to come in such bad hail weather. This is what should be done. Wang Zhengming said softly with a gentle smile on his face. If you are satisfied, then I am relieved. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered the important top-secret mission that Wang Zhengming was talking about. After a moment of hesitation, still unable to hold back his inner curiosity, he opened his mouth and inquired, Captain Wang, that mission you carried out earlier, how was it accomplished? Did the process go well? Wang Zhengming frowned slightly, his expression becoming a bit gloomy. Now there's no need to hide it. The goal of my mission is to find that female scientist who was engaged in genetic research. After everyone's joint efforts, the mission, although successfully completed, came at an extremely heavy price. In the course of our mission, we encountered many unpredictable dangers, and those monsters that fell into a berserk state were extremely difficult to deal with. The team was heavily damaged by the ensuing danger, and many members were injured or even killed. When Zhang Yang heard this, his mood felt like it was being pressed by a heavy stone, and the sinking feeling made his heart feel a bit depressed. Captain Wang, the brothers are really too difficult. They have given a lot, but I firmly believe that their contribution will be rich in extraordinary meaning. Yes, Wang Zhengming nodded. We eventually found Prof. Yao and brought her back to the base, and even though it was a difficult process, everyone's dedication paid off. I sincerely hope that Prof. Yao's research will be a complete success at an early date. This is the only way to give the best possible consolation to those brave and unfortunate soldiers who have lost their lives. Ha. Xiu Li suddenly laughed a few times, and his face was quite playful. Interesting, another fun thing to come across. Seeing this, Wang Zhengming's face instantly became rigid and hard as rock as his anger surged. This brother, I don't know what you're laughing at. Chapter 33, The Tip of the Iceberg. What am I laughing at? What does it have to do with you? Xiu Li's face was expressionless, slightly raising his chin, like a king overlooking the world. His voice was cold and arrogant. You are not yet in a position to police whether I laugh or not. Humph. What kind of attitude is this? Wang Zhengming's anger burned more and more fiercely. He clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his arms rippled like gnarled dragons, and he said angrily through clenched teeth, Your ridicule insulted my fallen comrades. Today you must give me a reasonable explanation or this matter is not over. Xiu Li, however, only glanced at him lightly. The corner of his mouth lifted up a disdainful smile and kept his mouth shut, as if Wang Zhengming's anger was nothing more than an insignificant farce in his eyes. Wang Zhengming took a deep breath, trying to calm his boiling anger a little, and said in a low and authoritative voice, Don't be so arrogant and cocky. This is not a place where you can be wild at will. The Guangyang base carries the hopes and efforts of countless people, and has an established order and rules that everyone here should abide by, not allowing you to act so recklessly and disregard the feelings of others. So what? The corners of Xiu Li's mouth rose slightly, and there was an innate arrogance in his voice. I have always acted only according to my own heart. In my eyes, there is no place in this world that can really bind me. I can do whatever I want. What can you do to me? The world was meant to work the way I wanted it to. Wang Zhengming's eyes opened angrily, as if two flames were burning in his eyes. It's the first time I've heard such asshole talk. You're really too much and too wild. Everyone who dares to ignore the rules will not end well. Rules? Xiu Li gently shrugged his shoulders with a face full of concern and said carelessly, That also depends on whether or not I'm willing to abide by it. I'm not going to be bound by these so-called rules of the secular world. Those rules and regulations mean nothing to me. Wang Zhangming resisted the urge to go up and beat him up, clenched his hands into fists, his joints slightly white, and said in a serious and forceful tone, "Very well, your behavior has seriously touched my bottom line. Dragons have reverse scales, touching them will lead to death." "Oh," Xiu Li laughed contemptuously, "you think you can threaten me? That's ridiculous. The people of this epoch have yet to hear of my majesty." He narrowed his eyes slightly, the vicissitudes of the ages seeming to flow through his gaze as an ancient and majestic aura began to spread. "In that distant past, I once stepped into the endless darkness of the abyss alone, and fought thousands of evil spirits in that eerie place. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood spread under my feet, skeletons like a ridge, bones like a forest, and I never retreated half a step. I was once in the barren battlefield of extinction, watching the stars fall and the mountains and rivers crumble, and I was the only one who stood proudly in it, turning the tide with my own strength, and that world-destroying storm had to bow down in front of me. Wherever I go, all spirits are afraid. All because my majesty is as inviolable as the might of heaven descending upon me. I have made those enemies who have presumed to challenge me wail in despair, and their souls have trembled under my wrath. There is no one in this world who has yet escaped my judgment." The sound was like a bell, and it fell in a leisurely manner. Xiu Li's body around the stock as if from the ancient flood horror aura, is also more and more intense, just like the surging tide spread out madly. Shasta. It was as if everyone present had lost their footing and plunged into the cold, bone-chilling, eerie, dark abyss of hell, surrounded by a layer of invisible darkness, filled with a chilling sense of oppression. Invisible as if there was an invisible giant hand, tightly strangled the throat of the crowd, so that their breathing has become rapid and difficult, the heart as if it were struck by a heavy hammer, each beat with a deep fear and shock. "You, what the hell are you?" Wang Zhangming's eyes were wide open, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He felt like he was facing an insurmountable mountain. That powerful aura made his body tremble, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. But the stubbornness in his bones made him force himself to stay calm and try to straighten his spine, trying to keep the last of his dignity and courage. "Shu, what kind of existence is Mr. Shu anyway? It's just so mind-boggling. He's simply more scary than I thought." Guangyang only felt a roar in his mind, and his thoughts felt as if they were about to be frozen, making it difficult for him to think. He stood frozen in place, but inside, waves of shock were set off. In front of this terrifying pressure, he felt as small as a mole cricket. A deep awe and fear intertwined in the bottom of his heart. The rest of the people also had a look of horror on their faces. Li Hao's legs were weak, and his heart was beating rapidly, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. Zhao Junrun's mind went blank, only endless fear spreading inside. His mind constantly asking himself rhetorically, what kind of terrifying existence is this? Could it be that the demon god of destruction has descended? Never before had I felt such a despairing pressure, as if I was a lone boat drifting in a raging storm, ready to be torn to pieces by this terrifying force. It's a nightmare you can't wake up from. Perhaps if he just moved his finger, the entire Guangyang base would go up in smoke. How can we possibly contend with such a being? Although Jiang Leyu was not as terrorized and panicked as the others, his face was also pale, and his cold sweat slid down as recklessly as a flood that broke the dike. In this moment, it was as if she had just gotten a real glimpse of what Xiu Li really was. No, perhaps this was also just the tip of the iceberg that he had revealed under the endless mists. Brother Xiu Li, what kind of person are you? Jiang Leyu stood quietly in place, his gaze as tight as a torch staring at Xiu Li, his heart suffused with both fear and a hint of inexplicable anticipation. In the middle of the field, only one person had no fear on his face. That would be Feng Naya. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and her gaze locked onto Xiu Li like a magnet, carrying an endless blaze of heat and excitement, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. It was an intense throbbing from frenzy. Is this the true power of the master? So powerful, so mind-blowing. It was almost as if a god had descended into the world and dominated everything. This power seems to be able to tear the sky and shatter the earth, and everything in the world is dwarfed in front of this power, and everything becomes as insignificant as dust. This is the one being that is truly worthy of all that I have to offer, to follow and worship, the only source of my faith. Feng Yaya's face was overflowing with an almost fanatical look of infatuation, her heart carrying an uncontrollable trembling and excitement. Chapter 34, Restored as Before. Xiu Li leisurely and calmly sat down. His complexion is like a quiet lake like ripples. All things in the world are unable to create a ripple in his heart above the lake. The moment he sat down peacefully, it was as if an oracle of God had quietly descended. Everything is back to its initial shape. The previous oppressive feeling that was almost suffocating like a mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain seemed like it had never appeared before, and it dissipated in an instant. Everything around us has returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. but the crowd was still palpitating, their hearts still beating frantically. Each beat seemed to pour out the fear that had penetrated his soul just moments before. Huffing and puffing, Zhao Junran panted heavily, as if he had just struggled back from the edge of death. The feeling of being pardoned was just like a drowning person who had steeply grabbed the straw that saved his life. But it's over. Jiang Yang's body could not stop trembling slightly, and the horrible scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in his mind was still lingering like a shadow. Jiang Leyu was even softer legs, as if all the strength had been drained away, directly collapsed on the ground. Fine beads of sweat on his forehead were like crystalline dewdrops. His voice trembled and muttered, "The city. The gates of the city are on fire for the fish in the pond. But brother Xiu Li, we're innocent. It's obvious that he's the one who made you angry. Just take it out on him. But I have always stood firmly on your side, and have never disobeyed you. So don't let us suffer an undeserved disaster because of someone else's mistake." Aha! Xiu Li nodded slightly. Fair enough, and indeed you shouldn't be implicated either. The words fell. He slowly spread out his palm, and a burst of brilliant white light abruptly flickered in the center of his palm, like a nimble elf, lightly shooting out. Immediately after, pure white light curled up and rose, wrapping around several people's bodies like silk, as if with magical magic. Only in the blink of an eye, they were as if infused with endless vitality and vigor. Their injuries disappeared, and they instantly recovered as before. "I'm dropping my S real good." Li Hao held his head with both hands, and in a short while, he only felt refreshed, as if every pore was breathing freely, and the previous heart fatigue and hurt was swept away, replaced by an unspeakable comfort and coziness. Half a minute later, a few people looked at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude, as well as deep reverence for Xiu Li's powerful strength. They knew deep down that everything they experienced today would be like an indelible brand, forever engraved in the depths of their souls. Only Wang Zhangming leaned powerlessly against the wall, his face as white as paper, his body as if he had been drained of all strength, his heart palpitating as he murmured softly, This gentleman, I apologize." Xiu Li raised his head slightly and said calmly, "Honestly, this spirit in you of standing up for your comrades is commendable, but you shouldn't have forced that trumped-up charge on me. Speaking of which," he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze glittering with arrogance, like a deity overlooking the world, his voice steady and strong, carrying in unquestionable majesty, "What I have done, even if the sky falls apart and the stars turn upside down, I will carry all the consequences on one shoulder and never retreat for half a second. That is my commitment to myself. But what I didn't do, even if the world changes, even if thousands of people put pressure on me, they will never want me to carry a single grievance. I Xiu Li act, has always been open and honest, no shame. My will is like the great wall cast in steel, impregnable. My decision is like the trajectory of the stars, unchangeable. I understand." Wang Zhangming nodded his head uncontrollably, his voice low and sincere. "It really is all my fault." At this moment in time, look back in detail, he also sensed that he had indeed been too serious just now. Of course, his bowing his head was still, to a large extent, due to the fact that the formidable power displayed by Xiu Li had far exceeded his imagination. Although he was stubborn by nature, he was by no means obstinate. To do something you know you can't do is nothing more than a folly called zealotry. Wang Zhangming has long since stepped over that period of hot-blooded and frivolous years. Under the precipitation and baptism of the years, he knows how to judge the situation, and understands that in the face of a strong force, the need for timely concessions and reflections. After all, in the face of absolute strength, blind adherence to one's own views will often only bring unnecessary losses and injuries. Wang Zhangming took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions, then spoke with a solemn face. "I won't bother you more today, so I'll take my leave." Without saying anything more, Xiu Li quietly turned around and returned to his room. Guangyang was slightly stunned and then said in a hurry, "Captain Wang, let me see you off." The two of them walked side by side, slowly heading out. Behind them, Zhao Junran hurriedly followed, holding a large umbrella made of special materials, shielding the two of them from the hail like falling pearls. They made their way slowly along the compound to the sound of hailstones crashing against the ground. Along the way, the atmosphere was as dreary as frozen frost, until the three of them walked to the front door of the villa. Wang Zhangming finally broke the silence and grumbled to Zhang Yang with a frown. "Brother Zhang Yang, why don't you reveal to me that this friend of yours is so powerful? I really almost got myself killed today." Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. A sardonic smile with some embarrassment then appeared on his face and he scratched his head to explain. "Captain Wang, you can't really blame me for this. Under those circumstances, how could I dare to interrupt at will? I didn't even dare to breathe a breath beside you, so I really didn't have the chance to mention this to you." "That's true." Wang Zhangming looked despondent. "Brother Zhang, do you know what this friend of yours is?" Zhang Yang shook his head somewhat helplessly. Who am I to know where he came from? Wang Zhangming's face was thoughtful. The words he said today are very evocative. Reminds me of a few lines of a poem. A body turns to fight for 3,000 miles. A sword was once 1,000,000 divisions. Captain Wang, Zhang Yang admonished with a serious face. I advise you not to recall what happened today. It would be best if you can forget it completely. Why is that? Wang Zhangming's face was puzzled. The reasoning is simple. Zhang Yang said at length. Mr. Xiu likes tranquility. If today's matter were to spread, there's no telling how many rights and wrongs would be born. After all, the last thing the world needs is that kind of hot-blooded douchebag. Wang Zhangming sniffed and bowed his head in deep thought for a moment. You do have a point. I will do as you say. Cho, you and I will forget about today. Zhao Junran hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Captain Wang, don't worry. I definitely won't say half a word about today's matter. Captain Wang sighed softly. Little Zhao and I will leave first. Brother Zhang Yang, please stay. The words fell. In the crisp sound of hail hitting the umbrella, their figures faded away, leaving only a trail of blurred footprints. Zhang Yang turned around and realized with a jolt that he hadn't brought an umbrella. An ordinary umbrella won't do any good in such violent hailstorms. For a while, he could only stand helplessly in place, looking at the hail and sighing. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, still determined to rush to the villa. The hailstones crackled on his body like bullets, but fortunately, he was an evolutionary and his body was strong enough, and although the pain was unavoidable, it was not a big problem. But this hail was certainly more deadly to those ordinary people. Chapter 35, Cosplay. Brother Xiu Li, Jiang Leyu tiptoed into the room with the look of a curious baby, her soulful eyes full of anticipation. I don't think you just laughed for no reason. I remember you saying, you ran into something funny. What exactly was it? Xiu Li returned with an expressionless face. You'll naturally understand later. Tell me now. Jiang Leyu softly pouted, gently shaking Xiu Li's sleeve. Xiu Li raised his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and calm. Remember the purpose of your visit to the Guangyang base? Jiang Leyu was slightly stunned, somewhat not quite understanding what Xiu Li meant by this. Okay, Le Fish. Fanya urged from the sidelines. Mr. Su is going to rest, so you should leave him alone. Slightly Jiang Leyu spat out her little pink tongue. Good one, yeah. You're getting out of line. Dare to be a bigot in front of me, huh? Fang Yaya smiled and didn't say anything, but just gently walked to the cabinet next to her, from which she took out a pair of fluffy cat ears, a spirited and playful cat tail, and the cat's paw with a soft and adorable texture. Jiang Leyu's pink lips opened wide as she let out an involuntary cry of shock. No way, yeah. You're for real. Her eyes widened with incredulity. You're really going to cosplay with Brother Xiu Li? What else do you think? Fang Yaya spoke softly and laughed lightly, her eyes glittering with excitement. I have all the props ready, and thanks to you for reminding me. No. Yeah, you can't do this. Jiang Leyu covered her face with a hint of shyness and rancor in her voice. How can you be like this? Why can't it be like this? Fanya urged with a smile as she gently nudged her. You get out of here. I'm gonna start playing. No. Jiang Leyu gritted her teeth, as if she had made a great determination, and said firmly, I'm not leaving. Big deal. I'll hang out with you guys. Oh, Fanya's face was astonished and she slightly raised her eyebrows, saying with a few hints of skepticism and flirtation, Le Fish, you can't fool around. You've never cosplayed before. Then you can teach me. Jiang Leyu had already gone out on a limb at this point, her eyes full of persistence. Are you for real? Fanya gave a slight lurch. In that case, what role would you like to cos? I can help you out with ideas. Jiang Leyu blinked her soulful eyes, her cheeks flushed with a shy blush as she said softly, I want to cos a little fish. A mermaid? Fanya shook her head, slightly regretful. I don't have such props here. Why don't you just Le Fish, you cos dragon lady? Jiang Leyu lightly bit her lip, revealing a thoughtful expression. Dragon lady? Yes. Fang Yaha explained with a smile. Fish leaping over the dragon gate. How graceful the dragon lady is. It suits you too. Jiang Leyu's face froze slightly and did not say anything else. Fang Yaya, on the other hand, immediately took action and started rummaging through the box to find various materials. Xiu Li sat aside, quietly watching the two women fooling around, but also did not stop. The eyes seemed to have a few points of reminiscence. Happy Fish, now it's time to create your own dragon lady look. Fang Yaya's eyes flashed with excitement, first picking up the silver fabric that was as light as gauze and skillfully cutting a long flowing belt, then gently tying it around Jiang Leyu's waist, quietly saying, don't just stand there, take a few steps. Oh. Jiang Leyu came back to her senses and subconsciously took a few steps. The floating belt then fluttered as lightly as a spiritual cloud, adding a bit of ethereal immortality to her. No way. They're really playing. It's so unbridled that Big Brother doesn't even talk about them. Look at Xiu Li's eyes just now. He seems to be reminiscing. Maybe he's played before. Oh, intersection, oh haha. Not to mention, Yabao and Fishbowl are naturally beautiful, and they do look very elegant when they cosplay. Indeed. I'm a little tickled. Xiu Li Big Brother is confused. If it were me, I would have just transformed into a dragon knight. Fish Treasure would definitely not have refused. Don't think about it. There's definitely no action movie to watch. What kind of action movie are you talking about? It's what you think it is. Martyr. That's it for today's broadcast. Bye. Don't go yet. If you can't watch an action movie, you can still watch an animal movie. What do you mean? Ha 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 ha. Laughed my ass off. Had enough fun? Xiu Li's calm voice rang out leisurely, like a fresh breeze brushing across the surface of a quiet lake. Since you guys like cosplaying so much, I'll let you play back for real. With that, he snapped his fingers lightly. Shasta. A dreamlike pure white light was just like a nimble elf, swiftly leaping out from his fingertips, first lightly lingering beside Fong Yaya, just like a nimble ribbon dancing. Fong Yaya's eyes rounded, before she could make any reaction. The pure white light then began to outline marvelous changes on her body like a magical paintbrush, only to see Fong Yaya's ears quietly undergoing a metamorphosis, gradually becoming furry. A pair of cute and adorable cat ears were born, standing tall, as if they were keenly listening to every tiny movement around them. In the meantime, a strange sensation also welled up in her hindquarters. A fluffy cat tail grew out from behind her, waving playfully from side to side in a cute manner, and her clothes transformed like water rippling into a costume with cat patterns and soft fluffy fur, her whole body instantly transforming into a cute and adorable cat-eared lady. Immediately after, the light again seemed like a nimble bird of prey, lightly flying towards Jiang Leyu. She opened her mouth slightly, only to feel a warm power wrapping itself gently around her like a gentle cloud. Jiang Leyu's face showed curiosity and he couldn't help but reach out his hand forward to touch it. Shasta. Her bodice began to emit a faint glow as the dragon pattern manifested, the golden lines shining with a mysterious radiance. On the head of Jiang Li's fish, the dragon's horn also grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, followed by a slight air fluctuation coming from behind him, and a pair of vaguely transparent wings appeared like a dream. She flapped her wings gently, and her aura changed radically in an instant. Cold and lonely, beautiful, really like a dragon lady out of mythology. Yeah, happy fish. The two women looked at each other in surprise, and then turned their gazes to Xiu Li, their eyes filled with an unbelievable light. Brother Xiu Li, how did you turn us into this? Jiang Leyu puffed out her cheeks and got a little angry. Xiu Li smiled leisurely. The way you came out reminded me of a few deceased people, so I couldn't help but make you more real. Don't worry, in a day's time, you'll be back to your old selves. Chapter 36, The Introduction of the Evolution Potion. The next days, time flows like a quiet stream, and life has become rather boring. Ever since the hailstorm disaster had struck like a demon, the light and sunshine base seemed to have been shrouded in frost and plunged into a coldness. The streets were unusually silent, almost no pedestrians, only the occasional wind, and the crisp sound of falling hail echoed in the ears. Weekdays. In order to make glorious sun base a better place to live, all the residents are rolling up their sleeves and working hard to build the base and strengthen the defenses, and work together to add bricks and mortar to the solidity of their homes. Yet now it was empty. Hailstorms are like a sudden nightmare, forcing people to stop rushing for a while. The ground was cluttered with hail debris, cold and hard. Time passes quietly. Finally, after half a month, the hail stopped. In the meantime, a shocking piece of good news, like the brightest sunshine in spring, quickly spread throughout the entire base. Professor Yao, who was engaged in genetic science, successfully developed an evolutionary potion after dozens of days and nights of painstaking research. This magical potion can make ordinary survivors into admirable evolvers, and it can also make those who have already become evolvers even more powerful. Once the news was out, it was as if the entire base was instantly infused with boundless vitality, and people came from all directions like a tidal wave. Wow, now we have a chance to become evolved. In the post-apocalyptic world, only evolved people can have the most basic qualifications for survival. We ordinary survivors are really living worse than dogs. That's great. Yes, the Guangyang base is going to take a new turn. Everyone was talking excitedly, their faces full of longing and anticipation for the future. And the Guangyang base was once again revitalized. Inside the Guangyang Institute, lights like agile elves, light dance, sprinkle like a dreamy soft bright halo. Suddenly, a sound of high heels hitting the ground came in a leisurely manner, like pleasant and melodious notes jumping in the air, playing a unique rhythmic movement. The crowd subconsciously looked over. Just see an elegant lady walking slowly. She wears a pair of exquisite and incomparable gold glasses, The eyes behind the lenses are as bright as brilliant stars, as if hiding a vast and infinite wisdom. Just a light glance will be able to understand the true meaning of all things in the world. She strolled along gracefully. Hello, Professor Yao. Hello, Professor Yao. Everyone who meets her immediately has a look of respect mixed with affection on their face. Whether it was a young researcher or a senior scientist, as soon as their eyes touched her figure, they would all coincidentally stop what they were doing, nod slightly, and greet her politely. A greeting followed. The beautiful female professor faced each greeting with a smile as gentle as the spring breeze, nodded her head gently, and responded with a heavenly, gentle voice. Hello everyone. Her voice seems to carry a kind of magic, can instantly close the distance with others, so that everyone who hears it is like a spring breeze. Yao Dai continued to walk towards her destination. A confident and charming smile hung at the corner of his mouth, and every step carried an air of calmness like a cloud. Professor Yao, this is the latest evolutionary potion. The female assistant's voice broke the silence as she carefully held a blood-colored test tube of potion, as if holding a rare treasure, and came in front of Yao Dai. It's already ready for mass production, isn't it? Yao Dai inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the potion with concern. Yes, Professor, the female assistant responded hastily, nodding slightly before adding. It's just that it's not ready to be widely disseminated for the time being. Some of the key materials are scarce in origin and there are certain difficulties in accessing them, and we need to further explore and solve these problems. The female assistant paused briefly and then continued. By the way, Captain Wang Zhangming wants to see you. Yao Dai pondered slightly for a moment, then said with a calm face, let him come in. Not a moment too soon. Wang Zhangming then walked into the institute with a steady pace. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, with a straight figure and a smile on his face. Captain Wang, Yao Dai responded softly, her voice gentle with genuine emotion. I've been really busy lately, and I haven't had a chance to pay a visit and thank you for saving my life. Prof. Yao is overstating things, Wang Zhangming said with a serious face and a serious face. This is my mission, and now that you have successfully researched the evolution potion, my brothers who died can rest in peace in heaven. I'm sorry for them. Yao Dai's face instantly dimmed, her eyes filled with guilt and gloom, as if that heavy past had surfaced again. You mustn't say that, Wang Zhangming hastily persuaded. They all died honorably for their homes. Their dedication and commitment is remembered by all. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. We will carry their faith forward. After a short pause, Wang Zhangming continued. I came here this time to discuss with you some issues regarding the application of evolutionary potions in the military. After all, evolutionary potions have a crucial role to play in enhancing our combat power and better defending our homeland. Yao Dai looked at him with a smile and pointed to the chair next to him and said, Captain Wang, please sit down first. We'll talk slowly. Wang Zhangming sat down as he was told and began after clearing his throat. Professor Yao, my team has always been committed to dealing with all kinds of complex challenges and dangers. And I think that if the team can use this evolutionary potion, then our overall strength will be greatly enhanced. As you see it, do you have any specific suggestions or things we need to work with in terms of potions being applied to our team? Yao Dai nodded slightly, thinking for a moment before answering. Captain Wang, although the current evolutionary potion has achieved certain results, there are still some areas that need to be perfected, such as during the process of using it, it may produce different reactions due to individual differences. Therefore, before applying it, we need to conduct a detailed physical test and evaluation of your team members to ensure that the potion is safe to use. Wang Zhangming listened carefully, then nodded and said, Prof. Yao, you've given this a lot of thought, and we will definitely cooperate fully with these tests and assessments. Then, regarding the supply and distribution of potions, what do you think is a more reasonable arrangement? After all, our team is large in number, and there are still a large number of ordinary survivors that have yet to evolve. Yao Dai held up her glasses and said slowly, this is indeed an issue that requires careful planning. At the moment, evolutionary potions cannot be widely spread. They can only be applied to the ranks as a priority. Wang Zhangming's face was pensive. I think it's better to take out a portion of the evolution potion and provide it to ordinary survivors. Otherwise I'm afraid it'll stir up public anger. Yao Dai gave a soft hum. The two continued to delve deeper, coming up with ideas for the application of evolutionary potions. Chapter 37 Yao Dai. Inside the villa. Several people were also discussing the recent hot topic within the base regarding the introduction of evolutionary potions. That female professor is really something, Jiang Leyu said with an interested face. To actually be able to research evolutionary potions, it's no wonder that the higher-ups of the Guangyang base are willing to pay such a great price to bring her back. The rumor I heard outside is that ordinary people can become evolved directly after drinking an evolutionary potion, and those who have already become evolved can become even stronger after drinking an evolutionary potion. When are we, too, going to buy a few bottles of evolution potions to taste and try out the effects? I want to buy it too, Li Hao said somewhat helplessly. But it's too expensive. The announcement said that the evolution potion can only be exchanged for base contribution points. A full 30,000 contribution points. I did a good calculation. If it was an ordinary survivor, at least they would have to go without food and drink and work as a cow for the base for 3 months before they could save up 30,000 contribution points. If it's an evolved person, it'll take almost a month or so as well. And during that time, if you keep taking on various missions, you should be able to save up to 30,000 contribution points as well if you're lucky. 30,000 contribution points. Jiang Leyu skimmed his lips. How many contribution points do we have now? Ms. Le Fish, you're not dreaming. Li Hao's face wanted to laugh a little. We've all been lying within the villa for almost a month. Where did we get the contribution points? To get an evolutionary potion by virtue of regular channels. For us now, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I did hear that this matter of evolutionary potions is now in the charge of Captain Wang. We and Captain Wang, we've had a few lifelong friendships, haven't we? What the hell? Jiang Leyu said with a speechless face. He almost got killed by brother Xiu Li last time. So he's on life's terms with us? Li Hao hemmed and hawed. The main reason is that we're new here, so we're a little more familiar with Captain Wang, and I don't even know who else to turn to besides him. Again with the human feelings, Jiang Leyu's face was rather jaded. There used to be no escape in times of peace, and now it's all post-apocalyptic, and there's still no avoiding it. There's no way around it, Li Hao said with a smile. Wherever there are people, there are people. Cheeky as a meal. What do you say, Yangzi? Why don't we go together and beg Captain Wang? Zhang Yang didn't say anything, but inside, he was secretly thinking. Evolutionary potions. The previous life appeared at about the same point in time. Nothing was right. This thing is right. It's really quite breathless. Yanko. Li Hao knocked his head. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. Zhang Yang paused for a moment. We're all already evolved. There's no need to rush about the evolution potion. If we really want to get stronger quickly, we might as well hope that we're a little bit luckier. If we can drop an energy crystal from the sky, then we'll really be rich. At this time, Wang Zhengming's voice came from outside the villa. Brother Zhang Yang, there's something I need to see. The crowd froze at the words. Li Hao narrowed his eyes and said, at this point in time, Captain Wang came to find us. It couldn't be that he came to deliver evolution potions to us. No. Jiang Leyu frowned slightly. After going through that one thing, it's even good that he doesn't hate us. How could he still come back to us to give us an evolutionary potion? Ms. Le Fish. Li Hao looked solemn. This you don't understand, right? After he saw how powerful Mr. Xiu was, he definitely wouldn't dare to feel hatred anymore. Instead, he would have to think of every possible way to come and curry favor with us. I'm more than 80% sure that he's definitely just here to deliver the evolution potion to us. I'm going to open the door now and we'll see. The words fell. He hurried to the door. Captain Wang, please come in. Please come in. Li Hao welcomed with a smile. Brother Li Hao is polite. Wang Zhengming walked in. Only then did Li Hao notice that there were two other women behind him. One of them was mediocre looking. The other one that can be very demonic. My mama. I originally thought that Miss Le Fish and Xiaoya were pretty enough, but I didn't realize that this woman would be slightly better. Get used to seeing modern beauty and makeup techniques. Li Hao would seldom feel anything very stunning about a woman's appearance anymore. But today, he really was greatly shocked. The feeling as calm as the heart of the lake was suddenly thrown into a boulder, flooding layers of ripples that are difficult to calm down. I don't know if these two are. Li Hao couldn't help but inquire. Ha ha. Wang Zhengming also seemed to see something, and immediately said with a smile, this is Professor Yao. The evolution potion was researched by her, and this is her assistant. Oh. Li Hao hurriedly welcomed them into the villa. Yao Dai was dressed in a well-tailored women's suit, with lines as smooth as moving waves of water, elegantly outlining her long, plump figure, as if it were an artist's carefully sculpted masterpiece. The suit pants swayed lightly with her steps, like a dancing ribbon. It shows an unrivaled competence and spontaneity. Her hair was neatly pulled back. Smooth forehead like white jade exudes a warm luster. A few strands of hair such as the spirit of the elves inadvertently dropped in the ear, adding a few points of warmth and playfulness. The moment she walked into the villa, no doubt about it, several people's attention was drawn to her. Even Xiu Li turned his head slightly, his gaze fixing slightly on Yao Dai's body, the corner of his mouth lifting up in an arc of interest. My goodness! Jiang Leyu's face was filled with moving awe. What a beautiful young lady! Yao Dai responded with a light smile. Thanks for the compliment. You're actually quite attractive. Her voice was as pleasant as the flow of a clear spring. Wang Zhengming introduced again. This is Professor Yao. What did you say? Jiang Leyu said in a hurry. The professor who researched the evolution potion is also named Yao. It can't be her. Exactly. Wang Zhengming nodded. It's unbelievable. Jiang Leyu held his forehead. Little. No. Professor Yao shouldn't have turned 30 this year. Yao Dai responded with a smile. It's been over 30 for a long time. It's just that I take better care of myself on a regular basis, so I still look younger. Jiang Leyu took a deep breath. Professor Yao even came in person. I wonder what he's looking for us for. It's like this, Wang Zhengming said with a solemn face. We intend to select a group of people in the military as well as in the rich areas to take the evolution potion. And in order to ensure safety, it is necessary for Prof. Yao to conduct physical tests and evaluations on the takers. As he explained, Yao Dai turned her head slightly, her gaze involuntarily looking towards Xiu Li. It just so happened that Xiu Li was also looking at her. The two stared at each other in this regard. Chapter 38, Hidden Dragon. Yao Dai was creeped out in her heart and subconsciously avoided Xiu Li's gaze. Fruit is really a very dangerous character. Where the hell did he come from? Professor Yao. Jiang Leyu said smilingly. Why don't you quickly help us conduct a body test to see if we're fit to take an evolutionary potion? Okay. Yao Dai took a deep breath, her gaze becoming deep and focused. I've awakened a mind-psychic ability that allows me to observe the inside of my body. She slightly closed her eyes and mobilized the mysterious power in her body. Since she became an evolutionary, she possessed the magical supernatural ability to perform body tests with her mind. The moment, concentrating her mind, she slowly extended her thoughts out like invisible tentacles and began to probe into the bodies of these people in front of her one by one. Yao Dai was able to clearly observe the subtle structures within the bodies of several people. Blood rushing and flowing through the veins, cells metabolizing in an orderly manner, and the organs functioning individually like precise instruments. Her brow furrowed slightly at times, and then gently stretched, as if she were deciphering those secret messages hidden deep within her body. What could be inside him? Yao Dai's face was torn. She suddenly thought of Xiu Li, that mysterious and dangerous person. Was it possible to observe his body as well? Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly in his heart like a weed, and it was difficult to contain it. But this man is just too dangerous. Yao Dai gently bit her lower lip, reason telling her that this was an extremely risky move. A single slip-up could lead to an extremely dangerous situation. However, that intense curiosity was like a raging tide that kept hitting the dam of her sanity. In the end, Yao Dai still couldn't hold down the curiosity in her heart as she took a deep breath and carefully extended her thoughts tentatively towards Xiu Li's direction. But the moment her intention just slightly touched Xiu Li, an extremely powerful and violent force violently counterattacked, and that force was like a raging tsunami, carrying the aura of destroying everything. Yao Dai only felt a sharp pain in her mind, as if there were millions of steel needles stabbing fiercely, and her intention was nearly destroyed under the impact of this force. She was horrified in her heart and hurriedly tried her best to retrieve her intention. Her forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat, and her face became as pale as paper. It was then that Yao Dai realized profoundly. Xiu Li was far more dangerous than she had imagined, and this rash attempt to test the waters was just too reckless, and had raised her vigilance towards Xiu Li to an unprecedented level. She secretly vowed that she would never easily try to pry into Xiu Li's secrets in the future. After almost half an hour, it was only then that Yao Dai slowly opened her eyes. Professor Yao, have you finished testing? Jiang Leyu softly inquired. Aha! Yao Dai barely managed to smile at the corner of her mouth. After careful testing, all of you are in good physical condition. All of you have no problem taking the evolutionary potion. It's just that even if the body meets the conditions, there may be some individual differences in reactions after taking it, so you should be mentally prepared. Yao Dai earnestly admonished. Although you are all already evolved, after taking the evolution potion, it will still bring you unexpected changes and enhancements, but it also comes with certain risks and challenges. That's great. Jiang Leyu rubbed his hands together excitedly. Professor Yao, we will definitely follow your instructions. So when can we start taking it? Yao Dai pondered briefly. Don't be in a hurry yet. I still need to explain some more precautions and possible scenarios to you, to make sure you all fully understand before choosing the right time to start taking it. Immediately after, Yao Dai began to explain in detail the principle of action of the evolution potion, the method of taking it, as well as the various reactions and countermeasures that might follow. Jiang Leyu and the others were listening with rapt attention, full of anticipation and a hint of nervousness for the upcoming changes. Only Xiu Li and Guangyang behaved differently from the crowd. Xiu Li still had the same careless look, as if everything in the world could not cause waves in his heart. He leaned lazily to the side, a smile, if any, hanging at the corners of his mouth, making it hard to catch. Guangyang, however, frowned. His gaze was fixed on the evolutionary potion, his eyes filled with doubt. What's with this evolution potion? Why is it scarlet and blood-colored? His thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his previous life. Back then, evolution potions were almost always dark green. Guangyang frowned and his gaze couldn't help but look at Yao Dai. Such a woman in ancient times. That's a red face. Something wasn't quite right. She seemed to have an inexplicable affinity for her that seemed to make people subconsciously trust her. Could it be that this is also an extraordinary ability? Guangyang's face showed a grave expression. This time, Yao Dai had patiently finished explaining all the precautions and possible situations. The two of them, Jiang Leyu and Li Hao, already couldn't wait to take the evolutionary potion. Li Hao took a deep breath and took the lead in picking up an evolutionary potion, which was contained in a transparent glass bottle, emitting a slightly strange light. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle. Jiang Leyu is also starting to follow suit. But just in time. Hao-chan! Miss Leyu! Guangyang let out a loud shout, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, which resounded abruptly in this otherwise quiet space, startling Jiang Leyu and Li Hao with a violent shudder. Their hands subconsciously shook, and the evolutionary potion that was originally held steadily in their hands actually broke away from their palms due to this sudden shaking. It fell to the floor with a snap. The transparent test tube bottle fell to pieces on the ground, and the scarlet evolution potion spilled all over the ground like a shocking puddle of blood, spreading out on the ground. Jiang Leyu's eyes widened, his eyes filled with astonishment. Guangyang, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly so loud? Li Hao was also bewildered and puzzled, his brows furrowed. Ya Yangzi, what's going on? You took us all by surprise. Guangyang could only pretend to be confused. Did I speak very loudly? I'm really sorry. It's too bad that both evolution potions broke. It's a shame indeed. Jiang Leyu looked sad. Li Hao also clenched his palms, his face full of regret. Yao Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked deeply at Xiu Li, Guangyang, and the expressionless Fang Ye next to her. All three of them are completely unaffected by my charms. It goes without saying that Xiu Li is extremely mysterious and dangerous, but I didn't expect that besides him, this man and woman were also not too simple. Inside a small villa, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chapter 39, Seven-Colored Magic Stone. A strong intuition steeply arose in Yao Dai's heart. This place, I'm afraid, can never stay for long. The gaze of the three, especially Xiu Li's gaze, that dangerous aura was like a raging tide, coming in from all over the place, making her feel like an on her back, nearly suffocating. Since the evolution potion fell and shattered, let's come back another day. After saying this, Yao Dai left without looking back. When Wang Zhengming saw this, his face was quite a bit at a loss for words, but he could only follow. How did Professor Yao just leave? Jiang Leyu's face was puzzled, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze still resting on the direction Yao Dai had left, and she muttered, going in such a hurry. Did something urgent happen? Prof. Yao is so beautiful. Li Hao's face was full of reluctance, and there seemed to be a lingering light flickering in his eyes as he said dully, the body is so zippy, too. I wish I could see her more. Guangyang could not help but look helpless and gently shook his head. This guy's gone, and they both still haven't slowed down? Just take some cold water and sprinkle it on their faces. The corner of Xiu Li's mouth rose slightly with a teasing smile. Guangyang was first stunned, then he revealed a knowing smile and really did as he was told. The cool cold water sprinkled down, and Jiang Leyu and Li Hao came back to their senses with a jolt, as if they were waking up from a dream. What's going on with us? Jiang Leyu had a confused look on his face. Has Professor Yao left already? Li Hao, on the other hand, scratched his head vigorously, his face bewildered. The corner of Xiu Li's mouth gently rose, revealing a smile if any, before he fell silent, only glancing quietly at Fang Ye before walking straight towards the room with a steady pace. Fang Ye seemed to have realized, and hurriedly followed, her footsteps light but with a hint of urgency. Master, do you have something you wish to say to me? Fang Ye softly inquired, a hint of careful anticipation in her voice. Xiu Li slowly turned around, his gaze deep and meaningful. Yao Dai, is the second assignment I have for you? Fang Ye was inwardly shocked. The originally calm heart lake was thrown into a stone, causing ripples, but she quickly composed herself again and responded. Master, I understand. This person, Yao Dai, is indeed not too simple. What is her origin? You don't care so much, Xiu Li said with an expressionless face. She's kind of a more dangerous figure for you, and it's not that easy for you to take her down. He paused slightly, his gaze deep and sharp. Or even, you'll be taken down by her. Fang Ye frowned slightly, a hint of stubbornness and defiance flashed in her eyes. Master, I don't think so. I'm confident that I can deal with her and won't be easily swayed by her. Xiu Li shook his head gently. She's not as easy to deal with as that stupid necromancer from last time. If you take it lightly, you're bound to fall into her trap. Fang Ye bit her lip and just wanted to speak, But suddenly, the sky outside the window steeply flashed a burst of bright and extremely colorful light, seemingly divine. In the vast and boundless sky wantonly splashed with brilliant colors, as if it were a fantasy scroll carefully drawn by nature. What's that? Fangye subconsciously ran to the window and looked at the sky. A 7-colored meteorite was seen, dragging a gorgeous and mysterious light tail, cutting through the sky and whistling as it sped towards the ground. The only thing that could be heard in that moment was a loud rumbling, like the hammer of divine punishment. Wherever it smashed down, dust flew up like raging waves, and the ground trembled slightly. Outside the villa, the wind was howling, rustling the leaves of the trees, and the gloomy sky was as if it was covered by a huge black curtain, and the depressing atmosphere made people gasp for breath. Guangyang, as if he was under a spell, stood still, his face full of incredulity, staring at the colorful meteorite as if it was a hammer of heavenly punishment. Isn't this a 7-colored magic stone? His voice trembled slightly with undisguised shock and trepidation. In the meantime, Guangyang's mind flashed through the fragments of memories from his previous life, and those bitter and painful experiences and blood lessons seemed to be vividly restaged in front of his eyes again at this moment. The 7-colored magic stone is pregnant with the greatest plague of the end times, and in the previous world it descended after a year, but now it's actually so far in advance. Guangyang murmured in a low voice. The intense uneasiness that welled up in his heart was like a pervasive fog that instantly enveloped his mind and body. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale the chaotic thoughts and uneasy emotions into his lungs, and tried to calm himself down. He knew deep down that the gears of fate had begun to turn wildly. It was necessary to take action as soon as possible to destroy the 7-colored magic stone, or else the unimaginable consequences would consume everything like a flooding beast. Guangyang turned resolutely and rushed out like an arrow off the string. The determined figure looked like it was carrying an unrelenting momentum. However, he hadn't been gone for long when he encountered Wang Zhangming leading a heavily armed team that was walking outside the base with a neat and powerful pace. Each of them had an upright posture, and their weapons were emitting a cold, chilling light at their sides, just like warriors about to go on an expedition. Was Captain Wang startled by the meteorite fall just now and wanted to check out the situation? Guangyang hurriedly spoke, a hint of urgency in his voice. Wang Zhangming nodded slightly, his gaze firm and steady as he responded. Not bad. The commotion we just made was too big. Such an unusual meteorite fall must be unusual. We must go forward to find out what's going on and figure out the situation in order to ensure the safety of the base. A flash of determination flashed in Guangyang's eyes as he immediately took a step forward and said in a firm tone, Captain Wang, I would also like to go with you. I may have some knowledge of this 7-colored meteorite, so I may be able to help, and I also want to do my part to deal with this possible crisis. Wang Zhangming didn't think much about it and agreed directly. Alright, then you'll be with us, but be sure to follow directions, be safe, and don't act without authorization. Subsequently, Guangyang quickly joined the group and together they walked firmly in the direction of the falling meteorite. After the group exited the base, they traveled along the rugged road. The sky became more and more gloomy, like a huge dark gray curtain pressing overhead. The wind was raging, roaring like an angry beast, constantly pulling at the corners of the people's clothes, and the sand and dust raised flew all over the sky, blurring the line of sight. Far away, the place where the meteorite fell rose up a gust of bizarre 7-colored smoke, like a monster with teeth and claws writhing, and the surrounding trees were blown by the gusts of wind, sending out crunching groans of pain. Along the way, everyone maintained a high level of vigilance, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Guangyang followed closely in the middle of the group, his mind racing, thinking about the various situations that might arise and how to deal with them. Chapter 40, Mutated Blood Wolves. Guangyang said to Wang Zhangming with a grave expression while scanning the surroundings vigilantly like a falcon. Captain Wang, the atmosphere along the way is just too weird and eerie, like there are unseen shadows lurking quietly. We must be doubly careful. Wang Zhangming's face was as stoic as iron, and he nodded solemnly. Indeed, all of you keep your weapons firmly in your hands, always on alert and ready for any situation that may arise. The party continued to march forward cautiously, like explorers groping their way through the darkness. Suddenly, a creepy, low roar that sounded like it came from the depths of hell came lazily from the front. At the sound of the voice, everyone stopped in their tracks as if they had been cast under a fixation spell. Their nerves tensed to the extreme in an instant, as if they might break at any moment. What's that sound? One of the team members asked in a nervous whisper with a slight tremor in his voice. Before the others had time to reply, a group of blood wolves with eerie red light emanating from their eyes rushed out like ghosts, their bodies as athletic as lightning, their sharp fangs in their bloody mouths like the sides of the god of death, chilling people to the bone, their saliva dripping down the corners of their mouths, bringing with them a strong and nauseating bloody aura. It's the blood wolves. Everyone prepare to fight. Wang Zhangming roared loudly and angrily, like a loud bell, full of power and majesty. The team members immediately raised their weapons in their hands as if they were on the verge of an enemy and stood at attention, their gazes full of determination and firmness. Guangyang also tightly gripped the weapon in his hand. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly like a rapid drumbeat, and fine beads of sweat quietly emerged on his forehead like dewdrops as he said loudly, "Everyone must be careful. These blood wolves are exceptionally ferocious and are by no means ordinary mutated beasts." As the blood wolves continued to approach swiftly, the battle instantly opened up like a volcanic eruption. Without hesitation, Wang Zhangming took the lead in pulling the trigger, and the bullet whistled like an angry fire and shot out, hitting the blood wolf in the forefront of the charge with teeth and claws with precision and accuracy. However, stunned is, only heard crash crisp sound. The bullet hit the blood wolf body. Even like hitting on the impenetrable steel in general, the blood wolf is only a slight beat, then it is again ferociously pouncing over. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked, and a wave of horror welled up in their hearts. Zhang Yang waved the long knife in his hand with cold light. His body was as athletic as an agile cheetah. He agilely sidestepped a blood wolf's pouncing bite with his agile posture, and then followed the trend with a knife that ruthlessly slashed at its head. The blood wolf let out a mournful roar up to the sky in pain and tumbled to the side. Zhang Yang immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, be sure to pay attention. These blood wolves should have been strengthened. Bullets will have little effect on them. Make sure to shoot them in the head." The team members sniffed and pulled the triggers, and the deafening sound of gunshots rang through the sky, seeming to break through the clouds. Although he had managed to find the shortcomings of the blood wolves, their numbers were as vast and numerous as a tidal wave, and they continued to come silently from all directions like ghosts. Taking advantage of the short gap between the people-changing magazines, a blood wolf broke through the defense line and pounced on one of the team members as swiftly as lightning. The team member's eyes widened in horror, a look of disorientation on his face. Zhang Yang was quick as a whip and rushed over like an arrow out of the string, flew up and kicked the blood wolf away with the force of 1,000 pounds, and then quickly pulled up that member of the team. "Everyone, do not panic, and make sure to stay in formation," Wang Zhangming commanded loudly as he shot calmly. The blood wolf's attacks became more and more violent, just like a raging storm that was overwhelming. Many wounds gradually appeared on the team members' bodies, but they did not have the slightest intention to retreat, and their eyes were filled with a determined and unyielding light. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. His heart lit up with a burning fighting spirit. Once again, like a fearless warrior, rushed into the wolves, and started a thrilling close combat. He flexibly dodged the deadly attacks of the blood wolves, and waved the long knife in his hand, with a powerful aura that seemed to be able to cut through the void. After a thrilling and grueling battle, the blood wolves finally showed signs of retreat, and were repelled by the concerted efforts of the crowd and the common enemy. The battlefield was littered with wolf corpses, and the bloody gas filled the air. And although the people had the celebration of having survived the robbery, they also had a heavy look on their faces. The party had suffered heavy losses in more than half of the casualties, and the groans of the wounded were interwoven with the heavy breathing like a mournful melody echoing through the air. The crowd was well aware of the unknown dangers that lay ahead, waiting for them intently. Under this heavy atmosphere, hesitation and withdrawal began to show on the faces of some of the players. Wang Zhangming looked at the team in front of him that had gone through a severe trauma. His heart was filled with complex emotions and he couldn't help but sigh as he turned around and gazed at Zhang Yang. "Brother Zhang Yang, you see that the team's situation is so bad now. What should we do next? The dangers ahead are afraid to be unpredictable. Do we still want to continue on? I would like to hear your opinion." Zhang Yang frowned slightly and said after a moment of contemplation, "Captain Wang, although the situation is grim now, we can't give up on this. There must be a vital secret hidden behind these meteorites and dangers. If we retreat now, our previous efforts and sacrifices will all be in vain. I think we should move on, but of course, we need to be more careful." After hearing this, Wang Zhangming looked again at the faces of those in the group that were either determined or hesitant, and once again fell into deep thought, pondering on how to choose next. Eventually, he looked up, a determined light rekindling in his gaze, and cleared his throat to speak aloud. "Brothers, we've traveled all the way through countless hardships and dangers, but we've never backed down, and this time is no different. Although the dangers ahead are unpredictable, we have the heavy responsibility of exploring the truth and protecting the base. We can't give up just because of a little difficulty." As the players listened, they began to talk to each other, and some of the players who had been thinking of backing out fell into deep thought and re-examined their ideas. Seeing this, Zhang Yang also stood out to encourage everyone. "That's right, we've come this far. We can't give up halfway, and I'm sure we'll be able to overcome the difficulties as long as we stick together." Gradually, there was a renewed spirit in the eyes of the team. They nodded their heads and expressed their willingness to move on. Seeing the change in everyone's attitude, Wang Zhengming revealed a pleased smile as he once again formed up the team, allowing the injured to return to the base and continued to lead the remaining team towards the place where the meteorite had fallen with determination. In the dark, a small, delicate black cat followed quietly. Chapter 41, A Maniac. The black cat's footsteps are light and soundless, as if a mysterious shadow is quietly attached to the back of the team. With green eyes, the hidden light is just like a dark night gem, exuding a bizarre and unpredictable atmosphere. The procession moved forward shortly. Suddenly, an irritating and disturbing buzzing sound came from far away and surrounded the ears, causing an inexplicable irritation and uneasiness to well up in one's heart for no reason. The crowd was in a state of shock. A group of colorful, weirdly shaped mutant flies and mosquitoes swept in black like surging clouds. Holy, Captain! What monsters are those? The team's eyes widened, their eyes filled with shock. The body of these mosquitoes, to be several times larger than ordinary flies and mosquitoes, like a hideous small monsters, large head above, compound eyes flashing bizarre red light, like two groups of evil fire, as if it can peer into the heart of the human fear. Sharp curved mouthparts like sharp hooks. One can't help but think that once bitten, the pain must be unbearable. The broad and tough wings are covered with strange patterns, and the body is colorful, with bizarre purple, demonic green, and horrible blue intertwined, as if it has been painted by evil paints. Each one seemed like a monster crawling out of a nightmare, emitting a sickeningly pungent odor and danger signals. Watch out, everyone, for protection! Wang Zhengming hurriedly shouted loudly, his voice full of alertness and wariness. The team swung their weapons in an attempt to repel the horrible insects. However, the number of these mutant mosquitoes surged like a tidal wave, and they were unafraid of the attack, surging forward and back. Wang Zhengming frowned. His brain was like a speeding machine, thinking of a response. He thought of the insect repellent on his body and shouted in a hurry, "Quick! Use a special insect repellent. It might work." The team rushed to take out the potion to start spraying, but at first those mutant flies and mosquitoes, although the action is slightly slow, but soon to adapt to, the potion gradually failed. The mosquitoes' attack once again fierce. Faced with such a predicament, the team was instantly thrown into the midst of chaos, and the team members suffered heavy losses under the frantic attacks of the mutated fly mosquitoes. There is no way around it. The crowd had no choice but to flee, and in the chaotic stampede, the warriors fell one by one. In the end, after a thrilling life and death escape, only Guangyang and Wang Zhengming managed to escape with their lives, while the rest of the team was nearly wiped out. They looked at the miserable battlefield behind them, their hearts filled with sadness. Mourning hung over them like a heavy cloud for a long time. A few moments later, Wang Zhengming's face gradually turned iron blue. Anger flared up like a flame in his heart as he turned violently towards Guangyang, his eyes red as he blamed loudly. "Guangyang, it's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on moving on, our team members wouldn't have ended up like this. They shouldn't have died here." Faced with this sudden accusation, Guangyang could not help but freeze. He opened his mouth, but he did not know how to respond. Guangyang's heart was also full of pain and self-reproach. The figures of his comrades who had just fought together side by side kept surfacing in his mind. Guangyang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he slowly said, "Captain Wang, I know you're very angry and sad right now. I can understand your feelings. In fact, I myself am also deep in self-blame. But before the incident happened, no one could have accurately predicted that there would be such a tragic outcome. We can't keep wallowing in blame and remorse. We have to regroup and find the root cause of all this disaster. Only then can we let those dead comrades rest in peace in the 9 springs." But at this moment, Wang Zhengming looked like he had completely lost his mind. His eyes were red, veins bulged on his forehead, and the anger and grief in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. "It's all because of you. It's all because of you." Wang Zhengming stormed over and without any further ado, he swung his fist and slammed it heavily on Guangyang. Guangyang was momentarily off guard and was staggered by the sudden attack, but he quickly stabilized his stance and didn't fight back. "Captain Wang, calm down. This is not the time to be impulsive." Guangyang fended off his somewhat uncontrollable attacks while shouting, "We should unite instead of disorganizing ourselves." However, it was as if Wang Zhengming couldn't hear anything as he once again pounced on Guangyang and tackled him to the ground, the two of them rolling and twisting on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Guangyang tried to restrain himself and tried his best not to return the favor and hurt Wang Zhengming, only using his arms to fend off his attacks, twisting and turning in the process. Both of their clothes were ripped and their faces were mercilessly scratched with several bloody marks. "Go to hell!" Wang Zhengming's face was livid, his eyes full of madness and anger, and his hands deadlocked Guangyang's neck. Guangyang's face gradually turned red as he tried to break Wang Zhengming's hand, but Wang Zhengming was already in a state of madness and the strength in his hand was amazing. Right at this critical moment, a black shadow flashed swiftly like lightning, and a cold light appeared. Then there was a muffled poof sound. A deep wound suddenly appeared at Wang Zhengming's neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His eyes were wide open, unbelief written all over his face, the undissolved madness and shock still lingering in his eyes. His hands gradually let go of Guangyang. His body slowly collapsed as if it had lost its support. His eyes round and dead. Huffing and puffing, Guangyang breathed heavily and looked at what was happening in front of him with a shocked expression. No, that's not true. How did things come to this? He cried out at the top of his voice, his hands clawing at his head. How he wished, at this moment, that what was happening in front of him was just an absurd and bizarre dream. Meow. The dark shadow was becoming clear. It turned out to be the black cat that had been quietly following the group. She stood there silently, blood still dripping from her claws, her ghostly green eyes like deep mysterious pools of water, quietly looking at Guangyang. After venting, Guangyang sat dumbfounded on the ground, his mind blank. How could he not expect that things would develop to such a mind-boggling level? After a while, only then did he, as if awakening from a long trance, slowly stood up, his gaze extremely complicated, first landing on top of Wang Zhengming's already lifeless corpse, and then moving to the mysterious and unpredictable black cat next to him, his heart surging with countless questions and confusions like a raging wave. What kind of monster are you? Really? Guangyang's voice trembled slightly, carrying a shock and fear that was hard to hide. The black cat, however, paced slowly as if it was idly walking in front of Guangyang, his tone leisurely, yet with a hint of inscrutability. Brother Guangyang, don't you even recognize Xiaoya? Guangyang's pupils plummeted in an instant, as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. His eyes reflected the mind-boggling scene in front of him, like the most bizarre and absurd nightmare in this world, which was vividly displayed in front of his eyes, leaving him in an endless state of shock and confusion, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 42 Guangyang's shock. You are Xiaoya? Guangyang's voice was tinged with trembling, as if it was a question squeezed out from the depths of his soul. His lips trembled slightly, disbelief written all over his face. No, this can't be. How can you be Sayaka? This must be an illusion, a hallucination I'm having in this horrible situation. Guangyang shook his head uncontrollably, his feet unconsciously stepping backward as if he was hiding from an unacceptable reality. He mumbled something to himself and clasped his hands to his head, as if that would clear his head and make the absurdity in front of him go away. Brother Guangyang, does the fact that I'm Xiaoya really make you this incredulous? The black cat looked calm and spoke leisurely. As the words fell, the curling white mist rose up like a spiritual spirit, just like a gentle veil, slowly lingering around the black cat. Immediately after, the mysterious halo of light was like a spiritual stream that began to flow around her. The light became more and more brilliant and dazzling, piercing one's eyes almost unable to see straight. A few moments passed, the light gradually dissipated, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him. She was dressed in a long dress as elegant as orchids, such as waterfalls of long hair naturally falling on the shoulders of the beautiful lines, the whole person as if from the ethereal wonderful painting out of the realm. Yeah, it's really you. Guangyang's eyes were wide open, his eyes were full of shock, his mouth was wide open. The whole person seemed to have been cast under a fixation spell, so surprised that he could not even utter a word for a moment. Murphy, is Mr. Su. After a brief trance, a sudden realization surfaced on Guangyang's face and he said sharply, on the night of the zombie siege, that catcall was also made by you. Am I right? That's right. Fanya nodded. Guangyang frowned. Then it can't be that the zombie army retreating behind you is also your doing. Fanya softly hummed. Indeed it was also me who told the corpse king to retreat. Oh my god. Guangyang's face was filled with disbelief, his voice tinged with shock and doubt. What on earth did Mr. Fix do to you to change you so much? No, it's even fair to say that you're now completely gone from being what you once were. Yeah. His words were like stones thrown into a lake, sending ripples through the air. Fanya's eyes, however, at this moment, flashed with a strange light as she slightly bit her lip and slowly said, Brother Guangyang, you don't understand. Mr. He is a man of mysterious charisma, and what he has done, while it has changed me, has a deeper meaning. Said, her cheeks flushed, as if she were caught up in some wild emotion. He took me into a whole new world, a realm of fantasy and the unknown. There, I saw sights I had never imagined before and felt a power I had never felt before. A power that fascinated me and made me willingly accept the changes. Guangyang's face was in awe. All I can say is that it's not bad for Mr. Xiu. In such a short period of time, you can be so powerful and transformed. It is truly unimaginable how powerful he will truly be. Fanya's eyes flashed with a blazing light and she couldn't wait to speak. Brother Guangyang, you can't even imagine the greatness of Mr. Xiu. He is like a god. controlling mysterious and unpredictable power. What he has given me is not just an increase in power, but a whole new perception and experience. With his guidance, I opened a door to a new world of endless possibilities. His wisdom is like a deep ocean that one can't get out of. His power is like a bright star that shines with dazzling light. He is the creator of all miracles, the light on my path. Alright, Guangyang hurriedly interrupted her. I know Mr. Xiu is great. You don't have to be so emphatic all the time. After all was said and done, he sighed with a heavy face. Yeah, you shouldn't have killed Captain Wang. Fangye paused. I originally didn't want to kill him either. He was the one who asked for his own death. I can't be blamed. Guangyang blushed. But the team was completely wiped out and I'm the only one who survived. What should the base's top brass think of me when I return to the base? Ha! Fangye's face was full of disdain and said indifferently. What is there to care about? Those of them. Brother Guangyang, let's move on. Guangyang frowned slightly and looked hesitant. But that defense line of mutated mosquitoes is really extremely difficult to break through. Fangye's face remained unperturbed. The corners of her mouth gently rose, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry brother Guangyang. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Guangyang could not help but feel a strong sense of discomfort welling up within him when he heard this. Once upon a time. Such words should have been spoken by him to Fanya. It's really a change of time. This time and that time. The scholar is not a man of the world, but he is a man of the world. The duo then continued on their journey. It didn't take long to walk away before that obnoxious buzzing sound resumed. The black pressurized mutant mosquitoes swept in just like a raging dark cloud. Guangyang's heart tightened and he was about to make a move in response. However, Fangye's figure flickered and instantly transformed into that mysterious black cat, letting out a meow. The voice seemed to carry a mysterious and unfathomable power, actually causing the mutant mosquito swarm to instantly fall into a commotion. Meow. The black cat purred again. This time, the cat's cry was sharp and long, as if a long, sharp sword had pierced the air with a palpitating penetration. The mutated mosquitoes looked like they sensed a deadly threat and began to flee around in panic. The original neat and orderly formation instantly fell apart, like ants on a hot pan in disarray, and the buzzing cacophony became chaotic and urgent, full of fear and panic, almost in the blink of an eye. The swarm of mutant mosquitoes then disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared, leaving behind a silent void, and Guangyang, who was frozen in place. Yeah, you really are. Guangyang stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. The shock in his heart was like a tumbling wave that could not be calmed for a long time. The swarm of mutant mosquitoes that had caused him and Wang Zhengming to flee in a sorry state, and the entire team to be wiped out, had actually just collapsed in Fangye's hands. Guangyang took several deep breaths. He knew that Fangye was no longer the weak girl who needed his protection at all times, and now she possessed unimaginably powerful strength and extraordinary supernormal abilities. Chapter 43, The Magic Stone Scourge. The duo continued to cautiously delve deeper, one step at a time, towards the unknown ahead. Gradually, they stepped into a fantastical realm and unknowingly walked into that mysterious seven-colored phantom mist. At first, the illusory mist was like a dream, lingering around them as if they were in a fairyland, carrying a mesmerizing beauty. But soon, they noticed something strange. As their breathing deepened, an indescribable discomfort began to spread through their bodies. Guangyang only felt a dizzying sensation in his head, and his limbs gradually became weak. He screamed in his mind. The black cat also sensed the danger and let out a wary low chirp. Unsurprisingly, this mist is really something. Guangyang gasped and said, something's not right. The mist might be harboring a strong poison. We're in trouble. We have to find a way to get out of here quickly. Like unseen claws, the poisonous gas began to eat away at their bodies and wills. Guangyang forced his body to endure the discomfort and try to stay awake, trying to find a way to deal with it. The black cat's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an anxious glint in them as well. What the master said, that the third assignment might be more troublesome than the second, now seems to be correct. We haven't even seen the true face of that stone yet, and it's already causing us so much trouble. If we really confront it, it's bound to be a thrilling contest. At this point, darkness shrouded the area, and the light of the sun and moon could not penetrate the layers of gloom, and the surrounding seven-colored phantom mist became thicker and thicker in this eerie darkness, like a huge trap, trapping them firmly in it. The fog rolled and surged like a raging tide, resembling evil spirits with teeth and claws, emitting gusts of creepy sounds. The gale was raging. It whistled across the open moor, rustling the trees around it. The black cat's bright eyes flashed a trace of determination. She quietly stood in place. Her body began to flash a mysterious dark aura, at first hidden, like in the darkness of the flickering strange firefly, and then it has gradually become bright and stable. A transparent isolation shield slowly formed. It enveloped the black cat and Guangyang in it, isolating the thick seven-colored phantom mist around them. Stay close to me. The black cat swiftly moved forward, taking firm steps towards the front, with Guangyang following closely behind, barely able to keep up with her. The fog around them kept churning, seemingly dragging them back into the endless dark abyss, and the wind was still howling and hunting. With its keen perception, the black cat kept adjusting its direction of advancement, leading Guangyang through the maze-like phantom fog. I don't know how much time has passed. The fog ahead began to gradually become thinner, and the seven-colored phantom fog that was originally so thick that it suffocated people also began to slowly dissipate like seawater at low tide. Guangyang could not help but feel relieved when he saw this. It looks like we're just about to make it out of the mists. The black cat nodded gently. It's not easy to finally walk out. It's not easy at all. It's consumed 30% of my alien energy. Xiao Ya, it's really thanks to you. Guangyang looked at her, his heart filled with marvel and emotion. Not much of a problem. The black cat puffed out her cheeks. I hope nothing else comes up. We should always be able to see the stone next. Guangyang's eyes brightened abruptly, suddenly pointing towards a direction in front of him, his face filled with surprise. Yeah, look, what's that? Fixed his eyes in the direction of his finger, only to see that not far ahead, shining with bursts of brilliant and dazzling light, a colorful stone stood quietly there, emitting a mysterious and enticing radiant luster, as if softly summoning them to come closer. Guangyang was so anxious that he couldn't wait to take a step forward, but the black cat rushed forward like lightning in an instant and tugged him tightly with a serious face. Calm down, brother Guangyang. Take a closer look. There is something not quite real about the glow around that stone. This place is again full of treachery everywhere. That stone. How could it be so easy for us to discover it? Do not go over there. This must be some kind of trap, deliberately using illusions to lure us in. Guangyang sniffed and tried to calm himself down. I shouldn't act so impulsively on a regular basis. It seems that I've been influenced by the magic stone without even realizing it. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to re-examine the alluring-looking seven-colored stone, giving his full attention to his surroundings. Fruity. Under his meticulous attention to detail, the scene around the stone in front of them began to become blurred and gradually twisted and distorted. Indeed, an unreal picture that wasn't real. The black cat suddenly spoke, its voice flowing slowly through the air. Come out. You should be able to perceive that we mean no harm. We are just walkers searching for the truth in this journey of the unknown and mysterious, and have no intention of making enemies of you. Again, with your power, there is no need to be afraid at all. We know how powerful you are and respect that power, and only expect to communicate with you in peace. The words fell. The surroundings remained silent, without the slightest change. The black cat frowned slightly, then looked at Guangyang with a hint of probing in his gaze. Brother Guangyang, you have malicious intentions towards that stone, right? Guangyang's eyes became firm and determined, and he replied without hesitation. That's for sure. The seven-colored magic stone is hiding the greatest calamity of the end times. I must destroy it before it can truly come out. I can't stand by and watch the world, because of the magic stone, fall into deeper disaster and despair. Guangyang gritted his teeth, the flame of anger and hatred burning in his eyes, hot and intense, almost igniting the air around him. He clearly knew how terrifying the calamity in the seven-colored magic stone was. In his previous life, that tragic scene was like a sharp carving knife, leaving an indelible scar in the depths of his memory. At that time, Guangyang was in the base city, one of the few large bases in Xia, known for its defense, known as the Fortress of Hope, a haven for hundreds of thousands of people, full of vitality. However, along with the demon stone calamity came raging with the power to destroy everything. The base's defenses were unbearable, falling apart like papier-mâché. Darkness enveloped the entire base city. Miserable screams rose and fell. The wind howled, and buildings collapsed into ruins. People are running around, but they can't escape the clutches of the plague. That magic stone calamity opened its bloody mouth and devoured the base city bit by bit. Guangyang managed to escape, but many of his brothers and friends did not have that kind of luck. Li Hao, too, died in that calamity. Chapter 44, Mantis catching the cicada. The black cat sighed softly. That stone is extremely sensitive to emotions, and it's no wonder it's hidden from view when you harbor such deep hatred for it. Guangyang clenched his teeth. What exactly is the way to completely destroy the seven-colored magic stone? That magic stone is like a machete hanging over one's head. If it is not destroyed, it will always be a huge hidden danger, and could trigger an irreparable disaster at any time. Instead, the black cat shook its head. The homework my master assigned me was not for destroying that stone, and besides, it's simply impossible to destroy it with the two of us current abilities. Guangyang's brows tightened. And what, exactly, does Mr. Xiu want you to do? The black cat pondered slightly for a moment, then slowly spoke. There's a saying that if you're close to vermilion, You're close to ink. And the master has said that that stone is actually an egg laid by some kind of higher being, in which the young are being nurtured. It is just like a blank sheet of paper, which was originally pure and flawless at first, and it is only due to the complexity of the environment in which it is situated and full of all kinds of unknown and undesirable factors that it may have been subjected to some negative influences. But that doesn't mean that it's inherently evil, and we can't dismiss it wholesale due to some of the anomalies it's showing right now. Guangyang's face was thoughtful as he sniffed. So there's a chance we might be able to change it? The black cat nodded slightly. The most important thing at the moment is still to get that stone to come out. If it stays hidden, we will be like blind men groping in the dark, unable to do anything. And to accomplish this, you must completely let go of the hatred in your heart. And only with a heart free of distractions will that stone be able to sense our sincerity and stop hiding. Good. Guangyang took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, he immersed his mind into a peaceful world, trying to discard those negative emotions, and his breathing gradually smoothed out like a quiet lake. Time also seemed to stand still in this moment. Everything around them became incredibly quiet, with only the sound of the breeze gently brushing by. The black cat quietly stood by Guangyang's side with a hint of expectation in its gaze. Gradually, some subtle changes began to appear in the surroundings, and there seemed to be a hint of fluctuation in the originally empty air. Like ripples in water, it slowly spread out. Immediately afterward, a brilliant light began to flash up not far away. The black cat's eyes lit up as she realized this was an important signal. As the light became more and more dazzling, the mysterious seven-colored magic stone slowly emerged from the void and hovered in midair, emitting a mysterious yet powerful aura. The seven-colored rays of light intertwined together, as if they constituted a splendid dream world. If you look at it carefully, it could also be noticed that on the surface of the magic stone, there seemed to be some hidden runes pulsating. Guangyang slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the seven-colored magic stone appearing, he could not help but feel a trace of complex emotions welling up in his heart. But he quickly adjusted himself, knowing that this was not the time to be swayed by emotions. The black cat said softly, "It has finally appeared, and next we have to deal with it carefully and channel it with our sincerity and wisdom." Guangyang nodded and gazed firmly at the seven-colored magic stone. But just then, accidents come steeply. The air around them violently twisted in a treacherous manner, and a black shadow flashed like a ghost. He saw a mysterious person whose entire body was hidden under a black robe, suddenly appearing beside the seven-colored magic stone. The man wore a hideous and ghostly mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that glittered with an eerie ghostly light. Both Guangyang and the black cat were stunned by the sudden change of events and froze for a moment, but they quickly reacted. Guangyang shouted angrily, "What are you?" Before the words left his mouth, he wanted to leap forward. The black cat also went on high alert in an instant, the fur on its body standing on end as it let out a low growl. However, the black-robed masked man's movement was as swift as electricity. Only to see his hands waving violently, a strong force gushed out like a tidal wave, coalescing into an invisible barrier, rigidly blocking Guangyang and the black cat's path forward. Ha ha ha! The black-robed man let out a ghastly to the extreme laughter that was echoing in the air, sending chills down his spine. Then he gently waved his sleeve. The seven-colored magic stone then seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and was slowly sucked into his sleeve. Space alien! Who the hell is this person? Guangyang's body was surging wildly with supernatural energy, and he tried his best to break the barrier. Seeing this, the black-robed man did not stay any longer, and with a flash of his body, it was as if he had merged into the endless darkness, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only Guangyang and the black cat were left standing in place, their faces filled with a mixture of shock and anger. Guangyang clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Abominable to the core. Never let him take the magic stone away so easily. The black cat also said with a grave expression, "We must immediately go after him. Otherwise it's hard to predict what kind of terrible things he will do with the magic stone." After the two broke the barrier, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately hurriedly chased after the black-robed masked man in the direction he had disappeared. A wild ride. The two of them passed through one patch of overgrown grass after another, leaping over a dry gully, but the black-robed masked man was as if he had evaporated out of thin air, and was always nowhere to be seen. They came to another fork in the road, and the wind howled around them, blowing sand and dust all over the place. Guangyang gasped for air, his brows locked, his eyes filled with resignation and anxiety. Where the hell did this guy run off to? How come he suddenly disappeared into thin air? The black cat's steps slowed as well, looking around warily and sniffing the air for lingering scents. This black-robed man seems to have a special means of concealment, and our trail of tracking broke off here. Guangyang viciously kicked a stone on the side of the road, which flew up and smashed into the distance with a muffled sound. No, we can't just give up. The magic stone mustn't fall into his hands. There must be some way to find him again. Time passes by. The sun was gradually slanting in the west, and the sky was starting to become dim. However, the duo still did not find any trace of the black-robed masked man, and the frustration in their hearts grew stronger. Ugh, the black cat sighed with a heavy face. Mantis catching cicadas. Yellow sparrow in the back. This time it's a wasted effort. I thought I was winning, but I didn't expect such a mysterious black-robed person to be killed halfway. What an abomination. Guangyang clenched his fists tightly, his face burning with anxiety and the veins on his forehead throbbing slightly. In the meantime, in the middle of another mysterious space, when the black-robed man appeared, he let out a ghastly laugh that carried a bit of smugness and bravado. But suddenly, the black-robed man's laughter came to an abrupt end, and in front of him stood a magnificent back. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Man. That back was like a lofty and towering mountain, standing firm, emitting a powerful and mysterious aura, causing an inexplicable fear to steeply surge in the black-robed man's heart. Hand over what you're holding. That magnificent back slowly opened his mouth. His voice was low and majestic, like muffled thunder rolling, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The black-robed man's throat moved slightly, and he said with forced composure, "Who exactly are you? By what right do you want me to hand it over?" With a slight movement of that back, the air around them seemed to freeze in an instant, and a powerful and suffocating pressure came crashing down on them like a mountain. "You have no choice. Hand it over or suffer my wrath." The black-robed man gritted his teeth, his mind quickly calculating a response like a flying gear. But in front of this powerful and incomparable pressure, fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. "Humph. It's not that easy to make me hand it over easily, and I'm not one to be messed with." Even though he was talking tough, he was secretly worried in his heart, knowing full well that he seemed to have encountered an extremely powerful opponent this time. Ha ha ha. The great back figure laughed and turned around. It was actually a pugnacious man with a face full of flesh. His face was like a rock that had been doubly sculpted by the years and the fire of war. Rough and resolute, and every line looked like it told of the vicissitudes of the past and the baptism of battle. The tiger's eyes flashed with a cold light, like a bright star in a cold night, and like a sharp blade that was about to be unsheathed, carrying a chilling majesty. "Today, you don't want to leave with the magic stone. The seven-colored magic stone is not something you can get your hands on. You don't have that qualification yet." The pugilistic man's gaze was like a torch as he stared intently at the black-robed masked man. His voice was eloquent and powerful, echoing through the air as if it carried an irresistible force. The black-robed masked man snorted coldly and responded defiantly, "It's not that easy to stop me. The seven-colored magic stone is already in my hands. It is mine, and none of you can take it away. Strike that." The black-robed masked man was the first to strike, only to see his hands wave. A dark energy like a raging tide rushed towards the pugilistic man. The speed was staggering, with an aura of death and destruction, and wherever he passed, the air was as if it was corroded. The pugilistic man was however not the least bit afraid. He shouted. His voice was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, shaking the air around him, and his arms shook, and a golden light blocked in front of his body like a shield, like the light of the sun, carrying an aura of holiness and solemnity. The dark energy crashed into the golden light with a roaring sound. The shockwaves from the impact spread in all directions. The nearby rocks were shaken and rolled down, and a crack appeared on the ground. Immediately after, the pugilistic man began to launch a counterattack. His figure dashed forward like lightning. Each step caused the ground to shake slightly as he swung his fist like a giant hammer, smashing into the black-robed masked man with a whistling sound of wind. That fist carried a powerful force, as if it could shatter all the obstacles that stood in front of it. The black-robed masked man hastily sidestepped and dodged, his figure as erratic as a ghost. "You're bound to lose today, so obediently tie your hands and surrender." The pugilistic man roared. The muscles on his body bulged like steel, and a golden pattern began to spread out on his skin, like mysterious runes being activated. He fiercely stepped on the ground, and a huge crater instantly appeared on the ground, while he rushed towards the black-robed masked man like a discharged cannonball, roaring loudly, "Die!" The black-robed masked man sneered a few times, and his hands danced quickly, forming a dark vortex in front of him. "It's not that easy to win against me." The dark vortex continued to rotate, swirling the pugilist's incoming power into it little by little, attempting to devour and dissipate it. However, the pugilist's power carried a powerful impact, constantly striking the vortex, causing its rotation speed to gradually slow down. "Taste my true power." The pugilistic man took the opportunity to attack again. He leapt high into the air, made a spin in the air, and then fiercely kicked down. This kick carried a harsh wind sound. The air around him was compressed into ripples that were visible to the naked eye. When the foot falls, a golden shockwave spread out in all directions with the landing point as the center. The ground was split apart by the impact, and debris shot out in all directions like bullets. Seeing this, the black-robed masked man flickered and instantly disappeared in place, avoiding the strike. Next moment, he appeared behind the pugilistic man, and a long sword condensed from dark energy appeared in his hand, which emitted an eerie black light, with a bizarre light flickering on its body. Don't get cocky. The black-robed man swung his long sword, and a black sword chi chopped at the pugilistic man like lightning. Sensing the crisis behind him, the pugilistic man quickly turned around and crossed his arms in front of him, the golden light once again converging to form a sturdy shield. The black sword chi chopped on the shield, emitting a sharp friction sound and splashing countless sparks, although the shield blocked the sword chi. A crack appeared. Your power is no match for mine. The pugilistic man's eyes widened in anger, and the golden light on his body became even more dazzling. He bellowed, and the light spread out like an explosion, sweeping away the darkness around him. Then he rushed towards the black-robed masked man once again, and with every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. The black-robed masked man wasn't willing to show weakness either. As he made seals with his hands and recited words under his breath, the surrounding dark energy began to surge crazily, gradually converging into a huge dark ball that constantly rotated, emitting a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything. I'll see how you block. Seeing this, the pugilistic man took a deep breath and then clenched his fists, and the golden light on his body began to converge towards his fists. His fists seemed to have turned into two small suns, shining brightly. Shasta, light and darkness intertwined together, erupting with intense energy fluctuations, and the entire space seemed to tremble and shake under the force. In the midst of this fierce battle, both sides went back and forth, not giving in to each other. Every collision triggered a strong vibration, and every attack carried a deadly threat. Their figures were constantly interlacing in this chaotic space, their speed so fast that it was dizzying. After a fierce battle, the black-robed masked man was ultimately undefeated and severely injured. He gasped for air and said unwillingly, "Humph, you're lucky this time." As the words fell, he had no choice but to throw out the seven-colored magic stone before quickly turning around and fleeing. The pugnacious man received the seven-colored magic stone with a faint smile on his face. "Unworthy fellow, if I didn't still have a use for keeping you, do I really think you can escape?" He turned away, his figure disappearing in an instant. Chapter 46, Angel Baby. Master, I recaptured the stone. The pugilistic man knelt down on one knee, his iron tower-like body humbly leaning slightly forward at the moment, his hands steadily holding up the seven-colored magic stone. Xiu Li sat quietly and said with a calm demeanor, "Golden armor, you've done a good job on this mission. Hard work. Many thanks for the compliments. Master." A warm current surged within the golden armor, but it still maintained a respectful stance. "It is the honor of my subordinate to work for my master. There is no hard work to talk about. As long as I can complete the task my master has given me, my subordinate will die by all means." Xiu Li gently waved his hand. "Go ahead. There are other things you need to accomplish next. Get ready." "Yes, sir." The golden armor arched his hand in obeisance, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Xiu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, his face in deep thought. The appearance of the black-robed man was really out of his expectation as well. It wasn't like the native beings of the blue planet. It looks like there are already outside forces getting involved. It's a good thing he kept his hand in. The corner of Xiu Li's mouth rose slightly as his gaze once again fell on the seven-colored magic stone, and as he slightly opened his palm, a cloud of white mist rose up and slowly drifted towards the magic stone and covered it. A few minutes later, a slight click sound broke the silence, and a tiny crack began to appear on the surface of the seven-colored magic stone, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. The cracks are getting bigger. The light also became more and more dazzling, only to hear a crisp cracking sound ring out. The magic stone completely cracked, and a strange light rose up to the sky. Within the light, a strange young being slowly emerged. Her skin was like the purest sheep's white jade, emitting a holy halo, as if she had been baptized by divine light. There was a pair of hidden transparent light wings behind his back, gently flapping, sprinkling points of bright holy light. The eyes are like two sapphires shining with mysterious light, deep and bright. Between the flow of the gaze seems to have the wisdom of the aura in the jump. Long eyelashes like a small fan slightly fluttering. The hair resembled golden threads of sunlight, each emitting a soft, warm glow that fluttered gently with the slightest fluctuation of breath around them. She slightly swayed her young body, her small hands gently raised, gently waving in the air, as if adapting to the new environment. Her demeanor both with ignorance of the world's curiosity, but also with a kind of innate purity of innocence. It's actually an angelic cub. Xiu Li quietly gazed at the living beings, his heart racing with thoughts. He took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand, and as if sensing kindness, she blinked and let out a clear, ethereal cry, as if announcing her arrival to the world. "Brother Xiu Li," Jiang Leyu's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Fang Yaya, Guangyang, and Li Hao were also beside them, and the footsteps of a few of them carried a bit of hesitation. "You guys come in," Xiu Li responded calmly, his voice steady and strong, like a centering pill to stabilize the atmosphere a little. A few people pushed the door, and the door shaft made a slight creaking sound. Fang Yaya's face was full of shame, her gaze held some awe, and her voice trembled as she said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hugh. I didn't bring that stone back. I have done my best, but things have gone beyond my expectations. That black-robed man is powerful and even more cunning as a fox. He suddenly appeared to take away the stone. I am really sorry." Xiu Li raised his hand to show her that there was no need to blame herself, his eyes deep and calm. "There's no need to feel guilty." The black-robed man came prepared. "You're not to blame for this," Guangyang couldn't help but say as he clenched his fists and frowned at the side. "Mr. Xiu, I don't think we can ever just let it go so easily. That seven-colored magic stone contains such a powerful and mysterious power. No matter what, we must try our best to get it back, and we must never let that black-robed man succeed in his plot," Xiu Li said with a flat face. He never got his way, from start to finish. As the words fell, he slightly spread out his palm, and a brilliant light appeared at first glance in his palm. "That stone has now fallen into my hands to be hatched." Confused face? Looking at the angelic baby that suddenly appeared in front of them, several people were staring at it with jaws dropping in disbelief. Jiang Leyu was the first to react. She gently covered her mouth. Her eyes opened wide and murmured with incredulity. "What's this? A living being hatched from a meteorite from beyond the heavens? It's also too amazing." Guangyang froze in place, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and it took him half a day to find his voice. "This was born from a seven-colored magic stone? It's incredible." Fang Yaya slightly trembled and reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch the strange angelic baby, but she was afraid of disturbing her, so she eventually hesitantly retracted her hand and marveled. "So cute and pretty." Jiang Leyu carefully took a step forward, a gentle smile spreading on her face as she said softly, "Hi, cutie, how are you?" She wiggled her fingers gently, trying to get the angel baby's attention. She blinked her sapphire-sparkling eyes and waved her little wings and flew in front of Jiang Leyu, seemingly interested in her move. Jiang Leyu reached out her hand and gently touched the angel baby's little head, and she didn't resist. Instead she showed a happy expression. "Oh." Seeing this, Guangyang pulled out a shiny candy from his pocket and waved it in front of her. Attracted by a few colorful candies, the baby angel, like a spirited elf, flew straight over and circled around Guangyang happily for a few times. "Ha ha." Guangyang's face was filled with a warm smile as he gently peeled off the candy paper and handed it to her mouth. The angel baby carefully took the candy and put it in his mouth and tasted it, with a satisfied look as if he had tasted the most delicious delicacy in the world. Fang Yaya looked on from the side, and an unwillingness to show weakness welled up in her heart. She took a pretty bow from her hair and waved it gently in front of the angel baby. Li Hao pondered beside him for a moment before he began humming a light children's song. "So it looks like you're all pretty good at taking care of the kids." Xiu Li always stood quietly. "In that case, she will be in your care." "Really?" Jiang Leyu jumped up in excitement, her eyes glittering with joy as she hurriedly said, Let me. I'm sure I can. I'll tell her lots and lots of funny stories and take her to play with them." Guangyang scratched his head and said, "Just now, I saw that she was too cute. I didn't even think about it. This is an extraordinary being born from a seven-colored magic stone. I'm afraid her growth is not that easy." Chapter 47 Horrible Eating. "That's natural," Xiu Li said with a solemn expression as he gazed slightly. "The angel's growth spurt requires unimaginable amounts of energy as solid support, and she eats relatively frequently, each time as mammoth as a whale drinking from the sea. As she continues to grow, the energy required will also increase rapidly and geometrically. The further back she went, the harder it became to fulfill her desires. Don't look at this little one who looks harmless now, but if she gets hungry, she'll do anything." The crowd fell into silence as they heard the words. Jiang Leyu skimmed his lips. His face had a hint of disbelief. "She's that big. How much can she eat?" Just in time, the baby angel blinked, a pitiful look instantly filling her pure eyes. She patted her small, round belly and made a gurgling sound, as if protesting against her hunger. Immediately after, she waved her little wings, which were as agile as light yarn, and flew lightly in front of the crowd, saying in a milky voice, Hungry, I want good food." That dainty and adorable look was quite a sight to behold. She can actually speak our words?" Fang Yaya's face was shocked. "This learning ability, it's too strong. Forget about that for now. Let's just give her something to eat first. Look at her craving." Jiang Leyu hurriedly brought over the exquisite pastries and handed them to the angel baby, who immediately took them and directly gobbled them up. But with a dozen pastries down her throat, She was still eyeing the crowd and muttering with her little mouth. Still hungry. Still hungry. Seeing this, Li Hao quickly took out his treasured dried fruit. The angel baby took it cheerfully and ate it with gusto. But in less than a minute she patted her belly again. Pathetically. Not enough. Not enough. Fang Yaya was surprised, and instantly rummaged through another bag of snacks over. But after the angel baby ate the food, she still looked like she couldn't get enough of it. Her small stomach was like a bottomless pit, which she couldn't fill up. The crowd looked at each other and couldn't help but marvel at how much this little guy could eat. The little one doesn't seem to have had enough to eat. What can we do about that? Guangyang sighed softly and with a helpless face, he took out a large amount of grain out of the space. The baby angel's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the grain, and with a joyful wave of her little wings, she flew over to the pile of grain and couldn't wait to start feasting on it. Time passes by. The crowd watched her in silence, their hearts racing with thoughts. Brother Xiu Li, Jiang Leyu couldn't help but lament. This isn't a little angel, is it? I feel like she's like a Taotai cub from mythology. She's really too edible. Xiu Li nodded slightly. The growth of extraordinary creatures inherently requires the drawing of large amounts of energy. The energy contained in the materials on the blue planet is really low, and is simply unable to fulfill her needs, which is why she needs to eat in such large quantities. You also need to find a way to find higher energy resources for her as soon as possible, or else with the supplies you have at hand, you'll be able to feed her for a month or two at most. The crowd's hearts tightened as they heard the words. After the little guy ate and drank his fill, but he let out a small yawn, and then found a comfortable corner, curled up, and instantly went into a sweet dream. Her tiny, naive appearance was so cute that people couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Guangyang, on the other hand, started counting on the sidelines with a sad face, and not long after, he said helplessly, "In that one moment just now, she ate a week's worth of supplies for several of us, and that's just one of her meals. I don't even know how many she eats in a day. At this rate, our supplies will soon be depleted, and we must hurry to find a new source of energy for her before we can do so." But, Jiang Leyu said after a pause, "Where can I go to find high energy supplies? It's never going to be easy." Fang Yaya bit her lip and said after a moment of contemplation, "Mr. Su, is she eating everything? It feels like the energy contained in the meat of those mutated ferocious beasts shouldn't be low. How can that be?" Jiang Leyu's brows knitted tightly and she said with a face full of worry, "The blood and flesh of mutated monsters contain a large amount of viruses. We evolved people can't even consume them. Will it be okay for her to eat them?" "It's edible," Xiu Li said with a certainty, "not to mention mutated ferocious beasts. Even zombies can be consumed." When Jiang Leyu heard this, he shook his head repeatedly, a disgusted expression on his face. "That's too disgusting. Mutated ferocious beasts are barely acceptable. Zombies are definitely not." Zhang Yang nodded. "Then let's find a chance to hunt the mutated ferocious beasts. There is no other way." Li Hao showed a thoughtful look on his face. "In that case, we can pick up some quests on the way. The base side often releases quests to hunt large mutated ferocious beasts nearby in order to safeguard the safety of the survivors, so we can pick them up just in time." Next, he turned his head slightly to look at Zhang Yang and said with a serious face, "Right, Yangzi, there's one more thing. About the matter of Wang Zhangming's team being completely wiped out. You'll have to give an explanation to the base's senior management before you can do so. After all, you're the only one who came back. Those wounded who returned to the base early are not happy with you, but they all think you're on the verge of running away." This statement was made. Zhang Yang could not help but freeze. This thing finally came. Wang Zhangming's death. Indeed, and he cannot get out of it. Of course Mo and Xiaoya cannot get out of it. Think about it. He subconsciously looked at Fang Yaya, but saw that she was still there with a beaming face. Zhang Yang could not help but let out a long sigh. His heart filled with helplessness and worry. "Captain Wang is dead?" Jiang Leyu said with a surprised face. His voice filled with shock. "It is said that he was the most powerful warrior of the Guangyang base. How could he die so easily?" Li Hao's face spread his hands helplessly and said slowly, "No matter how powerful one is, it is still a body of flesh and blood, and in the face of the heavy encirclement of zombies and mutated ferocious beasts, it is ultimately out of power. Yangzi being able to come back alive is already a blessing amongst misfortunes." Zhang Yang's heart grew heavier as he heard this. He knew that he had to come up with a way, as soon as possible, to deal with the inquiries from the higher-ups of the base, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Yaya skimmed her mouth and said in disbelief, "Isn't it enough to just tell the truth? In the course of your mission, you encountered an extremely powerful group of mutated ferocious beasts. Wang Zhangming led the team to fight to the death, and unfortunately all of them were wiped out. Brother Zhang Yang on the other hand, you managed to escape. That's all. The reason is enough. If the base side doesn't believe it, let them investigate themselves. Heck, do they have the guts to go there?" Chapter 48 Investigations. Jiang Yang was silent for a long time and finally nodded helplessly. Well, there's nothing better to do for now. How's let's go. Jiang Yang greeted Li Hao and the two of them walked towards the mission hall together. It turned out to be just a few minutes away. A group of soldiers then rushed out like a speeding wind and quickly surrounded them. This sudden situation made Jiang Yang and Li Hao instantly alert, and the two of them stopped their steps and gazed at the soldiers around them with solemn faces. What's the matter with you guys? Jiang Yang recognized the soldiers as the remnants of Wang Zhengming's team. When they first went in search of the seven-colored magic stone, a small number of soldiers withdrew to the base early due to injuries, and they got their lives back from that. You're Jiang Yang, right? I am Ling Wei. Being the current leader of the Special Operations Team, the leader is a female officer, dressed in a straight military uniform. Valiant, hard lines outline her resolute posture, a head of sharp short hair in the breeze gently fluttering, adding a few points of boldness and determination. Her eyes were as sharp as a falcon, staring at Jiang Yang and Li Hao as if she could see through their inner secrets. I am Jiang Yang, Jiang Yang said expressionlessly. What does Captain Ling want with us? Ling Wei raised her chin, and her cool voice rang out. Previously it was Lieutenant Colonel Wang Zhengming who was the leader of the Special Operations Team, and now he has inexplicably sacrificed himself, so I am temporarily taking over the position. Earlier, Captain Wang led a Special Operation Team to investigate the matter of the meteorite in the sky, but unfortunately all of them were killed. Ling Wei frowned slightly, her expression grave. This matter is really fishy. We must know that the members of the Special Operation Team are all elites carefully selected from the army. They are extremely outstanding in both their fighting ability and their resilience. But on this mission, it's baffling that they would suffer such a crushing defeat. What kind of turn of events could have caused the entire Special Operations Team to be wiped out, to the point that even Captain Wang was deeply involved? In the end times, sacrifice is inevitable though, but it's really hard for me to imagine what kind of situation could have led to such a result. And the base's senior management took this matter extremely seriously and specially ordered me to come and investigate. Ling Wei narrowed her eyes and scrutinized them, saying slowly, I heard that you were among the team back then, Jiang Yang, and you were the only one who survived, unharmed. What exactly happened back then? Please tell me. Jiang Yang sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he remained calm and replied in an unhurried manner. Captain Ling, in the course of our mission, we did encounter a powerful swarm of mutated ferocious beasts, and Captain Wang led the Special Operations Team, fought bravely against them, and ultimately sacrificed his life unfortunately. I, too, had to go through a lot of hardship to get away. Ling Wei's face fell into deep thought as she heard this. She was pondering whether Jiang Yang's words were credible or not, while also considering the next direction of her investigation. Is that really all there is to it? Ling Wei's voice was still cold, and there was a hint of skepticism in her words. Captain Ling, he's definitely lying. At this time, the several soldiers next to him clenched their teeth, their eyes burning with rage. This man has bad intentions. He definitely has something to do with Captain Wang's death. When we were on the mission, we first encountered the Blood Wolves, and the team had already suffered considerable losses at that time. Captain Wang had already had the idea of retreating, and he was the one who was making trouble out of it. A soldier gritted his teeth. He kept persuading Captain Wang to keep going, with a strong voice in his mouth, claiming that he couldn't miss this opportunity, and swearing that the heavenly meteorite could bring us great benefits. Captain Wang was moved by his words, and that's when he decided to move on. Obviously, the soldier's eyes were filled with anger and skepticism. Captain Wang and the others must have encountered a fatal crisis during their march, resulting in the entire operation team being wiped out, and he was the only one who came back alive. If there isn't something fishy about this, I definitely don't believe it. Maybe this is all an elaborate plot by him. As Ling Wei listened to the soldiers, her eyes grew colder and colder, as chilling as the water of a cold pool. Jiang Yang, do you have anything to explain? If you can't give a reasonable explanation, I will be investigating you on suspicion of murder. Jiang Yang's heart tightened and fine beads of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him, and he had to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. Think about it. He hurriedly spoke in defense. Captain Ling, this is really a misunderstanding. During our mission, we did encounter a powerful horde of mutated ferocious beasts, and Captain Wang and the others unfortunately sacrificed their lives in order to protect everyone. I, too, have escaped through 1,000 dangers, and there is absolutely no conspiracy. However, Ling Wei did not believe Jiang Yang's words at all. She narrowed her eyes slightly, skepticism in her eyes. Your words are so full of holes that it's hard to be convinced, and you must be investigated until there is solid evidence to prove your innocence. Li Hao on the side was anxious and tried to defend Jiang Yang. Captain Ling, there must be a misunderstanding. Jiang Yang, he could never do such a thing. He had no motive at all. Captain Wang was still our savior back then. How could we be gracious enough to return the favor? Ling Wei, however, was unmoved. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, the hearts of people are the least able to withstand the test, not to mention lifesavers, even if they are fathers and sons and brothers. What can they do? For the sake of self-interest, are there fewer things where fathers and sons kill each other and brothers kill each other? Take it away. She waved her hand and signaled the soldiers to take Guangyang and Li Hao away. Several soldiers came forward like wolves and escorted the duo towards the base's interrogation room. Along the way, their moods were incredibly heavy. Guangyang kept pondering over the ways to deal with it in his mind, knowing that if he couldn't find a reasonable explanation soon, they might face serious consequences. Captain Ling, another soldier, reported at that moment. Guangyang and the others are 5 in total, and there are still their accomplices in the 101 villas. Ling Wei immediately ordered, send someone to guard the 101 villas, not allowing anyone inside to take a step outside, pending further investigation. Villa. Fan Yaya looked at the layers of soldiers that surrounded her, her face as gloomy as a thick cloud on the eve of a storm. She pursed her lips slightly, the fire of anger and determination flickering in her eyes. What a face for you guys. Originally I wanted to live in peace with the base side for a while, but you guys just want to get yourselves killed. So don't blame me for being merciless. Chapter 49, Blood Moon. Jiang Leyu hurriedly went forward to persuade each other, looking nervous and anxious. Yeah, you mustn't be impulsive. There are loaded soldiers outside. We don't yet have the kind of strength to carry bullets hard in our flesh. Acting rashly now will only put us in a more dangerous situation. We have to calm down and think of a way to deal with this. We can't get carried away. Fan Yaya was slightly stunned, and the anger in her eyes was slightly tempered. Look, fish, I understand what you're saying. Don't worry. I won't be impulsive. It's just that we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. Jiang Leyu shook his head. Of course we can't, but it's even more important that we don't act blindly. We can observe their movements first and see if there's any chance that we can get in touch with Guangyang and the others before we think long and hard about it. Fan Yaya smiled gently, a touch of reassuring certainty on her face. Don't worry, little fish. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Leyu exhaled softly, her nervousness slightly relieved. Yeah, why don't we go ask brother Xiu Li? He'll definitely know what to do. There's no need to ask me. Xiu Li slowly walked out from the room, looking as if the tense situation around him had nothing to do with him. Do what you want. I trust you to have your own judgment and ability. The two women looked at each other and did not say anything more. Time slipped by and night fell. The villa was shrouded in silence at night, but underneath that silence lay raging waves. Jiang Leyu stood in front of the window, quietly looking out at the silhouettes of the soldiers shrouded in moonlight, his mind filled with thoughts. The watery moonlight poured over the earth, but it couldn't soothe the waves inside her. Jiang Leyu's eyes showed worry as he pondered how to get out of the predicament at hand. But just then, the originally bright moonlight in the sky unexpectedly began to undergo a bizarre change. The silver-white light gradually tinted with a touch of scarlet, as if it was dipped in blood. The bright moon gradually turned into a blood moon, emitting a demonic light. Jiang Leyu's eyes widened as a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. The sudden change was like an ominous omen, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Jiang Leyu didn't know what the appearance of the blood moon meant, but her intuition told her that a bigger crisis might be coming. Under the demonic blood moon, the atmosphere in the villa became even more tense and depressing. What's with this blood moon? Fan Yaya's voice was slightly puzzled. It seems to be even more bizarre compared to the previous blood sun. Jiang Leyu took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Now we must be more careful. The appearance of this blood moon is definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps it's going to trigger some unknown changes. We have to be prepared to deal with everything. Fan Yaya, however, smiled, her face carrying a hint of spontaneity and lightness. Look, fish, let them worry about these things. Why should we trouble ourselves? We have already experienced too many twists and turns and hardships in this post-apocalyptic world, and now the appearance of this blood moon, though we don't know what it means, is not something we can influence. It would be better to get a good night's sleep and recuperate, and maybe tomorrow we'll wake up and everything will take a new turn. Jiang Leyu's face froze slightly, her heart feeling a little surprised at her words. Yeah, sleep if you want. Anyway, the words were not yet spoken. An inexplicable drowsiness was coming on like a tidal wave, one that came so suddenly and so strongly that she could hardly resist it. Jiang Leyu's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness gradually blurred. It's so weird. Suddenly I feel so sleepy. She rubbed her eyes, her face rather puzzled. Don't mind that much. Fan Yaya's lips lifted slightly, a hint of lethargy and spontaneity in her smile. It just so happens that I'm a little sleepy too, so we'll sleep together tonight. Jiang Leyu covered her mouth and yawned, sleepiness making her voice a little slurred. It seems like a long time since we've slept together. A wave of warm memories welled up in her heart. Before this end of the world, they two had had many good times, laughing together, playing together, and spending countless peaceful nights together. The two women slowly walked towards the room and gently lay down, feeling the warmth of each other. Under the shroud of this blood moon, the outside world looked like it was full of danger and the unknown, but at this moment, it was as if they had found a small haven. Fang Yaya gently held her hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. Go to sleep, little fish. Maybe tomorrow you'll wake up and everything will be okay. Jiang Leyu nodded, sleepiness slowly descending like a heavy curtain, making her eyelids heavier and heavier. She closed her eyes and felt the temperature of Fang Yaya's body. The uneasiness in her heart gradually dissipated like the morning mist. Her breathing became smooth and peaceful, as if she had merged into this peaceful night and gradually entered the dreamland. When Fang Yaya saw her completely asleep, a complex look flashed in her eyes. She rose gently, black mist curling up around her as a mysterious aura filled the air. In a flash, she transformed into a black cat with an athletic and elegant stance. Meow! She screamed shrilly into the night sky, a sound that stood out in the stillness of the night, like a mysterious signal. The night wind blew. The black cat's figure loomed under the blood moon. In the meantime, a few dozen kilometers away, above the barren earth, the night wind whistled and shuttled between the broken walls, emitting gusts of whimpering sounds like sobbing, and the hazy blood moon shed eerie red light, illuminating this broken world in a more eerie manner. A terrifyingly mutated giant elephant slowly moved forward. Every step that fell made the earth groan dully, and the heavy footsteps were like the drumbeats of doom in the stillness of the night, and were quite frightening. The huge body of the giant elephant was like a moving mountain, exuding a chilling sense of oppression, and its rough skin was like ancient rock, covered with hideous lines. In the light of the blood moon, the giant elephant's skin glittered with a dark red splendor, just as if it had been dipped in blood. Mysterious and creepy, and even more astonishingly, a house stood on its broad back, exuding a bizarre and luxurious aura. The outer wall of the house seemed to be cast from some unknown mysterious black metal, the mysterious luster flickering slightly, like a star in the dark night. Exquisite carvings like snakes winding around the walls, like ancient spells, exuding a mysterious and dangerous flavor. The roof was covered with a layer of purple glazed tiles, flickering with a demonic light under the hazy halo of the blood moon, as if it was a mysterious palace moved from the underworld. Giant elephants stride with their pack houses, slowly marching across the barren landscape. Chapter 50, Tough Fight. Interrogation Room. Ling Wei sat in front of the interrogation table and looked at Guangyang and Li Hao with cold eyes. Now, you still have a chance to defend yourselves, but if you lie, the consequences will be more severe. Guangyang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He began to recall the process of carrying out the mission, trying to find some useful clues from it, but in the end, he was unable to do so. Time passes by. The tension in the interrogation room grew. Just then, a soldier with a hasty look and hurried footsteps barged in, his urgent voice breaking the gloomy atmosphere. Captain Ling, it's not good. The blood moon was in the sky, emitting a chillingly ominous aura, and the demonic red glow poured down like a blood waterfall, coloring the vast earth into a shocking dark red. Woe is me! The scouts found a large number of zombies and mutated ferocious beasts coming in like a raging tide 10 kilometers away from the base, and the horrifying figures looked more and more hideous under the reflection of the blood moon. Ling Wei's face sank as she quickly stood up and decisively began to give orders. Immediately notify everyone to enter the battle state, fully strengthen the defense fortifications, and deploy heavy weapons to keep positions at fire speed. Make sure not to let the zombies break through our defense line. Around the base, the wind whistled past, seemingly a harrowing prelude to death. The dilapidated buildings cast twisted and eerie shadows under the shroud of the blood moon, as if they were hideous monsters with open teeth and claws, and the soldiers were busy in a tense and orderly manner, with the sound of clashing metal and heavy footsteps intertwined, playing a battle music full of tension and danger. As the horde of zombies approached, the low hissing sound was like a death music from hell, making people shiver. The twisted and deformed faces of the zombies were clearly recognizable under the light of the blood moon, and the rotting bodies emitted a disgusting stench. The mutated ferocious beasts surged forward frantically, as if driven by some evil force. It swooped down on the base recklessly, seemingly devouring all life. These zombies and mutated monsters are the same ones that attacked the base a few months ago. The zombie hordes are making a comeback after they've repaired. I'm afraid this attack will be even more ferocious. That's right, but we must hold the base. A resolute-faced warrior stroked the heavy machine gun beside him, his face showing determination. Even if we die, we can't let these monsters step into the base. Everyone get ready. When the monster gets close, fire on my command. The commander's voice was calm and strong as he held binoculars in his hands, observing the movements of the zombie horde. We have to let these monsters know that we're not to be messed with. And with our advanced weaponry and sturdy fortifications, we'll definitely be able to repel them again. Humph, we were able to repel them last time. We can do the same this time. A 2-meter-tall warrior carrying a rocket launcher roared. Come on, give the monsters a taste of my rockets. Don't be careless, these mutated ferocious beasts are harder to deal with than zombies. The warriors nodded their heads, fighting spirit burning in their eyes, and under the reflection of the blood moon, they were like a steel fortress waiting for the onslaught of the zombie hordes and mutated ferocious beasts. Fire! With a command from the commander, the fighters pulled the trigger. Shasta! Bullets poured out instantly like a raging storm, but this time the zombie herd seems to be much stronger. Ordinary bullets hit the zombies and mutant monsters, only issued a poof faint sound, as raindrops fell on the hard rock, only to leave shallow bullet marks on their bodies. The effect is very small. Hiss! The zombies were still opening their bloody mouths, making creepy hissing noises as they madly surged forward. The mutant beast was even more unconcerned about charging across the street. Its huge body was like a moving mountain, bringing a full sense of oppression. Damn! How did these monsters become so strong? A warrior cursed, anger and anxiety written all over his face. The gun in his hand kept firing, the tongues of fire kept spewing out, but the zombie horde showed no signs of slowing down. Many warriors' foreheads were covered with beads of sweat, and their eyes revealed despair, but the movements in their hands didn't dare to have the slightest pause, still mechanically pulling the trigger in an attempt to stop the approaching zombie horde. Don't panic, shell wash, the commander roared loudly. A portion of the fighters immediately began operating the rocket launchers and grenade launchers. A shell whistled out, flying towards the zombie horde with the scent of death. Boom! Cannonballs exploded in the zombie horde, and flames rose to the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Dazzling like the sun falling, nitrous smoke filled the air, and the pungent odor made it difficult to breathe. The zombies and mutated ferocious beasts were blown apart in the explosion. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, limbs and arms were scattered everywhere, and the ground was blown out into a huge crater. The forward momentum of the zombie horde was temporarily halted, but only for a moment. The zombies at the back surged up again like endless waves, and although the mutated ferocious beasts also suffered heavy injuries in the explosion, their vitality was extremely tenacious, and they still madly rushed towards the base. Keep firing, can't let the monsters get any closer. The commander's voice was extra loud in the chaos. The warriors clenched their teeth, veins rippling on their foreheads as they kept loading the shells, their hands trembling slightly due to nervousness and exhaustion, but their eyes were full of courage and determination as they once again attacked the zombie hordes and mutated ferocious beasts. Cannonballs cut through the night sky like meteors, setting off a bloody storm among the zombie hordes. Interrogation room. The dim light wavered on the walls, reflecting the anxiety-filled faces of the two men. Li Hao's brows were furrowed and his expression was filled with uneasiness. Yangzi, it looks like there is another zombie horde coming to besiege the base. Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and escape? Now is a good time for us to get away. Guangyang raised his eyes slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. What happens after we run away? Where can we go? Li Hao said with an eager face. Why don't we just leave the Guangyang base? There's no place to stay here. We can go look for other survivor bases, or find a remote place to survive on our own. It's better than being wronged here. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment and said slowly. It's not impossible to leave the Guangyang base. It's just the next best thing. Li Hao scratched his hair with some annoyance. There's nothing we can do about the next best thing, and with the way things are going, we don't have an upper hand to go on. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Hao Zi, do you think the Guangyang base side can hold on to this zombie attack? It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Li Hao took a deep breath. Didn't we manage to hold it last time? Zhang Yang shook his head, his face filled with gravity. This time is different from the past. My intuition tells me that this time, the Guangyang base might be lost. Li Hao's face was anxious. Never mind that. Let's just get out of here and go meet up with Xiaoya and the others. The words just fell. An abrupt catcall rang through the night sky, mournful and sharp, like a sharp blade cutting through the silence. Immediately after, the environment around the base began to change strangely, and under the scarlet moonlight, numerous plants began to mutate crazily. The originally lush green grass, but at this moment it seemed as if the devil had cast a curse. The blades became as sharp as steel needles, flashing with a bizarre cold light, those delicate flowers with their petals falling off. In its place was a hideous mouthpiece, its edges covered with jagged, sharp teeth that emitted a sickening, fishy odor. The trunks of the originally tall and upright trees were twisted and deformed, like a giant python twisting crazily. The bark of the trees chapped and cracked, revealing the dark red texture inside, as if flowing with evil blood, and the branches and trunks were like tentacles manipulated by evil forces, twisting and deforming willfully and dancing crazily. Even scarier, some mutated plants released toxic gases, The pungent odor quickly filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. The poisonous mist took on a bizarre blood-red color under the moonlight, seemingly alive, snaking through the air, as if it was the messenger of death wandering around leisurely, and wherever it went, it brought nothing but despair and fear. The night wind whistles, the leaves rustled like a demon's whisper, sending shivers down your spine. Under the threat of this horrible mutant plant, Guangyang base was caught in a desperate situation of internal and external problems. The poisonous fog was like the devil's tentacles, quietly spreading to every corner of the base. Numerous warriors fell down poisoned and defenseless, their faces turned pale, their lips purple, and their bodies limp helplessly on the ground. Damn! This mist is poisonous. Where did it come from? One warrior cursed weakly. What do we do now? Don't panic. Everyone hold on. Another warrior tried to remain calm despite being poisoned as well. We can't just give up. Some fighters tried to struggle to stand up and engage in the battle again. However, their bodies were as heavy as lead, and they couldn't exert any strength. They could only look on as the zombies approached step by step, their hearts filled with despair and anger. Are we really finished? A young soldier had tears in his eyes. I don't want to die here. Shut up, one of the veterans snapped. We are warriors. Even if we die with dignity. The Guangyang base, which once symbolized hope and guardianship, was now as shaky as a lonely boat in a storm. The light of the blood moon spilled onto this chaotic battlefield, reflecting the desperate eyes of the warriors and the hideous faces of the zombies. The mutated plants were still dancing crazily, releasing more poisonous fog. The zombies and mutated ferocious beasts were approaching step by step, and the base's defenses were gradually collapsing under these double blows. Just as the crowd was in despair, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distance. The crowd raised their eyes and looked, only to see an armored unit of tanks coming towards the base in an aggressive manner. The huge tanks were like steel behemoths, exuding a powerful deterrent. It's reinforcements. We're saved. One of the warriors shouted out in excitement, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The tank troops quickly drove into the base, their guns aimed at the surging zombie hordes and the madly dancing mutant plants. With the commander's command, the tank's muzzle spat out angry tongues of fire, and a shell whistled towards the enemy. The shells exploded in the crowd of zombies, setting off a storm of bloodshed. Under strong tank fire, those originally unbeatable mutant monsters were blown to pieces. Brothers, we have reinforcements. The gas masks are here too, so let's all go together and destroy all these monsters. An officer shouted, boosting morale. The fighters were instantly energized, taking up their weapons and cooperating with the tank units in the counterattack. The situation at the base was gradually turned around with strong support from tank armor. But the battle didn't end there. The zombie horde was still stubbornly resisting. Just as the crowd had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly there was a dull mooing sound in the distance. The hearts of the warriors were once again in their throats, only to see a mutated giant elephant slowly stepping into the battlefield like a moving mountain. Its body was huge and incomparable, and its skin was as hard as rock, making the earth tremble slightly with every step. The eyes of the mutant giant elephant flashed with a blood-red light, emitting an endless aura of rage and killing. Behind it, they were also followed by numerous ferocious mutant monsters, mutant wolves with sharp bone spurs, mutant sis-in-laws covered in hard scales, and mutant raptors circling in the air to attack. The tank units immediately adjusted their guns and aimed them at these emerging threats, but the mutant giant elephant didn't seem to be afraid of the tank's attack. It was like an unstoppable destructive force breaking into the battlefield, raising its tusks that were like huge stone pillars, and violently stabbing at one of the tanks with astonishing strength. There was a loud bang. The hard ivory tusks collided with the tank's armor, and the powerful impact caused the tank to be instantly toppled over and rolled over on the ground a few times before emitting black smoke. The rest of the tanks see it, immediately focusing on the mutant elephant. Shells rained down on the elephant's body, but the elephant's skin was like impenetrable armor. The shells could only leave shallow bullet marks on its body. Moo moo moo. Enraged, the mutant giant elephant let out a deafening roar before frantically charging at the rest of the tanks. The battle was at one point white-hot, just as the fighters were battling hard. The earth, however, suddenly sent out a more violent vibration. The crowd looked up in horror, only to see a tens of meters tall mutated giant tree slowly approaching like a towering mountain of terror. Its trunk was as thick as a giant stone pillar, and its branches stretched out wantonly like demonic tentacles, covered with sharp barbs and bizarre patterns. The roots of the mutated giant tree jerked out of the ground, slithering across the ground like a giant python, destroying buildings and tearing up the ground wherever they went. It's over. It's really over. One warrior mumbled in despair, but there were still some warriors who clenched their teeth with unyielding fire burning in their eyes. Even if we die, we will fight to the end. Chapter 51, A Matter of Life and Death. The fighters clutched their weapons in their hands, ready to make a last stand. But in front of this powerful mutated monster, their resistance seemed so feeble. With the constant attacks from the mutated giant tree and other monsters, the Guangyang base eventually lost its defense, and the zombies and mutated ferocious beasts flooded into the base like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc on everything. Soldiers have fallen in battle, blood staining the earth, their figures forever remaining on the land they once guarded. Among the ruins, the survivors fled like birds of prey, weaving in and out of the wreckage, the rubble and broken glass crunching under their feet, as if telling of the terrible battles that had been fought. Several young men supported each other, their faces covered in dust and blood. Which way are we going? I don't know, but we can't stop. Let's get out of here first. Several people were full of vigilance as they observed the movements around them, fearing that a zombie or mutated ferocious beast would suddenly appear. Their footsteps were heavy and hurried, and each step felt like a race against death. An old man hobbled along, his frame hunched over, exhaustion and despair written all over his face. I can't walk anymore, the old man said weakly, his voice full of helplessness. Master, hold on. Stopping now will only lead to death. A young man beside him eagerly encouraged, his eyes filled with worry and anxiety. The result is the next second. A group of hungry mutated ferocious beasts then pounced like demons. Their eyes flashed with a cruel and greedy light, and their sharp claws cut a deep trail on the ground. The survivors screamed in terror and fled in all directions, but it was already too late. The mutated ferocious beasts frantically tore into the bodies of the survivors. The bloody aura instantly filled the air, and the miserable cries were endless. Baby, don't cry. We'll find a safe place. A young mother clutched her child tightly, running with a face full of terror, the child crying in her arms, its tender voice seeming particularly forlorn in the dead ruins. Baby, don't cry. You'll draw the monsters in. The mother whispered softly to comfort her child, but there was a tremor in her voice that she couldn't hide. But as if by a trick of fate, her worst fears had come true. Not far away, a pack of mutated vicious wolves sniffed the air and lunged towards them, their glowing eyes, sharp fangs, and low growls sending the young mother into instant despair. She clutched the child tightly and didn't know where to run, but could only stand helplessly where she was, her body unable to stop trembling. Just in the nick of time. Stop! Guangyang arrived in time and raised the weapon in his hand, striking at the pouncing vicious wolf, while Li Hao quickly pulled the mother-daughter duo behind him. Get out of here. Hopefully you'll survive. The words fell. Li Hao also raised his lance and joined the battle. The woman looked at the duo who fought bravely, her eyes filled with gratitude and choked. Thank you. 10 minutes later, the two managed to combine their efforts to repel the mutant wolves and stood wearily at the same spot. Their sweat soaked through their clothes and their heavy breathing echoed in the air. Yanko, Li Hao panted. The Guangyang base has really been lost. Where should we go next? Don't worry. Zhang Yang's voice was slightly weak, but still dripping with determination. Things may not be as pessimistic as we think, and it's imperative that we find Xiaoya and the girls. Li Hao nodded slightly. With Mr. Xiu around, they should be fine. Zhang Yang skimmed his lips and secretly slandered inwardly. Who was worried about their safety? Even if all the people in the Guangyang base died, they would definitely be safe and sound. He even vaguely suspected that this zombie siege might be Mr. Xiu and Xiaoya secretly manipulating behind the scenes. But what is their purpose? Just in time, a sharp catcall rang out like a sharp blade, instantly cutting through the silent air. Immediately after, those mutated beasts and zombies that had been willfully playing the evil, unexpectedly stopped attacking, as if they had been cast a spell, and stood motionless in their original positions. Ha! Li Hao's eyes widened. What's going on here? Yanko, look. Those monsters are starting to retreat. The survivors were greatly surprised, their faces filled with bewilderment and overwhelm. What the hell is going on here? Why did these mutated beasts and zombies suddenly stop attacking and retreat? Is there some more powerful force driving them? Or is this just a temporary respite? Base center. The huge mutant trees slowly retracted their branches as if they were ancient giants that had just awakened from a berserk rage, trembling slightly under the dull moonlight as if responding to a mysterious call. The surrounding ruins were even more desolate and dilapidated under the moonlight, and the broken walls were like silent witnesses. As the mutant giant tree converges, other mutant plants in the base also stopped attacking one after another and became honest. The branches and trunks that were once like the devil's tentacles quietly drooped, and the originally ferocious leaves also quietly converged their sharpness, becoming meek and quiet, just like a group of tamed beasts. The breeze whispered through, blowing the dust off the ground with a slight rustling sound. Dilapidated buildings cast long shadows, the ground is pitted, abandoned vehicles are strewn about, and the occasional bird song in the distance brings a touch of life to the dead base. What the hell is going on here? Why have these monsters suddenly stopped? Look at those mutated plants. The previously twisted branches are like the claws of demons, stretching out recklessly, and the leaves are wide and strangely shaped, with sharp serrated edges, which are really chilling, but now it's this quiet. It's really weird. The survivors discussed with puzzled faces, their gazes fixed on the mutant plants with their drooping branches. Who knows? Maybe there's something scarier in store. These mutated plants are really too scary, like untimely bombs that might suddenly strike at any time. The survivors looked at the mutated plants around them with a wary face, their hearts full of questions. What exactly was the force that made it stop attacking? There were also the zombies and mutated ferocious beasts outside that had retreated. It was as if a black hand was manipulating everything. Who, exactly, could be so capable? What is his purpose? Where will the Guangyang base go next? In this eerie silence, people could hear their own heartbeats as if they were war drums beating the rhythm of life. They were well aware that they had to be on their guard at all times. For in this mysterious and dangerous world, danger could strike at any time. Base Command Center. Originally luxurious space at the moment but looks a little broken and depressed. Once bright lights are now only a few strands of weak light flickering, as if to tell the former glory. The ornate decor was modeled by the disaster, and the scratches and stains on the walls bore witness to the fierce battles and chaos the place had experienced. The huge electronic screen was riddled with cracks and occasional flashes of garbled signals. On the command deck, various instruments were scattered about, many of them damaged, others still emitting a faint humming sound. There was a very depressing scent in the air, enveloping the entire space like a heavy dark cloud, making people almost gasp for air. "Sir Commander, are you all right?" A soldier eagerly opened his mouth to inquire, a hint of trembling and worry in his voice. The commander slowly raised his head, his face full of exhaustion and vicissitudes. "I'm fine. It's just our Koyo base. And those valiant soldiers, all sacrificed." His voice was hoarse and feeble, full of despair and hopelessness. The soldiers stood silently, not knowing how to comfort. The once glorious base is now in ruins. And where is their future? Several soldiers whispered softly in reassurance. "Your Excellency, Commander, at least those zombies and mutated ferocious beasts have retreated, and the mutated plants within the base have subsided. This chaotic situation has been alleviated for the time being, which is good news for us." Another soldier nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Excellency, Commander. This may be an opportunity for us to regroup and find life." "Good news?" The commander shook his head slowly, his eyes filled with worry. "It doesn't necessarily follow. Think carefully. What kind of person is it that can be so capable of manipulating zombies and mutated ferocious beasts behind the scenes? Even the plants within the base are under their control. This mysterious force hides in the shadows like a ghost, and we know nothing about it, so it's really a fine thing to think about." When the soldiers heard these words, their faces instantly became dull as dark clouds. The heart that had been slightly relaxed due to the short period of calmness was now once again tightly gripped, as if held tightly by a large invisible hand, making it difficult to break free from the heavy sense of oppression. One of the soldiers asked with a frown, "Your Excellency the Commander, if there really is such a mastermind behind this, then what should we do next?" "That's right. As long as we don't uncover this black hand behind the scenes, we will still be like blind men groping in the dark, and may fall into a deeper crisis at any time." The commander was silent for a moment and took a deep breath. "We need to investigate the truth behind all of this as soon as possible and find a way to deal with it. We can't just sit back and let this mysterious force do whatever it wants." But it's easy to say, but it's hard as hell to actually act. The atmosphere was oppressive, and time seemed to have frozen. The commander and the soldiers were in the middle of deep contemplation, thinking about what the future path should be. Just in time, a sharp and mournful cat's cry rang out abruptly, like an incomparably sharp blade, instantly cutting through the air that was as heavy as lead. The hearts of the crowd were jolted, and they all raised their heads, their gazes filled with shock and vigilance, only to see a black cat silently attacking like a ghost under the blood moon, its eyes flickering with eerie ghostly light, resembling a mysterious jewel, exuding an inscrutable aura. The crowd stared intently at the black cat, their eyes filled with vigilance. Obviously, the appearance of this black cat is no coincidence. Could it be related to the person behind the scene? In the stunned gazes of several people, the black cat landed lightly on the command platform, its ghostly green eyes slowly scanning the surroundings as if scrutinizing the survivors in front of it. The soldiers subconsciously gripped the weapons in their hands and tensed their bodies, ready to respond to a possible attack. "This cat is too evil. What should we do?" a soldier said with a trembling voice. "Don't panic. Everyone hold steady." Several other soldiers responded with forced composure, but their slightly trembling hands had already betrayed the fear in their hearts. The commander tried to keep himself calm as he spoke slowly. "There must be a reason for this cat's appearance. Let's not act rashly yet." His voice was steady and strong, like a flood bell echoing in this tense atmosphere, trying to stabilize the crowd's panicked minds. The words have not yet dissipated. The black cat then began to move. Her figure was just like a black lightning, so fast that it dazzled the eyes. making it impossible to see its trajectory, as she traveled freely between the soldiers, as if she were in no man's land. Her claws were like incomparably sharp blades, each swing bringing with it the aura of death. The soldiers cried out in terror and desperately tried to resist, but their movements seemed so slow and feeble in front of the black cat, as if they were puppets frozen in time. "Ah, help me!" a soldier yelled in desperation. "Get out of the way!" The rest of the soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs. Just a few breaths. The black cat then easily killed all the soldiers. Blood flowed uncontrollably on the ground like a blooming flower of death, staining the land that once carried hope, and the air was filled with a rich, sickening smell of blood. But the black cat just stood there quietly, indifferent as an ice sculpture, as if it had only accomplished an insignificant task. The commander's eyes widened, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His body trembled slightly as endless fear and despair welled up in his heart. In this brief moment, as he watched his soldiers fall one by one, their lives mercilessly extinguished like fragile lamps, his mind was in turmoil, his thoughts fluttering like fallen leaves in a gale. The commander was thinking, what kind of god is this black cat in front of me? Why does it possess such terrifying power? Was it all a predestined disaster? How does one face this terrifying creature? Will you rise up against it, or wait for an unknown fate to befall you? The more you think about it, the more you go down. The more he felt as if he were in an endless darkness, unable to find a ray of hope. How the black cat slowly walked towards the commander, an eerie light shining in his eyes like mysterious stars swaying in the darkness. The commander tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, though he realized it was probably useless, but he was still unwilling to give up the resistance. In this moment of life and death, the commander's heart beat like a drum, resounding in the silent and blood-soaked space, his eyes darting between the approaching black cat and the misery that littered the ground, despair and fear following him. Chapter 52, the final chapter. How come it's gone? Why did the screen suddenly disappear? What the hell is going on? The whole room was in an uproar. Both the netizens guarding the front of the live broadcast room and the viewers who were there in person were all intent on staring intently at the big screen hanging in the air, confusion and reluctance written all over their faces. It's not possible that this memory extracted has ended here. No way. That's too short. I'd really like to know what happened in the backstory. Speechless as hell. Just saw the climactic episode. Complaints were heard and the scene was thrown into chaos. People were talking to each other, trying to get some answers out of the people around them, or speculating on the reason for the interruption in the picture. Seeing this, the host, Xiu Lemon, quickly took the microphone to calm everyone down. Don't worry everyone. There may have been a slight malfunction. Our technicians are doing their best to fix it, so stay calm. I'm sure we'll be back to normal soon. So let's continue to enjoy that unfinished excitement. Under the soothing presence of Xiu Lemon, the cacophony of the scene diminished a bit. The audience's eyes remained locked on the big screen, their hearts filled with anticipation. At this point, backstage technicians are busy and sweating as they navigate between complex wiring and equipment, nervously troubleshooting the root cause of faults. Yet a minute passed. The technicians were never able to find the root cause of the failure. This is really strange. You guys, obviously this extracted memory is only a third of the way through the playback, so why is it suddenly interrupted? That's right, we've checked it several times inside and out. Whether it's the line connection or the equipment operation, all the links seem to be in order. There is not the slightest problem, but this picture is just dead or just not coming out. This situation is simply inexplicable. I've never encountered anything so evil. Just as the technician was at a loss, suddenly, the whole scene was plunged into darkness, and surprisingly, the power went out. The audience exploded in panic, pulling out their cell phones to check, only to find that they looked like they were being blocked, with no signal or network. What's going on here? Why did the power go out all of a sudden? This program is too unreliable to run. A young man frowned, shaking his cell phone and complaining. That's right, it's dark. I can't see anything. I might as well go home. I won't watch this crap program. An older woman followed suit. The crowd began to get restless, with many yelling to get out of the set of this program. As the crowd rushed towards the exit, they realized that a light rain was falling outside. The color of the rain was extremely weird. It was actually a piercing scarlet blood color, and it smashed onto the ground drop by drop, oozing. One time, everyone seemed to be enveloped by an icy aura, a bone-chilling chill surging up from the soles of their feet and climbing up their spines all the way to their hearts. Everyone looked at each other with horror and doubt in their eyes. Blood rain. It can't be such a coincidence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don't think too much about it, people. Figure it's some kind of chemical contamination phenomenon. Let's stay here for a bit until the rain stops. Okay. The crowd stops and stops, reassuring themselves. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The rain of blood continued to fall, each drop seemingly hitting people's taut nerves, staining the ground with a chilling red color. Holy, look at this! The crowd looked over, only to see those who were drenched by the blood-colored rain on the street. Their bodies began to undergo bizarre changes. Their skin gradually became greenish-gray. Blood vessels under the skin like earthworms rippled up. Their eyes whitened and covered with blood, and they were gradually mutating into hideous and horrible zombies. Such a scene. Deja vu. Ah! Screams of terror rose and fell. On a high-rise building, Xiu Li carried a glass of red wine in an elegant stance, gazing leisurely at the horrifying scene in the distance and muttering under his breath, "What has been shall be again, and what has been done shall be done again." Book ends.